Okay. I think we're live now, gang. I think we're here. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. That's a special weekly thing me and Tali are doing. The Wick and Tali Show. We don't got a better name yet, right? Where we bring people on and we talk about interesting topics, whether it be related to politics, related to culture, related to philosophy. And we just kind of pick their brains. Sometimes it's kind of debatey. Sometimes it's more interview format. Sometimes it's more discussion. We're still working on the format. We're still working with it, right? So bear in mind, give us a little grace. We'll get it better. But we got some great guests today and a great topic to talk about. So today we are going to be discussing with Dev and Stardust from Small Talk Me, right? We're going to be discussing, are Democrats responsible for the rise of MAGA? To what extent, if they are? Why are they responsible? Again, if they are, and what we can do to change that maybe, and get that a little bit less of a thing. I will say this before we let them kind of introduce themselves. The Contrapoints controversy that happened today is almost a one-for-one parallel to the dynamic that, in my opinion, shows that Democrats were at least in part responsible for the rise of MAGA. But we'll get into it. We'll talk about it. I want to give the mic to these lovely individuals first to introduce themselves. First to Dev, tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts initially. Go ahead.
Hello, how's it going, everyone? First of all, it's nice to meet you, Tali. I thought you were someone else, actually. So
Nice.
Well, no, because initially,
Quite all right.
Wick, you had like a different co-host for a while, and I'm or somebody else. I already forgot their name. We talked about it like 2 days ago. I already forgot their name.
He mistook you for Charlie. Okay. Charlie had been on my show a
I
couple
see.
times, right? And
Yes.
she was never my co-host
Yeah.
or anything, but yeah, we
Yeah, and then after I saw your picture, I thought you were Nure because you look exactly like her. Oh my god, I'm just
I
batting
don't know
zero
who
now.
that is.
Oh, here, I'll just quickly DM you her Twitter account because you guys are like spitting image. Here.
Well, in my first Wick panel, I was called Ozempic Stardust, and in my most recent YouTube appearance, I was called Obese Denims. So
Obese? What?
yeah.
That's okay. I don't know what I want to say about that just yet.
We'll get into it. Stardust, welcome.
Hello there.
Oh, there's Stardust.
Hi.
No bunny today. No bunny avatar.
No bunny today. How's it going, guys?
Hi.
Pretty good.
Hi. I'm not Ozempic Stardust. I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh my
like
god.
I like Tali. I like Tali. Are you like vaguely brown? Is that why they're like comparing us or something? Like what? Like,
well, I think it's funny. I'm just Jewish. I'm just good old Ashkenazi Jewish, but I do love that I was spontaneously compared to two brown and vaguely brown girls. Really
yeah.
sticking it to the Jews are white people right there. But yeah.
Yeah, we love to see it. I mean, I don't mind being compared to Tali. I think Tali's base, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Well, anyways, hi, I'm Star. I do video essays these days. I used to do a lot of political content and debates early on, but these days I do more like drama and political drama and video essays. You can find me at Small Talk with Stardust, or no, it's just Small Talk with Star on YouTube. Yeah, so that's my intro.
Great.
Yeah.
I guess, well, let's just talk about the topic at hand, right? Short answer, at least, then we'll get to the long discussion. Are Democrats responsible for the rise of Trump?
I'd say thirds.
Hello?
Sorry, what did you say?
You cut out just at the right time for us to not understand what you said.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Oh, what? Is he back?
So I can hear all of you, but can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Yes.
Okay.
You were cutting out before, yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. Maybe I can adjust something. Was it like was it being clipped out because I'm too quiet or something?
I think so. Maybe it was that. Yeah. Sounded
Okay.
like that.
Here, you know what? I'll turn down my auto sensitivity a bit. I just don't want you guys to hear my fan because it's really warm where I live right now, and I'm kind of overheating.
You know what? It's okay. We're just gonna go.
Also, I broadcast from a fucking closet currently until I move again. So
back in the closet. Fair enough.
Oh my god, I am going back in the closet.
You guys know that song?
Okay, I do actually, but I don't remember anything about it. I just remember it being a joke people used like 10 years ago. It was like a meme. Anyway, yeah, no, I haven't talked to you guys in like either you or Stardust or Wick. I haven't seen you guys on stream in a long. Like I talked to you guys like 2 days ago, but like on stream it's been a while, so it's good to see you two again.
Well, thank you.
When it comes to the topic, I think it's like 2/3 Democrats' fault, 1/3 not. The rise of Trump and MAGA. That's what I'd put the ratio at.
2/3 Democrats, 1/3 other. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. So pretty, at least in part, in two parts exactly. I
think so. Yes.
Blame Democrats. Interesting. Okay. What about you, Stardust? What do you think?
So I think obviously yes. I think part of it was. I think there are multiple things at play here, right? Like the rise of MAGA seems to be, to me, we kind of look at like what are the key traits of MAGA, right? I think anti-establishment, right? Anti-establishment sentiment, anti-intellectualism, even is a good portion of it. Distrust in our institutions is a huge part of MAGA. And you know, a bunch of other things, right? Kind of like a nihilistic, like apathy, I guess, or not even apathy, just nihilistic, and maybe even a little bit of rage, right? And I think sure, yes, partly it is, that, you know, there is some blame on the Democrats, right? Because with Obama, you know, Obama was, as you know, I liked him, but he was one of these people who kind of really started bringing in more of like a populist rhetoric in his campaign, and he won on some of this populist rhetoric, right? And it's funny because you'll see people like you know, a lot of these conservative commentators today having similar foreign policy takes as Obama did. But another thing I think is that, you know, Americans have like kind of a very short memory, right? So like we look at the Iraq War and look at how it turned out, and we look at Afghanistan, how it turned out, and we think like, oh, we should just stay out of everything, right? We're look at what happened in those two places, and we were lied to about Iraq or whatever, right? Which is fine. Like, yes, there are things, we're not perfect, right, as America, but that is discounting like all of the good that we do in the world, right? And anti-interventionism isn't really the solution, right? Just because we've had mistakes, right? But America does far more good internationally, in my personal opinion, than So I think it's a mix of things. It's a mix of having a very short attention span, the rise of populist rhetoric, you know, the rise of these certain like thought movements, right? Like with anti-establishment. Yeah. So and that also is partly because, you know, we again have very short memory spans, and we're drawn to remember the negatives. So yeah.
What about you, Tali? What do you think?
I'm going through political whiplash right now. I think very much both sides we're just so heavily polarized right now, not to state the obvious, but so I hold both sides. I see both sides as very reactionary, essentially, to the other. And so I don't know exactly where to start the blame game. I think certainly for the second Trump administration, his ability, sort of the ability for MAGA to rise again, I think I maybe put more blame on the left than I really do even the 2016 election. Like, I think for the reason that I laid out. I think when Trump was elected, the left was polarized even more negatively, right? And so there's this game of like, whatever the Republicans do, we need to stand in opposition to that, no matter how sort of ridiculous that thing might be. Even if we're being set up to look ridiculous, we're still going to take the L and look ridiculous because we have to be against what the evil people are doing. And so I do feel like the left sort of got more extreme and made it possible for the MAGA coalition to grow beyond what is just sort of the true MAGA base. And I do see the MAGA 2024 coalition as much broader than, like you guys are sort of talking about, the core MAGA base who really were, especially in 2016, characterized by their sort of populism and anti-establishment, drain the swamp sort of fervor. I think more people were pushed to the right, to MAGA. Yeah.
It's an interesting situation because I mean, obviously there are policy issues at play. There's the state of the world that, I mean, in 2024, basically, right? All incumbents across the globe were losing power, right? So you can't entirely place blame in any one sector or give any single reason why Trump and MAGA specifically have kind of gained power. I do, though, want to talk a little bit about 2016 in this and that whole election, because I think that was kind of the seeds, if you will, or at least that was the initial blossoming of MAGA and the MAGA movement. It had its roots in the Tea Party and obviously that, but I would not put the blame so much on the politicians, but on the people in the Democratic Party. And let me explain what I mean by that. There's it's going to be convoluted, so bear with me, gang. Bear with me, okay? Hold on to your horses because we're going on a journey. Today, Contrapoints on Reddit made her full take on Israel, okay? She calls it a genocide, says what Israel is doing is unacceptable. All the stuff that she needs to say. But then she also talks about what the pro-Palestine movement has done and how they have shrunk the coalition. They've turned Zionist into this insanely broad category and used it as a slur, basically. And basically says that it's really hurt the cause. It's made it electorally I'll quote her here. It introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. And it's fairly reasonable stuff and fairly pro-Palestine stuff as well. The left is eating her alive. They're eating her alive. They are calling her Zionist with the hard R, okay? Right? They are castigating her. They are destroying her. They are calling her rabid, saying that she should just shut the fuck up about these issues if she's going to make these kinds of takes, etc. This is a one-to-one dynamic parallel of what happened in 2016 that allowed Trump and MAGA to rise, because I saw so many of my family members be treated the same way by people on the left, by Democrats and things like that. Not the politicians, but the people. Whenever they slightly disagreed, right, on a single issue, whenever they were slightly less left than everyone else, they were eaten alive. They were castigated, kicked out of their communities, lost friends, abused, and people called it good that they were being abused. And again, this isn't something that happened from all Democrats, but it happened from enough that it allowed MAGA to point to them and says, don't you hate those guys and how they treated you? There's a tweet by Paul Meredith today on the Contrapoints saying, and I'm going to quote that, it says, it's honestly astonishing how many commentators' views are shaped by resentment towards the people they find annoying online. Why is that astonishing? And I don't get why people don't get this. If you treat someone like shit, they're going to resent you. They're going to hate you, and they're going to work against you. If you find that dynamic astonishing, I don't know what to tell you. You've never met a human being in your life. If you find that dynamic astonishing, you're retarded. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, I know that was long-winded, but yes. So the short answer, yes, absolutely, Democrats are to blame for the rise of MAGA because they can't. They prioritize being cruel over winning an election. I don't know. Thoughts? Open discussion.
I want to just comment on that final dynamic there quickly about like how many people's views are changed based on the way that people online treat them or people in their real life treat them. And this is obviously a topical line of questioning for me. It's something that I'm accused of, and maybe fairly so. And I say all this to say that's not a fair accusation against Contrapoints because, like you said, she didn't say. She said all of the things. She called it genocide. You know, like she condemned every necessary aspect of it. She didn't say like this is. She didn't say this is why. I don't know. I guess it's like someone like me who actually changed my political affiliation to independent, not Republican, but like fully sort of disaffected from the left is very different from Contrapoints, right? Coming out and saying like, here's why I didn't give you guys a bread tube video on this. And just taking a nuanced view that took into consideration optics and I think the humanity of Jewish people who feel alienated by this movement, which that really is the bridge too far. But it's all of that to say, I think people are looking at it wrong, or people are too quick to say, like, oh, someone hurts your feelings and you just change your entire worldview. Well, this may be true for some people, and we all know examples of grifters like this, right? Who were like in the public domain and they basically overnight switch to the opposite party. Their views change. But another way that I would like people to look at it, and this is sort of to your point, Wick, you could also just reframe that as people having dignity and refusing to subject themselves to that type of harassment and belittlement, right? And again, that doesn't mean that the person goes and changes all of their views or all of their values, but I think there's some dignity and self-respect to not allow yourself to be bullied, basically.
If I can, I think both of you guys have made great points. I do want to say I think that there has been I don't think it's completely Democrats who started the cruelty, right? I think that there has been some blame on both sides when it comes to being cruel about things, right?
If, just real quick.
Yeah.
If people are saying, well, Republicans and MAGA are doing this worse too. Yes, and that's why they're probably going to lose in the midterms, and that's why they're probably going to lose in 2028, right? Yes, you're correct, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I do think that there has been a shift. I think you're right, Wick, about this whole thing about like, oh, if you disagree with me on anything, like we can't be friends. I have never in my life made friends or given people respect based on their political views. I feel like it's just never something that's like, I don't know. It feels like, and this might be a broader cultural thing too, but it feels like, you know how people used to belong to little cliques, like people in high school, some people were goths, some people were punks, some people were like preppy, some people were like, street fashion, and they like kind of identified that way. It feels like because those have kind of faded a little bit, and people don't identify with those anymore, you've got also a lot of people who are using like leftist aesthetics as like the new punk thing to be, right? I think it's a multi-pronged issue. Obviously, yes, there's cruelty. I think also, Dems who were, or not even Dems, leftists or progressives who were just super quick to, disconnect from people because they disagreed with them or because they voted right-wing or had right-wing views. Like, that's obviously a huge issue, and I never understood it, right? And I do have to say, like, the average Democrat is a pretty moderate, if you look at all of the Dems.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But it's always the fringes. It's always this loud minority who is making everybody else look bad, and it's always this loud minority, and a lot of them don't don't even go to the poll, like don't even go to the voter booth, and it's we're getting screwed completely by these people.
I do
the
think
average Dem is like
I do think in perhaps I'm painting with too broad a brush. I do want to put a big separation between the average Democrat and leftists, right? I may have incorrectly kind of thrown them all into the same bucket. But unfortunately, whether we like it or not,
huge issue as well,
they're thrown into the same bucket by the electorate, right?
They are.
Democrats are
and
blamed
it's
for leftists.
Unfortunate. I think it's almost a kind of a brilliant tactic by the right, because for 30 some years, leftists and liberals have been put in the same bucket. And they've been really, really effective at doing that. But yeah, I mean, obviously, that is just an issue, and we have to really make it clear that we are not with this like fringe group that is causing trouble and causing division. I never was everybody has grown up with somebody or lived next to somebody who has really backwards views. I don't understand this new world where we live in, where we just elect to not be surrounded by people who disagree with us. That's not how real life works. Like, you probably have a family member who has some really backwards views, or a family member who's really uneducated, who thinks like crazy conspiracy things. Since when was it ever acceptable to just disown people like this? So it's like a mixture of yes, people are using politics as an aesthetic, as a social group, and it's replacing like being punk, and they're like excluding people. Oh, you're not punk enough, in that sense. And then it's obviously honestly, it's like really privileged, in my opinion. People, I always hated it when people would tell me like, oh, why do you have to talk to people like that? You guys know I used to talk to more radical people, argue with them or interview them and stuff like that.
Well,
why do you have to talk to people like that?
We're pretty radical.
You guys are not radical by any means, but
I was called a radical Zionist today. Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, that's nothing in comparison.
Maybe last year you would see. Now the right hates me more than they did a year ago. But last year, I'm pretty sure you got some shit for talking to me. Basically from like 2020 to 2023, the left viewed me as a fascist because Vosh called me a fascist. And since my Trump video, I'm now viewed as this hardcore lefty, which is just so fucking stupid.
Yeah. So I just want to finish what I'm saying here. Like, sure. I've always people used to really come at me really hard, because it used to be my passion to just argue, and not even argue, just interview people who are in these fringes, really deep fringes of the political spectrum, and understand why they came to those perspectives, right? And it used to be something that people would throw in my face all the time, like, oh, they still do. Oh, you talk to Richard Spencer, you talk to Nick Fuentes, and it's like, I'm sorry, but those views, if you poll everybody in the entire world, those views are not going to be that crazy. Unfortunately, they're not. That if you poll people just globally, okay, maybe in the West, maybe not so much, but I don't know how these people, you probably have, probably multiple people who have those views, and you just choose to ignore it in your daily life. So, I don't know. This is all I have to say about it. I'm sorry. I don't have the privilege to just fucking exclude myself, and sequester myself, and make a little bubble around myself in my real life. Why would I do that online? So, yeah.
So go ahead, Tali, please.
Well, it is a privileged take, and it's also just I go back to this because this was part of my move away from the left. Is it's just so fucking bad for you. Again, I think this stuff is bad for society, but it's bad on the individual level to encourage people to isolate themselves, from their family and friends, right, and people who are close to them and are part of their support system, and important, and also to insulate themselves from ideas that are different and make them, less resilient, and more fragile. Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff talk about, anti-fragility. And I think the left has sort of bred this culture, and it has exacerbated because, everyone makes a good point. Even back in 2016, there was this established culture that I was participating in of just shitting on anyone who was gonna vote Trump or who voted Trump. And really arrogance, I think, from like most people that he didn't stand a chance at all. But that it was acceptable to outcast anybody who voted for Trump, and that opened the
And
door
it's-
for it to be acceptable to purity test people on your side who aren't
But
pure enough.
I do want to make it clear it wasn't just people who were voting for Trump or going to vote for Trump. And
Sure.
my uncle, I'll use my uncle as
That's
an
true.
example. I'll use my uncle as an example. I've used my uncle as an example before on the show. He's Democrat all my life until about 2015, 2014. Okay. And he didn't like some of the more extreme stuff that was coming up, and he would talk about it online. And he's old, right? So he didn't understand internet culture and these things. And he would be called a racist for just pretty milquetoast standard views and stuff. And eventually, after enough incidences of him having these really negative interactions, not just online, but in his personal life, he did decide to vote for Trump. So it wasn't just they knew he was going to vote for Trump and shit on him for voting for Trump. He wasn't going to vote for Trump until they started shitting on him for, again, just having different thoughts and different beliefs on things. They drove him, like literally drove him into the arms of MAGA. They made MAGA one person stronger in his case because, again, obviously, it is just obvious when people are always calling you, you're a conservative, you're a secret fascist, you're a secret Nazi, you're just a crypto fascist, man. You're just a Trump voter. All you are is a conservative. That a portion of the people you're doing that to will say, fuck it, yes, okay, fine, I am. Fuck you. Right? And they'll just do whatever they can to make you hurt. And if politics is very important to you, that's how they'll try to hurt you. And it's so self-defeating. There is no benefit. There was no benefit to this kind of behavior. I'm really curious, Dev, right? You said you were called a fascist Vivosh, and
Yes.
things like that. Like, before he did that, was there other people who would like, because again, I watched you for years before I knew who you were. I saw your videos kind of in the 2016, 2017, 2018 era. You kind of documented a lot of this, right? You kind of documented a lot of this behavior. What are some of the things that you've observed?
Well,
go ahead.
How fascist did I appear back then, by the way?
You didn't. You were just like a normie dude.
Yeah, that's always kind of been my politics. It's just like normie, relatively centrist. I have a few conservative takes and a few liberal takes, but my politics are very kind of milquetoast moderate and frankly boring. You know, most of my takes are just boring, which is why I'm surprised I have an audience.
This is common sense stuff, right? That's how I felt.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
But I mean, so while you guys are talking, I wrote down a few notes here. I'm just gonna see if I can expand on these a bit. So one thing I've noticed is that there is differences between like left-wing ways of thinking and like left-wing psychology and then right-wing ways of thinking. The right, I'm speaking very generally here, very generally. There's obviously many exceptions, but the right tends to be more loyal, and they have an advantage in coalition building because they value loyalty a lot. So I don't know if you guys have seen. There was a drama that happened last year between The Quartering and some other right-wing creator talking head. They got into a public fight. It got pretty nasty. And by the end of the day, they had buried the hatchet. They had apologized to each other publicly, and they had like moved on. And then I think I actually saw Contrapoints retweet this and say, "Look, this is why the right's going to win and the left isn't going to win, because they can actually bury their disagreements and come back together because they do value loyalty. They kind of keep their eye on the prize in that sense." Meanwhile, the left values self-criticism. And self-criticism is very important because that's how you don't fall into these traps of being too conspiratorial or just self-criticism is the engine by which you improve yourself. But a negative side effect of self-criticism is you don't get loyalty out of that because you're criticizing yourself. You have different factions within your movement you're going to be turning on each other. You're going to be, because you are trying to find the best path forward, but that also leads to splintering in the movement. It leads to radicalization, and it also is the main reason why the most extreme voices become the the poster child of the broader left. It's not the liberals, it's not the Democrats, it's the tankies, it's the anarchists, it's the crazier, like tiny groups that are on the fringe of the left. They become what everyone sees, not like the more mainstream center left people. And it's because the left has a tendency to be more self-critical. So I think this is, I don't know how you solve this problem because it seems to be endemic to just these two ways of thinking. Maybe the left is just going to be eternally at a disadvantage on this. I don't know. I remember Stardust. You said something. You said something like the Republicans played a really good game when they made the left and the liberals the same thing, and that's like a Rush Limbaugh thing from back in the '90s, I think. But they contributed a lot to that. But they didn't start that. That actually started on the left. That was a 1960s. That was a 1960s academia thing, where you had people who were legit Marxist Soviet Union simps in Western academia, and they said, well, it is the Cold War and it is the Red Scare times, so we're just going to call ourselves the liberals. And they kind of infiltrated in that sense, and then the right took it and ran with it. So there's plenty of blame to be spread around with regards to
that's
that
frustrating.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that tidbit of history. That's actually that's very frustrating. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the two of you also the two of you also mentioned cutting off family members, right? And I think that's almost become like a progressive like hallmark of life story almost. Every time you go online, you see like, this is my glow up. I grew up in a small town, a small conservative town. I moved away. I cut off my family. I chopped all my hair off. I became a lesbian, and now I'm an activist. And you hear that story a lot. And I mean, I'm sure some of them actually are lesbians. I'm sure some of them aren't, and they're going through a phase or something. But the point is that there's almost like I need to get out of the small town and move to the big city and have like this high powered career, or even not a high powered, like a creative career almost. And then I become more left wing as a result. Right. And there's just like, it is stereotypical, and it's probably a little bit mean of me to say, but I think it does happen at least sometimes in that way. And it's almost like it's promoted by some people, by some progressives. I don't know if you guys agree with me on this, but I think I've seen this happen enough now.
Yeah.
I think some of that is a reaction though to like so I think some of that though is a reaction to like how conservative families used to like cut off like LGBTQ
no
members.
son of mine is going to be a gay. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that happens a lot too. Yeah, I think I did a video back.
So now you have now you have straight people cutting off their conservative family
out of spite.
in honor of the theoretical gay people.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of cutting off on both sides. Yeah,
that's not how family works, right? People who do that to their LGBTQ family members are pieces of trash, but we shouldn't be like that, right? And if anything, I've been saying this for years, but we shouldn't have let the right run away with being like the Republicans run away with being the party of family values, right? What kind of family values is cutting off your family members? But no, we decided to let them run away with it, and we decided to mimic the cruelty, right? So yeah, I've always been very frustrated by that.
That's absolutely true, and I think again we see this, and not to bring too many like stuff in our sphere, but I criticized a Destiny joke, quote unquote, right, that he made about the dead kids in Texas, right, and saying, hey man, that's I was pretty critical of it, and the responses I got were like, well, they're doing it, so we have to do it too. Right? They are doing it. They are being mean. They're being cruel. They're being wicked. So we have to do it too. That's the only solution. We have to fight fire with fire. And I don't think we do. I think that makes us worse as people, right? Like, just because they're doing a bad thing doesn't mean we should do it too. And I hate that kind of dynamic. And I do feel like that kind of that's an excuse that has been made by evil people throughout centuries. Like, evil has been done to us, so we must do evil to others, and I just reject that.
I mean, that's. I think we actually talked about this last time I was on your show, Rick. Everything that you said just now is true, and yet, if you're confronted with somebody who, even if you approach them in good faith and you leave that particular tool out of your toolbox and you don't do that to them, and they still do it to you, then you haven't gained anything. Do you know what I mean?
Well, we disagree on this. I think that one of the problems that a lot of moderates are having, and a reason why a lot of moderates stayed home in 2024 is because they're having more and more trouble seeing the difference between the right and left. And I think that's frankly stupid. But it's hard not to kind of understand where they're coming from when you see a bunch of people on Democrats, a bunch of people on the left saying, no, we should actually do this too. Right? Like all the stuff that MAGA did, right? Cutting off their families, right? Or not MAGA, but like the Republicans, conservatives, cutting off their gay family members and things. We should do that too. That's good. And we should do it more, because if we don't do it, we'll lose. Yeah, it's just really hard to.
Well, I mean, there are some ways in which I agree and some ways in which I don't, because I think the last time we talked about it, it was in the context of the pardons, right? The Joe Biden pardons, when he pardoned his son and I think a few other people as well. And it's like, well, should we be as bad as them? And the answer ended up being, in that case, yes, because look at what Trump did with the pardon power when he got in, right? So there are going to be times when there is a path you could take that you really shouldn't take, and then you don't take it, and things are better. Then there are also times when you do actually have to fight fire with fire, and that's just kind of how it is.
Again, I don't necessarily disagree.
You probably
Go ahead.
You probably never have to fight fire with dead kid jokes, but I get this sentiment, and I think it's complicated by the fact that it sort of depends on what your goal is, and so I think the sort of maybe underhanded compliment that you were giving the right, Dev, about loyalty is something that the left or Democrats and liberals decry about the leftists. We heard it here on this show today, right? They don't even show up at the polls, whereas the right, they all fall in line, even if they'll talk a big game during the primaries, or when it wasn't clear that Trump was going to be the nominee again in 2024, but everyone falls in line. And again, that's what a lot of liberals and leftists currently are calling for on the left, to unite against Trump. And frankly, if your goal is political power, and I'm not trying to say that that's like a bad goal, that's it, in some sense is the most important thing, right? If your goal is political power, then it does make sense to fight fire with fire. If you're a boring centrist who is concerned about the
I disagree.
negative
Tali.
polarization.
Tali,
What'd you say?
I think
I'm also a boring centrist.
Yeah. but here's the thing.
Me too.
Tali,
Me too.
You don't gain. Here's the thing. Like this presupposition that we have to fight
Not
fire with fire.
cruelty. I don't think you gain power with cruelty. I'm not agreeing with that point.
Okay.
But with sort of the other like precedents that Dev was talking about, right? Yeah, sometimes if like with the filibuster and things like this, it's like if one side uses it to screw you, and then now they've left the tool open for everyone to use. If you use it, you could say that you're losing your moral standing at that point. But if your ultimate goal is power, and again, that's a fair, reasonable goal, then it makes sense to do some of these things.
So I was thinking, and
is that me or her?
No, that's her. You're all robot-y.
I'm robot.
Oh, your mic is. Ooh. Uh-oh.
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay. I wonder if it's on your stream too. Let me go see.
I think too, the distinction between the left and liberals, it was a fun fact, Dev, about the leftists doing that first. It was something that frustrated me a lot when I was starting my ideological shift away from the left, was that the right painted with such a broad brush, and they would call everyone liberals. And I was like, well, joke's on you, because the progressives view liberal as a dirty word. Like when I saw myself as a radical progressive, I was like, oh, liberals are basically just conservatives. How dare you call me a liberal? But there are so many people today, even like shockingly, even like politicians or like political commentators, who basically use, progressive and liberal, or liberal and leftist interchangeably, that are still choosing. And I don't think it's even intentional, honestly. I think a lot of people aren't really that invested in like what these particular terms mean. They all just mean like ultimately votes for Democrats. And while I do think that, yes, the leftists are the big issue, and sure, they get outsized attention because they're so crazy, the liberals, both have not effectively pushed back against the craziness, and they've absorbed a lot of the craziness, in my opinion. And so what I hope we'll get to in this conversation too, and maybe that's more controversial, is while I think there's obviously a messaging problem and like a interpersonal behavior problem on the left, that also exists on the right, but we're here to talk about Democrats, right? I think there's also, it's not just the messaging, it's what the message is that I think is that the liberals have sort of, again, absorbed and maybe ceded ground to, that I think turns off a lot of normal people and builds the coalition on the right.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that. I know it was either Stardust or it was Tali who said that. Who talked about? I think it was you, Tali. Talked about my loyalty take. The thing is that the right is beginning to see some of that loyalty fray. Finally, this does happen a lot. I don't know if you guys remember in the run up to the 2020 election, the entire left united behind Biden because everyone wanted Trump out. So you had like bread tubers, and you had liberals, and you had anarchists, and you had tankies, and they were all coming together to, even though they hated it, they got behind Joe Biden. And then after 2020, the entire online left fractured, and everyone started eating each other. And it's happening less, but it is happening with the online right. I don't know if you guys hang out in right wing spaces like I do, but I've been watching the anti woke cultural crowd versus the woke right stuff for like 6 months now, and it's been a blast to see that stuff.
We've had a few shows on that. We had Ryan Mullally and a couple other people. I'm trying to get James Lindsay himself on. I really want
James
that.
Lindsay.
Yes, I really want that. We're working on it. I got an insider edge. Okay, we're gonna get into and try to get him on here. But
I've wanted to see James Lindsay versus Sargon for like 2 years now, and Sargon doesn't want to do it.
Well, Sargon won't come on my show either, so like fuck them both. But like, here's the thing. We're talking about the Democrats today because that's the topic. But again, I want people to recognize that this isn't just a dynamic that's happening in Democratic circles. It's also happening in Republican circles to a lesser degree.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
It's yes.
Wait, try again.
Check.
Yeah, you sound good.
Yes.
Everything seems to be fixed.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
And by the way, Wick, I did figure out, by the way, yeah, Sargon did not want to come on and confront Lonerbox. I messaged him later, and he was just like, he doesn't want to do it. It's like, oh, okay, dude. All right.
It is what it is.
With Sargon, since he hates like Indian people.
Does he hate Indian people now?
Or I don't know. He doesn't like them too much.
He's gone so far off the rails since I stopped talking to him, man. I feel like I might have been his last tether to reality, and as soon as I pieced out, he went nuts. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead. Some people were asking in chat, and I'll get to super chats in a second. Don't worry, right? But Soy Pill, friend of the show, right? Good guy. He's asking, why are we talking to Trump voters about what Democrats should do? Because they weren't always Trump voters. Just to answer this, like, this idea that once you voted for Trump, you're just gone and that's it. You just vanished and you should be depersoned, and never listened to and things like that. No, I think that the soft Trump voters, at least, the people we can win back, I think that's probably the most important people to listen to. I don't know.
It's not just that. It's that once you've lost them, they don't vanish. If you don't continue to engage with them, they will keep radicalizing. Like Tim Pool. Just give me a second here, because Tim Pool, I think, was at the Occupy Wall Street protests, and he was left wing back then. Sargon was a Bernie bro in 2015. All right, like these people, yeah, you disagreed with them. Like with Sargon, it was during Gamergate, and it was over like the India Sarkeesian feminist stuff back in 2014. And I think Gamergate actually has a fair bit to do with this, at least in terms of online stuff, because Gamergate was really one of the first times when you had reasonable center-left people get depersoned, deplatformed, completely cast out from the far left. And the far left held a lot of power online from like 2010 to 2015. And so a whole bunch of people who were libs, who were center-left people, I had to go back and watch a Sargon versus Contrapoints debate from 2017 for a video that I made recently. And Sargon was giving like basic American libertarian takes, and Contrapoints was giving Marxist takes. And look at how those two have flipped because of what's happened in the past, 10 years. So you have people who were like center left, who were completely cast out, and then over time they radicalize, and now they're much more further to the right. And they also now have these large platforms where they're further radicalizing even more people, because Sargon's a pretty big show. Tim Pool's an absolutely massive show. You know, this idea that you can just find people who are ideologically impure and then cast them out and everything will be okay is not going to fucking work. You will keep kicking out people who could be your allies because they agree with you on like 99% of things. And then as soon as you kick them out, you watch that 99%, it'll go down to 95 and then down to 80 and then down to 50 and it'll be at 0 eventually. That's what we've already seen it. We've seen it happen with an entire generation of people online.
I think
So,
there was a study that showed, there was polling that showed that a lot of the people who were Bernie bros ended up voting for Donald Trump, and even a lot of people, like there was maybe not a lot, but a significant portion of people who even voted for Obama had voted for Trump. So
yes.
these are not, it's not like, it's not, you know, there are a lot of people who do form their politics, unfortunately, on vibes. As much as, you know, as much as I hate to say it, not everybody is a critical thinker. But yeah, I don't know. It just, I think it is important to have, and I don't think it's true that we're having a conversation with Trump voters about what Democrats need to do. We're having a conversation. I mean, everybody here is a liberal for the most part, or a centrist, right? A centrist or a lib, but you know, like, yeah, I think
I'm a liberal. No one's taking the title from me, Wick, if that's what your face was about.
Well, she did vote for Trump. I don't know if you guys know.
I did. I voted for Trump.
So
if you guys want to leave the call, I understand. If it's
I'm not going to
bridge
leave the
too
call.
far.
I'm not going to leave the call.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I do think that even then we're having a conversation amongst other people with liberal values, right? And I think there are a lot more like people who voted for Trump who have liberal values than people are willing to acknowledge, right? So yeah.
So
I mean, that was the whole
I've
thing
heard
about
something
Trump.
here. Oh no, go ahead. You go ahead first.
No, not important. Just that was the thing about Trump, like that people had been talking about since the first time that he ran, that he was not a real Republican, that he was not a conservative in any meaningful sense of the word, that he was, you know, sort of a 90s liberal. And I'm not, obviously he hasn't governed in that way, and he's he doesn't speak like a liberal. He doesn't have the same liberal sensitivities. But yeah, there are absolutely liberals who voted for Trump. Again, especially in 2024. I know people like me. So even if I'm like if I make a good boogeyman for people, there's a bunch of people who voted for Trump along the Elon Musk, like, you know, disaffected liberals, people who were formerly Democrats and are not like, they're not traditional Republicans in any meaningful sense of the word. And you see how quickly Elon Musk is, like, you know, defecting away. But I just wanted to say quickly also, like, you gave a really good reason, Dev, and I think that is really important because what has happened to the dissident right has concerned me quite a bit too, because you know, they seemed like the interesting people challenging the illiberalism of the left and sort of critiquing how liberalism failed to fight off the left-wing insanity. And I agree with a lot of that critique, but a lot of the dissident right has just gone into being like post-democracy now, right? And these things concern me. But another reason to listen to, you know, a Trump voter or a Republican about the Democratic Party or the left is because everyone's allowed to have opinions, you know, and
So
B, it actually can be helpful to listen to criticism from the outside, right? Anybody who thinks that they can see everything perfectly from their perspective is arrogant.
So just
to
let you guys know.
That's completely true, yeah.
Yeah, just to let you guys know.
In my chat who's like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, Soy Pill wants on. Soy Pill's begging on. So if you guys are okay with that, we can bring him on, but it's up to you.
Yeah,
Stardust, Dev and Stardust wants to go too, so go ahead.
Okay. Here, I'll do my thing before he gets on, though. Okay.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
I think we should go.
backstage.
I think we should go a little longer with just so that Dev and Stardust can really flesh out what they want to say and everything. And then I'm very happy to bring on Soy Pill and
yeah. Well, how about this? Soy Pill. Give us about 15, 10 minutes, and then jump in.
Let's say 15. I think. Yeah.
15 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I've had a couple of people even in my own chat be like, oh, like this person is this person is that, right? So just again to reiterate, like the point of this panel is we're talking about in what ways, have we, in what ways can we be better to not isolate people who decided to vote MAGA, right? Because again, I'm pretty sure there was polling that showed there were a lot of people who voted, who were Bernie bros, who were Bernie supporters, who ended up voting for Trump, at least in 2016. And a lot of people, I think also even that, there were people who are Obama, supporters who voted for Trump, right? And while I don't agree with it, again, there are a lot of people, like the average person is not thinking that deeply about politics, right? I hate to say it, but like there are a lot of people who are just kind of skating by on vibes. And unfortunately, like we do have to, I do think it's effective to talk to even Republicans, to MAGA voters, and so they know we don't agree with the far left fringe. I certainly don't. I don't know. I would like it if the far left fringe had nothing to do with me. I have had nothing I've gotten nothing but
Pain and
grief
tears.
from them.
Pain and tears, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I think it's an effective strategy, right? I think there are a lot of people who would have voted Dem who have liberal values, but just kind of, ended up voting otherwise or not voting at all because unfortunately, we again have been grouped in with these far left people who are insufferable. So yeah, we have to address it, right? So, yeah.
I agree. I agree with everything you just said. It's this, the problem is people can't hold more than one idea at a single time, I feel. And I think this is a problem on the left and the right just in general, right? They can't understand that, yes, Republicans are bad. Republicans do bad things. Or Trump is bad. Trump's destroying the country. But also, the Democrats and the left specifically have contributed to that by things that do not gain any electoral value, by behaving in ways that gain nothing for us electorally, right? Making a dead kid joke doesn't bring anyone on board. There's no one that wasn't going to vote that is now going to vote Democrat because we made fun of dead kids in Texas. There's not a single person, not a soul. But there is more than one person who will see that and it's like, fuck you. I'm never going to have anything to do with anything you have anything to do with. And just stay home or do a protest vote or something like that. And especially in their people's personal lives, as Stardust said, you've got nothing but grief from the left. I would just posit that most people who interact with the left, the far left, the extreme left, there's nothing but grief there. They get nothing but grief there. And you don't want anything to do with that, so you're going to run to the other side. I don't know. Is it rational? No, but it's human. And guess who votes? Humans, not AI, right? Mecha Hitler isn't voting yet. So, I don't know. Rant, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can just add one more thing. Again, I'm not saying that that the Dems are completely responsible for the rise of MAGA. As I said earlier in this stream, I think it's way more than that. I think the Dems are only a very small portion, if it even personally, right? I do think it's more of like progressive, like reactionaries, right? Far left reactionaries that are more responsible for that, and the rise of populist rhetoric and things like that, and like the rise of these certain types of thinking, like anti-establishment, anti-intellectualism, all of that, right? But again, like, yeah, vibes matter, unfortunately. So vibes matter, and people are using politics as an aesthetic. So yeah.
So
Well, and culture matters.
Yeah, I do want to hear what Dev has to say. Go ahead.
Yeah.
For 2016, for 2016 Stardust, I don't agree with you. I do think we can actually put more blame on the Democrats than Republicans for Trump's 2016 win. In 2024, it's a different story. But I'm actually willing to fully just put the majority of the blame on the Dems in 2016. And I'll maybe I can refresh people on this.
Yeah, what's the difference? Can you elaborate on the difference? So
sure,
I agree with you mostly, but I want to hear you say it. All right, go ahead.
So Iraq War starts in 2003, Afghanistan was 2001. Iraq War was 2003. It was a complete fucking shit show. Everyone knows that. America shouldn't have been there. And I know Counterpoints has said a couple of reasons why, but overall, it was more bad than good. And the zeitgeist in 2016 was a direct reaction to the zeitgeist of 2008, because the zeitgeist of 2008 was Obama's hope and change. We're actually going to change things. And after 8 years of George Bush, people actually wanted hope and change. When Obama came along, there wasn't actually all that much hope and change, it turns out. The critique of neoconservatism was blunted because the Dems are primarily neolibs, and neocons are like good friends. And by the time 2016 comes around, there's this sense of, among people who actually wanted change, there's this sense, and I remember it because I was one of those, young student activists back then. There's at least during Obama's first term anyway, there was this sense that Obama was just George Bush again.
Just real quick, housekeeping, Stardust. Like on occasion, your mic is picking up what we're saying. Just on rare occasion.
Are we echoing through?
Okay. It's rare, but it happens.
Yeah, I'll try to turn it down.
Time. But go ahead. Sorry, Dev.
So yeah. Basically, there was this just complete, and I really do think that it was one issue, and it was the Iraq War. It was the fact that everyone was fed up with the right wing, which was all very, very war hawkish. Let's go to the Middle East and get their oil kind of thing. And then they turned to the left, and the left sold the hope and change line, and then nothing came out of it. And it ended up being the exact same stuff as what the neocons were doing. And so I went back and I dug this up, and I think I can share it with you guys, so maybe you'll be able to see it on stream. I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, click
here.
It is. We can watch.
You guys can see this, eh?
We can see it. Yeah, and you can play it even, and we can hear it.
Okay, so I dug this up. This is from early 2016 Republican primaries. Okay, so let's just listen in for a second. Which is record in Iraq. Oops, hold on. I got it on 2 times speed because I watched this like an autist. Okay, here we go.
The war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should.
So this is the moment that Donald Trump won 2016. And it's very obvious going back and looking at it in hindsight that this was the moment. Because if you go back to like 2012 and you see Mitt Romney, he wasn't critiquing George Bush. No one was critiquing George Bush. George Bush was seen as this massive success story on the right. And then the left, yeah, they critiqued him, but like no establishment Democrat went, like Obama gets into power, nothing changes. So you have all these people who are these disaffected leftists, and they hear exactly 2 people on the campaign trail saying what everyone thought was the truth. That the establishment massively fucked up. The Iraq War was a complete fucking disaster. You have Bernie and you have Trump. Bernie lost his primary. Trump won his primary. They voted Trump. This seems like very, very simplistic, but I guarantee you, having been part of these movements back then, this is exactly what happened. It is what happened to Sargon. It is what happened to Tim Pool. It is what happened to all of my former right-wing friends who have now moved so far right that we're not friends anymore. It happened to all of them.
Crazy work. Let me read some super chats real quick. Make a little money. And then if anyone has any other thoughts before we kind of bring on, I know Soy Pill and Sansol have issues with what we say, so I'm going to bring them on.
I might have something else.
We lost you.
Just check my notes here.
We lost you, Wick.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay, but let me make a little money first.
I also don't agree with nothing changed, but yeah. Sorry.
We're gonna get some. So gang, if you're enjoying the content, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. Wick and Tali show, right? We do this every week. It's great content. I hope you enjoy.
Need help workshopping a name?
We
Let me
do.
know.
We do.
We
You know what?
do.
We
You
can
know what?
tally.
Let's do a group chat.
Okay,
Let's do
we'll
group
look at
chat
it. We'll look
and
at
I'll
it. But let me
help
read these
Okay.
super chats before anything else, right? Because again, money. $5 from Lawson Harrison to say, Wick, your uncle told me to move back to Brooklyn, so I think he is pretty racist. Well, thank you for the $5. Canadian dollars from Teskel Johnson to say, Stardust made you. You'd still be a cat boy without her. Look, I was a puppy boy before anything. Okay. And this is
The
old
most
lore.
iconic Wick moment was him dressing up as he dressed up as a cat, right? And a
Both.
dog now,
There was a
right?
puppy time and a kitty. There was a puppy Wick and kitty
Yeah,
Wick.
dude, Wick will go next level. He will for the content, and nobody can take that away from him. So yeah,
True.
iconic moments. And he got accused of doing blackface for dressing up as a
Dressing up as a cat. Speaking of
like,
the
it's not
left
even
losing
that
people,
either.
right? That was my moment. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna say I'm
Hello?
gonna be blackface?"
He's an animal. Yeah.
Okay,
Wick's
$5.
even a booby streamer for $50.
True, $50. I'll take my shirt off, gang. $5 for beer water. Say, Wick, have you watched The Terrifier yet? I have not. This beer water keeps telling me to watch the Terrifier, and I just keep putting it off and forgetting about it. I apologize. $5 from the Daniel to say, I feel like we can't really mock Trumples for voting on vibes anymore after the 2024 Kamala campaign, to be honest. That was 100% vibes and little to no policy. Well, the 2024 campaign had a whole host of issues. We might go into that. We might not. Greg Yo for $10 to say, are we taking away too much agency from people in these discussions? At the end of the day, people are responsible for who they chose to vote for. Putting it on the left is infantilizing them. A little bit, but I get what you're saying, Greg Yo. I do. I understand. And I'm not trying to take away the responsibility here, but I am simply saying there are influences that cause people to make decisions or influence them to make decisions. And we would be remiss not to at least discuss those influences. And then $50 from
Each
Audacity
person's
to say, thanks for reminding me, Tali. So yeah, give me a second, but go ahead.
it's each person's responsibility. It comes down to them who they vote for, obviously. And if you care about not losing more voters, or if you care about what the reasons are for why people change their vote, you could choose to listen. I think that's another one of the frustrations.
Jesus
Like
Christ, Wick.
people are so angry about people like me being in these types of conversations. And I think it's okay if the Democrats choose to lean into the left instead of leaning away from it. But it's just sort of like, this is what it is. It's like, whether people like it or not, people do feel this way. People do behave this way. This is a human reaction that the left can either choose to deal with or to shame people for.
I remember the far left also are not like particularly effective. Like a lot of them don't. They'll just advocate to not even vote. So I mean, like, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for us to lean in and accept that. So yeah.
Okay. Well, if there's no more thoughts, if you do have something to say before,
Well, there is actually, yes.
Yeah, go ahead,
I do
please,
have.
please.
I realized I didn't actually describe the difference between 2016 and 2024. 2016 was definitely the era of the disaffected center-left person who just felt not seen by politics. And then when Trump goes on stage and says what everyone's thinking, the Iraq War was a mistake, everyone flocks to him. I really do think that that's what happened in 2016. But that is the planting of the seed, right? Because then as soon as you combine that with people getting expelled from polite society for having this feeling, then they start to radicalize because they don't disappear. They become more right wing, and then this is how Sargon goes from being a Bernie bro to being a full on actual right winger. So, these things do matter. You can't, if you like you can expel people from your movement if you want, but they don't, unless you're going to kill them. They don't vanish. They continue to radicalize. They continue to go their own way, and then they will come back with a vengeance in the next election. So it's as simple as that. In 2024. The movement around Trump morphed over those 8 years into something far worse than it initially was. And I think, and we can definitely blame them for a lot of that, because they are in fact the villains. But we can also blame, I think, the Democratic Party for being kind of weak and how they dealt with them, because man, they should not have waited until halfway through Biden's term to get those prosecutions going against Trump. Like, what a massive fucking misstep, dude. Like, he should have been in fucking handcuffs January 21st.
I also I do have to say, like, I think I really respect like Alan Lichtman's view on the whole thing with Biden and why he lost. I think that's his name. He was talking about well, personally, I still feel like I hate to say it, but I don't think America's going to vote for a woman president anytime soon, unless she's a Republican. But I do think that he was right on that. I think probably Biden still could have won if we didn't have so much of the Democrat Party, like talking shit on him for his bad debate performance. In my personal opinion, I think
100%.
we could. American. Like, again, American memories are very short term. I think we could have probably like, even though Kamala was in my opinion, I think she was a great candidate. I do think that we could have won with Biden if we just like.
You
stuck
think
it out
we
and
should
didn't
have?
I think so. Yeah, I think maybe we should
Okay.
have.
So,
Okay,
I mean,
just-
not to press you too much, but like,
Just
what do you
housekeeping
make of
thing.
like?
Just real housekeeping, then I'll let you
Okay.
ask a question. Then we do got to bring those other people on. If you guys want me to put my shirt back on, you got to pay me, okay? And it's not going to be happening for free. $100, and I'll put my shirt back on. Okay, go ahead.
Well, because I mean, I voted for Biden in 2020, and early on, I want to say it was like 2022. By that point, that he had already indicated that he would be running again. And I was very frustrated by that because of what I saw as obvious cognitive decline already at that point. I already thought he was sort of too old and milquetoast in 2020, but I got behind the nominee. I was a Bernie supporter in the primary 2016 and 2020. But like, I guess there are a lot of people on the right who are, and centrists even, who like will recoil at you saying that you think it should have been Biden, because like, what do you make of even like the Jake Tapper and Alex Stein? Like, man, what if he was actually not well?
So I think I understand the concerns about him not being well. I do think that I have to look more into the Jake Tapper stuff, but Jake Tapper seemed a bit vindictive. I do think that it's possible that he did have cognitive signs of cognitive decline, but so does Trump, and I would rather
not on the same level though.
I would rather have like Biden literally being like, Biden had way better advisors and way better cabinet and people in his administration. I would rather have Biden having signs of cognitive decline and running the country, because I think he did a good job, than I would have Trump doing that.
Okay.
Honestly,
Gang, with that, they're beating at the gates. They're beating at my DMs. Okay, they are not giving me any peace. Okay, they are angry. They are upset. They are, man, the slurs that Soy Pill specifically has been using, right? Like, I can't repeat them on stream, but let's bring them on and see what they have to say.
Not steal this from JD Vance.
Oh, you're on. You're live. Okay.
Hi.
Like, hey guys, give me a second here. I'm just setting up.
I know Sansol and Sansol, you're the one who initially asked, so if I'm going to open it up, might as well bring it you as well.
Give me just. I'm just trying to make sure that you have good production quality. You have my pretty face up there. 1 second.
Okay. I want to give the mic first to Soy Pill and then to Sansol to kind of what I'll say this. I feel that this conversation has been quite productive so far. I think it's been quite good so far. I think we've really kind of tackled what I feel are actual issues. But you guys aren't happy with the conversation. I just want to give you a chance to say why and to talk about it with us if you'd like. Because, soy pill,
Yeah,
I
so
guess.
in everyone here's defense, I have not watched the whole thing, but I'm frustrated listening to what is ostensibly a conversation coming from centrist, if not Trump supporters, telling the Democrats what they can do to win them over. I'm just like confused as to why I should be taking these people seriously whatsoever, when really all they need to be doing for the rest of their lives is atoning for their really fucking stupid decision, and like figuring out like, hey, how can I make this right? Instead of like, well, this was your fault, and this is what we need to do about it. Like, now, don't get me wrong, I haven't seen the Live and Learn where they roasted you, Tali, and I don't know everything you've said in this conversation. So maybe you had some really good responses, but just the concept of you being on this panel as an expert instead of someone who should be groveling at
I'm
our
not an
feet
expert.
is
I'm
very,
a
very annoying.
co-host. I'm a
Sure, whatever.
co-host to host the
Person
conversation.
that we should be listening to in any regard is very frustrating, just in concept. And this is nothing against you in slight. It's just the concept of anyone listening to you, period, as a former
It's
Trump
nothing
voter.
against me. Obviously, this is nothing.
Well, no, I'm sure you'll talk and I'll get more mad, but like this is just like
here's why, dude. It's because she's correct factually.
About what?
Can I ask a question? So okay, do you guys deny that like? Okay, I'm not disagreeing that like like Trump voters made a really dumb fucking mistake, but do you guys like disagree that so many voters vote based on vibes?
No, I
No,
mean
no
Tali
one's
raised her
disagreeing with
hand,
that.
but that's what I'm saying is like, why do we have the vibe-based voter up here and like, hey, what should the Democrats do to win your vibes over? When it's like this person doesn't have any like integrity to why they vote based on vibes, so why don't we like do something more?
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually moderate here because I could tell already. I want to give it to Dev first, then we'll give it to Stardust, and then we'll get.
Oh, and Dev, for the record, I don't hate you. I don't know. You said that earlier. I don't know you. Maybe I'll hate you once you talk, though.
You maybe you didn't know it was me. You pinged me on Twitter and said something to that effect. So
you probably said something really stupid then.
So when it comes to Trump voters, you know that they don't just disappear, right?
What?
Like they don't disappear when you deperson them, when you deplatform them, when you ban them from various things online. They don't vanish. They still
I didn't say
vote.
we should deperson them. My whole thing is reaching out to Trump supporters. I'm asking why Tali is up here like, well, Democrats, this is what you need to do, and it's like
because it is what they need to do.
I was a Democrat.
Because
it is
what Democrats need to do.
This is
okay.
This
well,
is the question.
Hold on.
Because
since I haven't heard everything.
Yeah, wait. Hold on.
At the beginning of this, you guys were talking about how people are getting bullied.
I'm
You were saying that people are getting bullied.
I'm going to set this up for you. I'm going to set this up for you.
Tali, please.
Yeah.
So this is our opinion of what the left should do. There are lots of opinions of liberals and leftists and center-left people are talking about right now, and I think we've brought that up. People wondering which direction should there are the people who say the left, the Democrats have been moving right and trying to appease centrists and Republicans for all these years. When are we going to make a change and just lean into the leftist policies that our base really wants to see? That's one school of thought. The other school of thought is wokeness, and a lot of these culture war issues and a lot of the toxicity among people on the left is pushing people away, people who were formerly allies, people who are now just disaffected, even if they don't turn into Republicans. And maybe we should care about that. That is the opinion.
My question is like, what switched you from Democrat to Trump? Like, because I haven't heard this. I wanted to hear you
happen overnight. It didn't happen overnight. This was was an approximately 4-year process. So
which years which years?
Summer of 2021 up until November of 2024 when I voted for Trump.
Okay. And
okay,
I don't know if you could summarize it in like 3 points. What would it be? Big 3. Was it wokeness? Was that one of them?
Well, it's funny because we just had like
certainly
we've had like
yes
3 conversations about this.
I'm trying to get the short version, just straight to the point, right?
Okay.
Yeah, there are a lot of issues that I see on the left. The first thing that triggered my alert to say, what's going on with my side was noticing the illiberalism of who I thought to be my liberal and progressive peers. Then I started changing the types of people that I was listening to, the types of reading that I was doing, and changed my mind about a lot of different cultural issues. Yeah, basically, more or less that. And I now believe that the left is eating itself. And it makes me very sad because I see a lot of people on the right as super crazy. And I'm not a Republican.
Okay.
And I wish that we had
Trump
better options.
In 2024, third term, like based on everything you're seeing happen today.
So this is respectfully, you should just go back and watch the Live and Learn. You should watch
just
my
yes
Not So Airy Day
like,
conversation.
Based on everything that's happening today, yes or no?
To my Pisco
yes
conversation.
Yes or no?
Well, I had a whole conversation about that I wouldn't vote for him moving forward in the future. It's like I don't see the value in asking me to regret my vote.
No,
or
it's
to
not
take
even
back
about
my vote
regret.
in
It's
some
like,
way that
how
I
can you look at
can't.
everything going wrong today and say, well, the
Sure, and
Democrats,
you
for
can
all the
here
problems they
here
have, which I
so
might agree
Soy
with.
Pill, you can just disagree with what we're saying and think that we're ridiculous, and you can maybe you'll win, maybe you're right, or maybe you'll lose again. Maybe you will continue to lose, and
But
we'll
you
just
just
find
said you
out.
wouldn't vote for him again, right? So why are you spending time up here saying like, well, here's what the Democrats need to do, and not, coming out of this platform saying, holy shit, I made a huge mistake. I'm voting for a guy who's dismantling our democracy and subverting all these congressional powers and like doing all these inhumane things with all these illegal immigrants in LA. And I think this is fucking insane, and I want to do something against this. Guys,
I have
here's
to
like, is that what you're going to do? Or are you going to be
so
like,
hold on. So
well,
maybe
this is
yeah,
why
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, this
I
is a good
was
idea.
driven
This
to
is
the
a good
Democratic
idea.
Party,
This is a
right?
good idea. Sniphill, why don't you just type me out a script? I'll start every conversation that I have with that so that I'm then allowed to speak after that. If you could write something down, that would be helpful for me moving
No,
forward.
I think you should be like embarrassed for like making this big of a mistake, and the fact that you're like, well,
Okay,
like
and I
here's what I
think
think
you're
the Dems should
proving
do.
my point. I think you're proving my point.
Your
This
point
type
being
of
what?
toxicity pushes people away from the left.
That I say like, hey,
liberals
you
away
should be
from the
embarrassed,
left.
and I accept that you have now come to the right conclusion that
No, I
Trump
mean,
is
like
not a
you
good
jumping
president.
into the conversation and saying, why are we listening to somebody like this? Why are we listening to someone who voted Trump give criticism on the left? You mean somebody who spent her entire life on the left?
No,
Why would
not
we
just
care about
someone
what
who.
made someone who spent
There's
their
a very
entire
big
life on the
difference be
left
saying like, all right,
change their
someone who
worldview and
switched.
even vote for Donald Trump?
Okay, hold on. So obviously,
Curiosity
wait,
would go really a
please,
long way.
please.
So would
You're triggering me.
charity. No,
I'm triggered.
seriously. No,
No,
yeah,
no,
okay.
okay. So first
you
of
are the
all,
problem.
you should go watch
You
should
are
go
the
watch
problem.
all of my videos where I'm
Really?
incredibly charitable to Trump supporters. First of all, second of all, the reason I'm coming on here
Sounds
mad
like
is
it.
not that I'm like, oh, like there's no reason to listen to a Trump supporter, because obviously there is. Like there is an entire swath of people that support this man. No matter how retarded the reasons are, we have to figure out how to switch them over. My question is, why are we having a panel with you coming on and saying, well, here's my advice on what the Democrats need to do?
I'm a
Okay,
me
hold
over
on. It's
when
because
you
I asked her to
self-admittedly
be here.
raise your hand and say,
If you
by
wanna-
the way, I'm
if you
just a
wanna- hold on,
vibes-based
hold on,
voter and I have
Soypill,
absolutely
the
no
reason
fucking
we're
principles.
talking to Tali right now is because I asked her to be on. Like the reason anyone is on this panel right now, let's be real,
Wick,
is because
let's be
I
real,
decided
Wick.
to
You
have them
platform
on
a lot
because
of
I was
retards,
interested
me
in what they had to say.
So,
Frankly, okay, but this is a good example. I think this is a good example of what we're talking about, Soypill, and this is you. There is no value to asking her to have this kind of like genuflection before giving an opinion. And I understand you might not agree with her opinion or might not think it's valuable, and that's fair, but other people do, and simply coming on to kind of like scold her, I don't think it's helpful. But I want to get other people in the conversation. I know Stardust wants to go. I know Sansol wants to go.
I think taking these people more seriously is silly.
Sure.
But
We'll get to it. Well, you'll get more speaking time, but I want to get Sansol, I want to get Stardust, and I want to get Dev again, and I want to hear their thoughts on this.
I just really quickly want to say, like, I'm sorry, but like so many people vote based on vibes. We can't just like ignore them.
And we should shame them absolutely into making better decisions.
them.
Not ignoring them, by the way, but absolutely not
Very
platforming them as this like, well, what do you think we should do? It's like, hey, retard, why don't you actually research what you care about and actually vote based on policy instead of being like, well,
the
Trump held up a
they
rainbow
voted
flag.
for, if they voted for vibes,
Yeah,
but
hold on, no,
Stardust.
Soypill. I'm
But
so
if
glad you're right. You are
I have
so
been
generous.
talked over
You
so
think
many
that I
times.
voted
I've
for
been
Trump.
so patient.
You
But
think
if
that I voted for
you
Trump
voted for
Hold on.
vibes, if
because
you
no
voted
one
for
held up
fucking
a rainbow
vibes,
flag.
if you voted for fucking vibes,
Soypill, you're
then why the
so
fuck would
bad
you not
faith.
vote for someone who is more like Soypill than someone who is more like Nancy Pelosi? Like if you're voting for vibes, then the vibes that Soypill is giving is closer to the Trumpian stuff than the Nancy Pelosi. No, not to offend you, but it's more aggressive. It's showing strength. It's showing like, I actually believe in something. I'm not entirely sure.
Sansol, interestingly, it feels like
fucking kidding me.
It feels like there are a lot of people on the left who are sincerely just incurious. Because
I'm sorry, I literally can't understand a word you're saying. I'm trying. I'm not trying to say shut up, but yeah.
You're just like it's just incurious. I didn't vote for Trump because I like his aggressive bullying demeanor. I've specifically said over and over again, and this is like people who are claiming to have watched what I said, that I have always been averse to Trump, that I was holding my nose to vote for Trump, that I was hoping that it would have been Nikki Haley, that I wish we could have gone back in time to 2016 and it would have been John Kasich, okay? That's how I was feeling in 2024, is that I really wanted to vote against the left, and guess what? It happened to be Trump. And even when Trump became the nominee, I still wasn't fully sold that I was going to vote for him. So no, it's not the Trump personality that won me over, certainly.
What's your number one Trump policy?
Respectfully, seriously, I mean this respectfully.
This
if
is
you
a
wanna,
super
like,
easy
bring me
question.
on,
If you voted for it,
if you wanna bring me on your show so you
I
can
no, I don't
do
want to
this
bring you
whole
on my
thing, that's
show.
fine.
I'm
That's
only here
not
because you're here to
great.
be
Then
like,
that's
you
not
should
what
go
this
away.
conversation. Okay.
Here, I'll
Like,
answer it.
like,
Deport the
it's a fucking
illegals.
joke.
Get them the
Yeah,
fuck
okay.
up. Throw them over the border.
There you go. Look,
launch them over the
Dev,
wall with a
if that's
trebuchet.
if that's your real position, that's like, okay, that's what he promised. And I can't be like, well, you were stupid for doing this. It's the people that come out and be like, well, I thought he was going to do all this stuff. And I just can't believe he's going in and deporting people from their workplaces. And then he was fucking holding up signs that said mass deportation. But yeah, if that was your policy, then it's hard for me to be like, well, you were duped or something, or I feel sorry for you for being deceived. Like, no, that's what he said. And you wanted that. That's why I'm asking, is that your number one policy? If that's Dev's, like, as much as I say, fuck you for voting for that, it's still like, well, at least you understood what you were doing.
Dev didn't vote for Trump. Again, you just like came in hot and made all these assumptions that at least half of this panel must have voted for
Dev
Trump
gave
because
a
there was
policy.
criticism
No, I
of
know
the
that
left
Star
taking
didn't.
place.
I don't know what Dev did. I know that you did. You're the only person I know who voted for Trump.
Okay, I do
That,
want to
did
hear
not
that
vote
says
for
a lot
Trump.
more about
I
you.
did not-
If I'm
Hold
the
on.
only
Just
person
to be
that
clear-
knows voted for Trump, that says
No, on
a
this
lot of bad
panel,
things.
idiot. I know a
So
lot of Trump
hold on.
voters.
So just to be clear, I did not vote for Trump. In fact, I made, I think, a 3-hour or 4-hour video on why Trump was absolutely fucking terrible.
Awesome. Thanks.
So no, I am in no way a Trump supporter. Like even then, like I actually do. Okay, joking aside, I would like to see the illegals sent home. I don't like how Trump is
Every
doing
single
it.
one?
I don't like how Trump's doing it,
Every
but
single one?
sure if possible. Like I don't like how he's doing it.
Why don't you
Hold on,
like how he's
hold
doing
on.
it?
Soy. Hold on, just a housekeeping thing. Soy, you gotta let people finish their fucking thought. Okay,
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm on
getting
caffeine.
really
People
frustrating.
have had me riled up, but go on. Sorry.
Dev,
Wait,
please.
wouldn't it be economically devastating, like to send every single illegal home?
Okay, we're not in the immigration debate. We can have another day, right? But
Well, it would be, but I do have a reason for it, but it's probably outside the scope of this conversation. But yeah, it's not based on economics. It's not based on racism. I genuinely think that you cannot have a functioning sovereign country if you don't control who comes in and who comes out legally. And my reasoning for this goes all the way back to the Treaty of Westphalia in the 1600s.
okay,
You can make policies for stronger borders. Like you can be pro stronger borders without sending every illegal home to
red flag on the play. We're not doing an immigration debate today. So Dev, though, you mentioned something that I think is.
I think Dev probably agrees with that, Stardust, if he really
he
laid out his
might,
full-
but again, we're not here to debate immigration. Dev, you said something that I think was interesting, and I wonder if you'd elaborate on that. When Soypill first came
I
in,
can, but Sansol is literally falling asleep. Shouldn't he have a shot first?
he should have a shot
Yeah,
first,
sorry,
but Stardust is going to disrespect him and talk all over him, because that's what Stardust does. For to Sansol specifically only. I've never seen Stardust act like that to anyone but Sansol, but that's weird.
If you have something that's still on this train of thought, I have a different train of thought to go down, so I'll let you guys finish this one. I'll allow it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
But
I
Dev, you
apologize,
mentioned.
Sansol.
Well, you mentioned that Tali was just correct in her assertion here. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I mean, part of that was just me memeing, to be honest.
Fair enough.
However, like there is some truth there for sure. Like I think voting for Trump in 2024, especially if you are knowledgeable about his 2020 false elector plot, is completely unconscionable. Like I would vote for a fucking bag of potatoes over
Dev,
Trump.
why
in
are you
2024.
shaming Trump supporters right now, dude? You know this is why Trump won, right?
Yes, but I'll still talk to them about it. However, voting for Trump in 2016, I think, is actually a lot more reasonable because there's a different political situation in 2016 versus 2024, and Trump is not the person that he was back then. So I think if someone came to me and said I voted for Trump in 2016, that's a much more reasonable take, in my opinion, than I voted for Trump in 2024.
I don't disagree with you.
Trump got more votes in 2024 than in 2016, correct?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, so this just goes back to what I was saying before, which is like people don't need to like this information, but the truth is there are more people motivated to either vote for Trump or to vote against the left now than there were then. This is a growing problem.
Yeah.
The Democrats don't have to choose to focus on it. But it
So
exists.
here's the thing, right? Like if I was going to sit down and talk to somebody who voted for Trump and then they said, you know what, I don't regret it. Or if they said, you know what, I do actually kind of regret it. And they gave me reasons as to why for both of these things. I don't think I would attach all that much judgment to it necessarily, because what does that actually get me? You know, like what it seems like, Soy Pill, is that you're just looking to be virtue signaled to. You want somebody to express their remorse at having done a thing that you and I both agree is not a very good thing. And whether they whether they regret it or not, or whether they virtue signal at you or not, doesn't actually matter, because they can just lie to you. Like Tali, if Tali wants to, she can right now completely kneel at your feet and apologize and not mean a single bit of it.
I don't care about people groveling towards me. That means very little, although it is funny. What I care about is that the person who we're listening to as to what should we do next is a person who is self-admittedly is going to vote based on vibes. You raised your hand when someone mentioned that. And someone who has done the dumbest thing ever, which is vote for Trump after his first term, after the elector scheme. And now seeing everything that's happening now, we're going to look at that and say like, hey, this is all terrible. And I'm partly to blame because I voted for him. But you know what? Let's take me as the authority, and I'm going to speak as like an authority here, and not like, guys, I'm really sorry about this, but like, hey, this is why I did this. I'm like, this is how we can correct it, and this is how I was shifted back this way. Like, other than that, it's like it's absolutely ridiculous.
Who
Like
else
anyone
should
should
we
be.
talk
listening.
to?
Hold on. So okay, I completely agree with everything you just said. Now, do you want Tali to vote for the left or the right in 2026 and 2028?
Well,
already
obviously,
said
I
that she's
think
gonna
she
vote for
should
the
vote
left.
for the left.
Yes. So perhaps listening to her a little bit and having a little bit of charitability is probably a good thing.
Why? She's doing everything I wanted to do. Now she can just stop talking.
Okay.
So now if I were in her position, now I'd vote for the right out of spite. Because
and that would be my point, is like, if someone's gonna switch votes because some guy came in and yelled at them, they're fucking retarded and we shouldn't take them seriously. And it's like, oh no, we've scolded them too long. Oh, is that your wife? Hi.
It is my wife, and she voted Trump too. Guys, don't cancel her.
Oh my god, the lesbians are voting Trump, guys. We got rid of the lesbians now. I guess. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the interracial lesbians voting Trump. Everything's really fucked, guys. Maybe you should take a look at what's going on the left.
That you guys are like too stupid to understand that Obergefell is being considered to be
repealed.
Like, do you ever worry about that?
You can.
I do want to give Sansel a chance at some point. Right.
Yeah, just real quick, Soypel. This is.
And Sansel, accept the request that I just sent you. Just accept it and come in.
Just real quick.
Where?
You can call them retarded, and maybe they even are retarded, but they still have votes, and it doesn't go away.
Right. Okay, listen, so here's the thing, Dev, listen to me. If I'm just saying go away, that's useless, right? But if I'm saying, hey, retard, the people that you voted for are going to try to get your marriage license revoked, and you should understand that, and they still are going to vote for Trump, then they're a lost cause, and they need to disappear, and don't platform them because they're fucking useless. Okay. Now, if you're going to say, whoops, I accidentally voted for the people that are going to try to overturn Obergefell, who have ostensibly said, hey, we're giving this to Supreme Court. It's already coming out of Iowa. I really don't like the fact that my marriage license is going to be revoked, and I'm sorry, and I'm going to go tell all my gays about it. Cool. Awesome. Let's bring them up here and spread the word about how you fucked up. Otherwise, go the fuck away.
Here's a problem with that.
And this is what I mean about you wanting to be virtue signaled to, because that's all virtue signaling.
That's not virtue signaling. That's spreading message about a real policy that's going to happen based on the vote.
Oh my god.
Okay. Hold on. I got to get something out, and then we're going to go to Sansel. I'm just going to say this, and then we're going to go directly to Sansel. I want to make sure, right? If we want to win people back, we have to talk to the people that we lost. Tali is one of those people that we lost.
No, actually, Tali said she would vote for a Democrat next, so we don't have to talk to her anymore.
Sansel, go ahead, please.
Here, so like I want to say, like, up front, the questions I was going to ask here, my style is a little less aggressive than Soy Pill's, but his sentiment is the same. I share the same sentiment. Here's my question. You talked a lot about at the beginning, this is what triggered me, about how, people get bullied. And, I know it's not like I get bullied and therefore I have to become a Nazi. You guys referenced that. But like, what do you think is the typical reason why people voted for Trump? Do you think that it is typical for people to be bullied into voting for Trump? Or do you think that it is typical for someone to vote for Trump for another reason?
Which year are you talking about?
I assumed that you guys were talking about 2024 when you guys were talking about this. 2016, I feel like probably didn't have the same vibes to it.
I think the bullying was more of a factor in 2016 than 2024. I think in 2024, if unaligned people started shifting rightward, it's because they ended up falling for the media line that there was lawfare happening against Trump. And that's why I believe that Biden should have been a lot stronger on going after Trump after 2020 legally.
So if that's the case, then why do we spend so much time on how mean the left is, and how, if it was more about like the ineffectual nature of the Democrats, or what they should have done, or
Sure.
what they did do or didn't do, then why did we spend so much time about how mean
Because
the left is?
I disagree slightly with Dev's take here. I think that in 2024, I think it was still a fact. I think it was a significant factor. I won't say it's a main factor. I wouldn't say most MAGA people voted this way because of this. But there is quite a bit of people that I know who either stayed home or voted for Trump as a protest vote because of what they saw as the excesses of the left, of how they were treated personally by people on the left. Because, of course, again, I don't understand how people don't understand this.
No,
If-
because
if people are shitty
we
to
understand
you,
this,
as
Vic.
well as
Hold on,
anyone.
hold on.
understand
Let me
I've
finish
argued
it.
that
If
we
people are
should
shitty
be-
to
we
you,
should-
if people continually
Yeah,
shit
no
on
one
you,
argues
you're gonna
against
vote
that,
against
right?
them, even if
But
it's
right,
not
but
in
Wick,
your
we're
best
talking
Wick,
about what is
but
the
Wick,
typical
Wick, Wick,
reason.
Wick, Wick, Wick.
Why,
Yeah,
why
it's
are we
like-
spending so much time on that when
Yeah.
the reasons that people are voting
because
for
this is
fucking
a
Trump
fixable
is because
problem
for
in a
other-
way that other issues are not. This is a fixable
Yeah, but
problem
so,
in
like-
a way that other
so
issues
the-
are
so
not.
the-
It's
but
low
here's
our
the
hanging
thing.
fruit.
messaging
This is
on
why-
the
Wick, this is
economy
why-
isn't
Okay.
fixable.
Not in the
Sorry.
not when we have no
Okay,
political
I have
power.
a-
Hold on, not when we have no political power. The Democrats don't own the House. They don't own the Senate. They don't own
We
the
were
White
in
House.
power.
So what we can influence is the people who are the influencers and people on the left and the far left. We can excise them or
Hold on, but
influence
you're
them to
now
stop
talking in the
being
present,
shitty.
You're now talking in the present tense, Wick. When you guys were at that time talking about the 2024 election and the 2020 election. You can't talk about, well, we don't have power now. We did then. That's not what the issue is, right?
I can't
Sure.
turn
So I
back
have an
time.
answer
I'm
for
you.
talking
Saul?
I have an
today
answer.
because I can. Going forward, what should we do? And that is my
I
advocacy.
don't disagree. I just want to say I don't disagree, and you guys all know, right? Like I don't like it when the left is like sitting there and shitting down the throat of people who might very well vote for us, right? Like I'm on that train too. All right, I'm a little bit of a soy liberal, not leftist. All right, but at the
Based.
same time, I'm not going to sit here at the moment that we're in right now and say, oh, well, it's because of the Democrats being too mean. Or I'm going to sit here, I'm going to be really mad about what Destiny said about the flood victims. It's not that I think that we need more of that, like you were saying, Wick. No, I don't think that, and maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think that I've seen anybody say like, "Oh, we specifically need to make more fun of dead white babies." There might be a couple of two Twitter posts out there, but by and large, it's why the fuck do I give a fuck what Destiny said here when I see Studio Ghibli, anime or AI generated abuelas getting arrested by ICE people, and they're all saying they're jerking off. Fuck, what I was sent something to bring up for this. It was right here. Breaking. ICE will be removing Kilmar Abrego Garcia to a third-party country after an activist judge tries to put him on the streets of America. DHS promised he'll never be free in America again, so he's going to end up in a South Sudanese prison or somewhere similar. Crying, laughing emoji. He didn't want to be in El Salvador, so maybe he'll enjoy South Sudan. This is like what they're laughing about.
That's why
right?
I voted
And-
for the Dem in 2028 was that post, actually, because they bullied my people.
Unironic. Hold on. This behavior is why I am bullish on the left winning in 2026 and 2028. I think that this is an.
But people don't care
this
about.
rebel-
People did
Hold
not
on.
vote for the Republicans when they did that.
Oh my God. Okay.
They didn't. So it's not that people are voting for them for
They
that.
voted
I
against
don't
him in
think that that's the
2018,
reason.
They voted against
But
him
I
in
don't.
2020. They voted against him in 2022. The reason they won
Not
in
because of that.
2024 was because we pushed out Biden, cooed him basically, and also decided to run Kamala. It was such a fucky wucky situation that I don't think we could do, like this relevancy, a recency bias, I should say, this recency bias that you guys have that they won once out of 5 elections, they won once, and that's then we should do everything they do. Their behavior that they're exuding and exhibiting is going to be the reason they lose in 2026, and it's going to be the reason
It wasn't the reason they
hopefully
lost
lose
in 2020.
behavior.
though.
So why should we emulate that behavior?
You think? Well, no. Wick, what the fuck are you talking? You think that
I'm
Biden
not. No one's
lost
saying
in
to
20 you think
emulate the behavior.
Kamala-
They're saying that
you
I
think-
don't care if someone
Wait,
does it.
San, do
Sorry.
you think that Kamala lost because of her behavior?
Kamala
not
lost
because of
because she wouldn't,
inflation,
she
not
only
because
had
of,
3 months to run. She only had
Yeah,
3
but
months
because
to
of her
run.
behavior, you're like, well, Trump's going to lose because of his behavior. No, Trump's going to lose if people feel the economy's bad enough. People are disgusted by his ICE policies. People don't like the fact that tariffs are going to like tank the like economy into a recession. Like that's why people will vote. They're not going to vote because Trump is mean.
They will vote.
No, they
right?
fucking will
they
not vote
absolutely
against
do
him
this.
They're
because
voting
Trump
because
is
of his
mean. That is
actions, not because of his
That is not
words.
the delimiting
Hold
line.
on,
That is
they
not why
vote because
people
how
vote
they are
against someone.
treated. And if they are
Yes,
treated poorly by a
physically because of
side, they will vote
policy,
against
not
that
because he's
side.
mean.
How is this so hard to grasp?
Being mean
Wait,
You
on
guys
Twitter
just
is not
have
why
this-
people are going to
this
vote against Trump, dude.
incapability of grasping the situation
on,
that
just a
people
second
vote
ago-
on vibes, and more people vote on vibes than vote on
I
policy.
said-
so
I
why
asked you
not
if
make
it
the
was
vibes
typical.
good?
I asked
Hold
you
on.
if it was typical for people to be bullied into voting for Trump, and you said no. And now you're saying that that is the case. So which is it, Wick? Is the left, are Democrats
I
just
think
so fucking toxic and so fucking
more
vile
people
that we
vote
bully
on
everyone
vibes
into
than
voting?
anything
Oh no,
else.
I'm so fucking like put down and about. Like I don't think that we should be doing that, but I'm not going to cry if I see someone make an edgy joke. That's all I'm fucking saying. And you're saying here that we have to all be fucking saints and that like we all have to like rise above. When
We have to
obviously
be better
that's
than
not the
them,
case,
yes.
because they voted for them
Why
despite
do we have
doing
to be
those
better than
things.
them?
Okay.
They win
They did
a
the
majority
things.
of
They
votes
voted
doing
for them.
that. Clearly,
Why
They
would they
won
care if we did
once
it?
one election cycle. Oh my God! They lost
won
in
two election
2022
cycles.
because of
They-
this. They lost in
they won two of
2018
them.
because of this. They lost in 2020 because of this.
They were doing that for
They won
for-
2022.
They were doing that, Wick, for 5 years, and Tali voted for them. So clearly, it's not a delimiting issue that's going to completely push people away. You know?
If I can, I do
Go ahead,
think that the vibes-based voting, like kind of conversation, I think is more relevant to specifically 2016 voters. But I would agree.
I agree, yeah.
think that, yeah, I would agree that regarding like making dark jokes, I don't think any joke should be off topic. I just don't. Like I think like if people, I understand like Wick, your concerns about like, you're gonna isolate people if you are if you're like if you're making jokes like that, but I do think like, yeah, the cruel jokes have already been kind of in circulation. I don't think jokes should be like off,
I
off
don't think anyone
limits.
should
I
be
say-
canceled
Well,
for
wait,
that.
There's a
Wick.
difference. I think there's a difference between making jokes about things and like actually like cutting off people completely, right? So that's my main point, is like I don't think we should be cutting off people completely necessarily for their political views. I think we should be engaging with people who have different views than us, but that's very different than police people for making dark jokes.
Okay, I
So-
want to raid
yeah,
some
who's
super chats
saying
and make
any
some
of
money
that
before I let
here?
anyone else in, because money is more important than all of you.
Oh, no, there's
and-
other people.
But before
that's
you're
right.
reading, so I wanted to reply to something that Sansol said like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so do that, and then we're gonna get to my
Okay,
money. Yeah.
okay. So I think I mostly agree with you, Sansol. However, I want to point out that the title of the stream is, it's not, should we be mean to people and then therefore that pushes them away, or what does it do to them? The title of the stream is, are Democrats responsible for the rise of MAGA? I think in 2016, the vibe conversation makes a lot of sense, because we didn't have COVID yet, we didn't have lockdowns yet, we didn't have the crazy radicalization yet. In 2016, you're mean to somebody online, they go the other way. Like I said, we saw it with Sargon, we saw it with other people. I think that was definitely a factor. In 2024, like you said, Stardust, that wasn't a factor anymore, I don't think. However, I still think that Democrats are responsible for the rise of MAGA in a large part, because from 2020 to 2024, Democrats pretended like MAGA was vanquished, like they were gone, like it was over, and then they came back and they reconquered the kingdom. I cannot overstate this. The Democrats royally fucked up by not going after Trump 10 times harder. And
I
if we
agree.
want to if we want to hold the Democrats responsible, that's how we hold them responsible. Like if you win in 2028, don't take your eye off the ball. Like you must rip MAGA out of your country.
We
root
have
and
so
stem.
much more power now. If the Democrats get into the presidency, there is so much power that they have at their disposal right now. I wholeheartedly
hate this.
agree.
I hate
now
that-
you
let-
can
hold
now
on.
you can say that you hate this, but I think that the Democrats in 28 should run on a platform of cutting the executive's power
Yes.
in good faith. But first, we should pack the fucking court because this shit's fucking crazy. We should absolutely annihilate all of MAGA's possibility of ever gaining power ever again. We should throw all the people who are involved in all of the money, money fucking grubbing weird bullshit that they're doing with the taxes, buying off and selling at certain points, and all the people involved in ICE straight to Alligator Alcatraz. After we put them there, and
Christ.
This is what
then we can pass a couple of constitutional amendments.
Concentration camps are bad unless we use them on Republicans. That's more
reciprocal
leftist.
radicalization at work
concentration
right here.
camps were bad until they were made part of the conversation. And now, if you're going to throw our people in concentration camps, your people are going in concentration camps.
Let's read some.
Okay, just to be clear, I'm not that left.
Let's read some super chat.
I'm a liberal, okay, brother.
I'm just saying. This is what like.
Here, just real quick. There's someone in the chat. There's people in your chat, Wick, who are saying, "LOL, Dev thinks that the Democrats aren't using power." Trump should have been fed into a fucking wood chipper. At this,
Jesus Christ, my
why?
monetization.
Why?
Gang,
listen.
Monetization.
Why the fuck did Biden wait 2 fucking years to bring charges against Trump when all the evidence was there about the fucking false elector scheme? What the fuck? Like maybe he was just like old and completely brain fucked. He just like sleptwalked through 4 years. Holy shit! Like. The only way that America saves itself right now is if MAGA is utterly and completely fucking destroyed, right? Like every single person who's complicit with this administration needs to basically be thrown in jail.
No, I got
insane right now.
I gotta read these super chats.
Also, we need to like also kind of mimic the right's strategies when it comes to grouping in undesirable groups into the right, because I fucking hate all these far leftists and being branded as liberals. I think we need to start branding all of these like super far right people
MAGA soy pill, right.
as Republicans, and start evening out the playing field. Right now, again, I'm not saying don't disconnect. I agree with the idea of like don't disconnect from people, right? Don't isolate people. But yeah, I do think there's a difference between like not isolating people and like letting people get away with dirty tactics and not being dirty yourself. I think we do need to get a little bit dirty.
You all are wrong and dumb, but let me read these super chats. Okay, $5 from Audacity to say soy never got scolded as a child, and it shows. $5 more from Audacity to say, hey Star, here's the non-critical thinker you were talking about, smiley face. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, who is this new idiot that helped Democrats lose the last election and will lose them the next one? He is a defining characteristic of why people hate Democrats. That's to you, Soapville. Greg Yo for $5. If someone is willing to vote for their exact opposite of their values because leftists were mean to them, that's a mindset I just can't understand. Thank you for the $5.
True.
$20 from Festiva to say, let me help, Soy. Just because guy who I voted for was not as good as I hoped does not mean your person you wanted on your side would not be worse. And you need to prove why you would be way better an option than what we have. 1 month membership from Adam Gadbaugh. Soy Pill's opening statement is why Dems will lose. $10 from Audacity to say, hey, behold the flavor of purity style. No one notices. LMAO. Ah ha ha ha. Holy shit. $2 from the Danielle to say, Soy Pill and Tali, you guys should kiss and make up. I think Tali's wife might have an issue with that.
A little bit inappropriate from that.
I will never date a Jewish woman after knowing my mom. Okay, so it's never happening.
$10. $10 from Lawson
That doesn't
Harrison.
surprise me. There's got to be some psychological things at play
Mommy
here.
issues. Okay, we'll explore that on another topic, right? $10 from Lawson Harrison to say, what would we guess is a percentage of Vibe voters if compared from right to left? I don't know off the top of my head. I just say most people vote on Vibes, just in general, like most people are voting on Vibes. $5 from Testicle Johnson to say, Soy came on specifically to derail the entire panel. What a waste of time. $10 from Audacity to say, I don't regret voting for Trump because now I get epic crash outs on Wick TV, which is live Monday through Friday from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on Twitch and YouTube. $5 from Greg Gio to say, if Trump values are your values, fine. But voting against your own beliefs out of spite is not a respectable position. It's short-sighted. $5 from Smokey D. Bandit to say, my 6-year-old granddaughter has better critical thinking skills than Soy Pill. Artemis Fowl, 7 months membership.
I'm making you lots of money. You should have me
Sure.
on more, Wick.
I'm having you on next week.
Also, these people have a lot of heat for soy pill. I literally talked about putting people in
I'm gonna let you know-
We're
concentration
gonna
camps,
get
and
to
they're
you.
not
Don't
giving me
worry.
any money
Oh,
for
no,
this
no.
shit. What the
To
fuck?
be clear, Sans, every single person right now, they're all making me vote for Kamala Harder right now. Every single one. Because they're being mean to
fucking
me.
true.
They're being mean to me. And I have no
exactly.
principles, and I'm vibe-based, and I don't like when people are mean to me. So
I might listen. I'm a liberal. I might vote for fucking Zoe Mamdani at this
It's actually
point.
literally so bad faith, and I don't think Wick is helping in the way that he describes it either, because I don't actually think for most people it's that simple. So, Council, you said
you can think
how
that, but I'm
many-
going to make money. I'm going to keep reading my super chats because we're not done, and then we'll get to it.
Sure,
I
and then I'll
promise.
pick up after.
$2, or I'm sorry, I missed this. Artemis Fowl, members for 7 months, says, I am confident after seeing this stream. $2 from Hunter Young to say, would Biden have won if not for COVID? Yes or no? I think he would, yeah. Smokey D. Bandit for $2. Soy is Trump's biggest propagandist. $10 from Audacity to say, I know he's being hyperbolic or whatever, but is Dev's magic number really 10 times harder? Seems like a gambit. Every time they fail, he gets stronger. And then $20 from Artemis Fowl to say the left has fundamentally learned nothing and doesn't understand why they lost if they think the bullying is why Trump won the popular vote. Also, listen to Dev. 10 years of Trump is Giga Hitler. Stop.
wait, to be fair, the only person who said that, Tali said he got the most votes because of the left and implied it was like bullying essentially and not any of the policies that were put on the table.
And
So.
finally,
That's why I came out.
yeah, and finally, from Alexander Rin, who couldn't unfortunately afford to, or well, the super chats ain't going through, but he's giving me so much money, so I'm just gonna read what he DM'd me. He says, Soy's belief that shaming and bullying works is contrary to everything Democrats supposedly believe. Shame
not
breeds
even what I
resentment,
believe yet,
bullying
so.
breeds defiance and spite. He and his methods are 100% the reason so many normal people won't vote for Democrats.
What the fuck does that person think that they're talking about? The
Yeah, can I make a
loves
clarifying
shame?
statement,
Like,
actually?
what do you
Was that
think
Artem-
when
just
they
real
talk
quick, just real
about like
quick.
the cuckoldry
Just real
of the
quick.
white man and how the white man is getting outbred and how
Wick.
like we bring like it's like what the fuck? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wick, was that Artemis?
The one who just DM'd me? No.
Yeah,
That was Alexander Rin.
Artemis comment.
Alexander Rin and
Why
Artemis.
are we the only
Artemis
ones that
used
have to
give me a lot of
introspect when
money.
we
Artemis
lose?
stopped
Why does
giving me
everyone
a lot
else
of
get to
money,
just like
and now
go
Alexander
on
Rin
doing the
does.
same thing?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, can I respond to the comment,
Sonzo,
Yeah.
Sonzo, I can actually tell you this. So everyone should introspect.
Yeah.
But left-leaning people are more likely to do it than right-leaning people. Everyone should, but that's just kind of the reality is that only some people do. And
I know, but I feel like we're the only
and-
ones that are like being held like responsible
held to that
to
standard
like
more.
like it's not just the fact that like we do it because obviously we do because we're fucking smarter, but it's the fact that people will sit there and castigate and fucking sit there and say how we need to do things. It's like fuck you at that point.
Yeah, if anything, they're scolding us. Like, you guys are too mean, and that's why I'm not voting. And let me address this, Wick.
I've
I'm
thought
not
about
saying.
this.
Wait.
Past
Can
fucking
I please
5
clarify? I want to
years.
clarify. I have
Yeah,
not talked in a while. Let me clarify this.
literally-
Tali, please.
Hold on. Let
Like,
Soy
you're
Pill.
just-
Hold on,
Please, I
Tali.
wanna
Let Soy
clarify
Pill.
something.
Let Soy Pill go, and then
I-
I'll let Tali respond. So Soy Pill, then
If
Tali.
everyone
Go ahead.
goes to the
Actually,
Soy
I need to
Pill
tack on
channel and they check out my video on talking to Trump supporters, you'll see that I am very charitable and understand that there's value in understanding why people voted for this guy. Clearly, he won the majority vote. My problem is not understanding why people vote based on vibes, reaching out to these people and trying to change their minds. That's like literally my whole fucking thing. My problem is listening to people who are so stupid as to vote for Trump as to what the Democrats should do as some sort of like voice of authority. What you should be doing is saying I'm sorry and disappearing because you have nothing to offer here. Your conversation here is, oh, I voted based on vibes. If a pigeon fucking shits on me tomorrow and I find out it was a Democrat, I'm going to vote for Trump again. So go the fuck away. No one cares.
Okay, this is what I want to say.
I care.
I'm
This is very.
pretty
this is
hyperbolic.
very helpful. You're doing great
Yeah.
work for the left.
I'm pretty
I'm
hyperbolic.
waiting, Tali,
We're-
for you to say anything substantive, by the way.
Okay, let's
I'm supposed to like me and Tali are supposed to talk tomorrow. Hopefully that still happens. I'm pretty hyperbolic. I'll say some pretty like aggressive stuff. I said something about concentration camps a second ago. I don't actually want to throw people in concentration camps. Here's
left
the
lying
thing, though.
again. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's true. When you want to say that it's like this is why the left is losing or stuff like that, it feels like as much as people want to say that the right has been like we're talking down to them and shit, like you can say that, but like we're literally seeing like people lie to us, sometimes mathematically provably lie to us, and then we're being told that like it's our fault that that's happening. That didn't happen under the Biden administration like that. Okay? Like that's fucking crazy. So like the ultimate thing that I'm trying to say here is like I understand that there are reasons why people might vote for Trump. I understand that there are, vibe-based reasons, there are policy-based reasons, and there are like conversations to have there. I don't know what use there is talking about the Democrats' behavior when I look at the Republicans' behavior, and that's what got them elected.
Yeah, exactly. No, Sans, you're hitting it perfectly. Like, Democrats have to be perfect if we're even slightly mean. Like, we lose the votes and we're going to get scolded for it for 4 years. But Donald Trump can come, do the most horrendous policies, to do awful, terrible things to like all these like demographics of people, repeal Roe v. Wade. And it's like, well, we expect him to be mean. And just so you know, like, whoever the last person who was mean to me the second I get into the voting booth was, I'm going to vote against that. Okay, cool. So I know that you have no principles or no values. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear what your like opinions or policy or anything
You'd rather
is.
be
It's
mean
useless.
than win. I get it. So I feel you'd rather
If,
want to be
no,
mean than
no,
actually
it doesn't
win.
matter if you're mean.
Nobody
Donald
is
Trump is mean as fuck and he
saying
wins.
Stardust.
But,
Well,
the
that's
left has to
hold
be
on.
held to
That
this
is the
ridiculous
result
standard.
of your ways of thinking. Is like, well, nothing we do matters. So we,
Wick.
I like being mean. so
No,
I'm
that's
going
not what I'm
to shit on
saying.
you.
Wick,
I'm not saying
nobody
nothing
here
we
is
do matters.
saying.
You
No, Wick, I just
absolutely
want to just say
You
this
absolutely
really
are,
quick.
though.
Nobody here is saying that we ought to be mean, that we ought to make fun of the dead little girls, that we ought to do this or that. It's just like, holy shit, why the fuck are you like sitting there focusing on that when it's such a like
Because
I'm
it's
sorry,
the reason we're losing. It's one of the primary factors of why we keep losing.
I
Stardust, go ahead.
disagree.
No,
I
no,
disagree
wait,
that that's the reason that we're fucking losing.
Source?
Are you
Source
fucking
that-
kidding me? Every single fucking time that there's a trans girl that kills herself on fucking Twitter, there's a million people underneath that post posting the soy jack of a fucking like trans person
And doesn't
fucking
it
hanging
give you
themselves.
pause
And for some
that
reason,
a lot
they
of
still want to
undecided
fucking
voters,
vote.
a
For
lot
some
of
reason, they
moderate
still want to
voters
vote.
can't
For
tell
some
the
reason,
difference
when
between
people
you and them?
poll,
Doesn't
when
that give you
for some
pause?
reason when people are polled, they
that not give you
say,
pause?
"Hey, the economy, the inflation was the primary reason why I voted for Trump this time instead of Kamala."
Whatever.
But for some reason, I have to have
Hold on,
sit
hold
here
on.
and have another liberal tell me that I have to be nicer when I say fuck Republicans, fuck these retards who are voting for people who are literally hunting people like rats
I want to
and
win.
jerking
I
off
don't
with
care
sandpaper
about
to
being
it.
soy
Fuck off with
or
that.
edgy or anything.
Can
I want to win.
interject here?
I want to
Can I
win.
interject?
Stardust.
I don't care if people
Stardust, go.
are. I'm not going to fight
Stardust.
them when they are.
Stardust.
That's all I'm
Stardust
saying.
gets to go. Stardust gets to go.
I need to interject here. Okay. So I do think I agree with so my main thing is when I'm talking about like how we interact with like MAGA people and right wingers, right? My specific thing is like probably we should be willing to talk to them. We shouldn't be cutting them off out of our families. That's not a nice thing to do. We shouldn't be opposed to talking with people. But I don't know that I do think that the purity spiral of the far left, right? Since we have been grouped with the far left, the purity spiral that they do obviously affects us. But if you were to ask me again, like I said at the beginning of this panel, I don't think it's entirely the Democrats' fault. In fact, I think a lot of it boils down to specific movements within within the MAGA movement, and I think those movements you can see on the anti-intellectual left as well. And we need to actually combat those very aggressively. I think you can be aggressive as a liberal and be aggressive in your policies and aggressive in taking down the MAGA movement while still not cutting off people and still not I don't know how many times Tali would have to apologize to make soy pill satisfied, right?
I don't need any amount of apologies. That's again, you're not listening if that's what you think you're saying. I'm not trying to be mean here.
No,
The
no,
point
I'm just
is
saying
that she has
why-
nothing to offer us right
Let me
now.
finish,
Not that she
let me
needs to
finish, let me
apologize.
finish. Shut up. I'm not finished. Okay. So anyways, so yes, like if we're going to actually tackle like things that have directly led to this kind of like weird fucking movement crisis, right? We have like again the anti-intellectualism of both the far left and the far right, and which has now like it's holding hostage the Republican Party, anti-establishment, anti-interventionism, right? And a lot of these things are things that you see again in the left and in the right, and those are movements specifically that we need to like actually take take down very, very aggressively. And we need to take down some of these policies that Trump is implementing, and really combat why those things are really bad very aggressively. So yeah, my main advocacy here is I don't think we should be cutting people off or saying we can't work with them because they don't use the same exact verbiage as us, right?
I don't disagree.
I want to give.
For
Hold on.
the past 10 years,
Hold on. You want to give a lot of people are talking shit on Tali. I want to give Tali a chance to respond. Tali, you have the chance to respond.
Okay. Maybe someone. Well, okay. I'm gonna preface this a little bit, and then maybe I'll get down into some criticisms that I have. But I'm not looking to be a political thought leader. The reason that all I've been talking about for the last 2 weeks is my vote for Trump is because I came on as a co-panelist to WIC TV when weeks went by chatting about different cultural topics when I mentioned that I voted for Trump, and people in the chat were shocked. They were surprised to hear that, okay? And they wanted to hear about the thought process and what happened on my ideological journey, for lack of better words, from the left to the right. Then we decided to go do it on Lib and Learn instead because Econo Boy was asked to join in on the conversation. And then that blew up, and it turns into, why should we be listening to this disaffected liberal who this horrible person who voted for Trump, as some political thought leader? I'm not trying to be a political thought leader. I comment on politics and on culture and things that I'm interested in. And by the way, WIC chose the title and the topic for today's conversation. Okay, so this is not something that I spend all of my time talking about or thinking about. I feel like people are really in bad faith. I raised my hand to vibes, and again, it's because at this point it's almost a joke. I'm acknowledging, yes, that I voted based on vibes. When I say vibes, no, I do not mean whether I had breakfast in the morning or which side of the pillow was facing up when I woke up. I'm talking about cultural things, okay? I've talked about wokeness and this stuff, but there are lots of people, that's what I mean by vibes. They're voting based on the way that the culture feels, that the way that their side feels, that the other side feels. And whether people like it or not, there are a lot of people who are having similar reactions.
Right, no, I understand that, Tali. That's why I asked you what your number one policy was, and you were like, "Oh, this is why the left lost," and you won't answer the question. But Dev gave an answer.
No, I didn't say you asking me what my number one policy was is why the left lost. Okay.
Well, can you just answer it?
I'm saying it's no. Again, you can go watch the other conversation. This is not
why
what
is it
this
so hard? It
conversation
should take
is
10
about.
seconds.
Because if you had listened to any of the conversations, I was voting against the left. I was not voting for Donald Trump. I was voting against the left. I live in a blue state. It really is the fact
cool.
that this
That's
is
all you had to say. There you go.
Was
that so hard? I was voting against the left. That's all you had to say.
Yes,
so
yes, it is so hard because I've talked about this so goddamn much, and for you to have this much of an opinion, you would think that you would have listened to anything that I have said before. Okay.
Well, I didn't listen because you had nothing substantive to say, and you just pointed out again that you don't have anything substantive to say because your view is the woke culture is so much worse. By the way, woke culture, part of woke culture and everything that people hate about it is, people police their own too much, and which is what you're asking us to do is, hey, tell everyone to stop being mean. Don't use mean words against the Trump voters and all that. But by the way, after he tries to fucking coup the government, I'll vote for the right because, well, the left is really woke and weird, and I think the trans stuff goes too far. It's fucking ridiculous.
There are two different See, and this is the thing too. It's like, oh yeah, you just hate trans people. If that's going to be your line, oh, you're just racist. You're just a bigot. You just
don't
hate trans people.
Me. Don't straw man me. Or I'm going to vote for the left. Do not straw man me. I said
really
the trans stuff went too far, which is what you said.
Where I'm coming from. Okay,
hold on,
really
Sansol, shut up. Sansol, shut up. Sansol, shut up. We're having back and forth. Okay, Tali, finish your thought.
I thought that she was done. So.
No, she keeps getting interrupted, and that's why Dev's trying to get her in here.
Well, I don't honestly. It's like what Soypill pauses, doesn't listen to anyone else speaking because he's talking to his stream to then jump in and interrupt and derail the conversation.
No, I can hear two people at once. I understand. Now I'm waiting for you to say anything substantive.
Okay. No, you're right. I have nothing substantive to say. No one should listen to me. Guess what? I'm not sure if you know this or not. No one is being forced to be here. Okay. There are people who are interested in the thought process who have similar critiques of the left. Okay.
Which chat? Give me Tali's best recommendation. I want to hear it.
Okay. Dev, please. Uh-oh.
So I do have a good faith question for you, okay? Yeah. if you were just voting against the left and not for the right, why didn't you vote third party?
I mean, I wasn't going to vote for Jill Stein, first of all. Okay.
Why not?
I don't align with it. Well, number one, her entire platform was just being an anti-Zionist. Okay. So that's not a platform that I'm going to get behind. And because frankly, I wanted to accurately signify my move, which was a directionally to the right. My ideological shift since 2021, when this started for me, has been to the right. Now that puts me firmly in the center. Depending on who I'm talking to, people say I'm either center left or center right, but I'm not all the way on the right. I am not a Republican, but my views have moved in the direction of the right. And yeah, I don't know. Like again, Jill
So you've
Stein was
moved
not an
right, but
appealing
you're going to
candidate
move.
to me
You're
at
going
all.
to vote left in the next election after you've moved right.
So I didn't say I was going to vote left in the next election. I said I would not
Oh.
vote for Trump again, which by the way doesn't matter because Trump is not going to be running again.
Well,
And,
you should listen to what
I
he's
am-
saying and what he said before the election about violating the 22nd Amendment and running for a third term. But maybe that didn't matter to you because left was mean. Sorry.
So
Yeah,
so
see,
Tali,
again, it's like it is such a fucking straw man. Oh, because the left was me and you just change your entire worldview. That's not what happens, people. And this is again why I say I don't actually appreciate the way that Wick is describing it. I doubt that he's even giving his uncle a fair shake when he describes his uncle's transformation. And you're not going to like the answer to this because again, you think that anyone who's anti-woke is just a racist and a bigot and all of this stuff.
I don't think
But it's
that. Don't
not just
strawman me, please.
it's not just
I'm very anti-woke, actually. You can watch a couple of my
Yeah,
videos on the soypillchannel.com.
you're super anti-woke. It's not just, oh, people on the left are interpersonally mean to me. It's also what the left is. So it's not just, oh, I'm a white guy and people, keep calling me racist. It's also a dogma of saying that white people are inherently evil, inherently racist, have to start out
who's saying this that made you vote for the
atoning
right?
for their sins. Who's saying this?
Yeah, who's saying? I'm not saying no one says this, by the way. Because, by the way, I went to a very liberal college in 2016, so I'm very aware. But I also didn't drop all of my policies and vote for the right. So I'm just curious, who is saying this that you're like, oh well, if I vote for the left, this will become more prominent, and they'll say that white people are inherently evil, and this is indicative of future things to come. So I got to vote for the guy who's threatening to run for a third term and is going to overturn my gay marriage.
This started out on the far left in academic spaces, and it has absolutely stretched into normal liberal discourse, where even if they're not saying, "Oh, white people are inherently evil," they are talking about whiteness as inherently oppressive. They are racializing in the way that they speak about the country and the policies that they implement. And there are a lot of people who feel like, I'm not going to vote for a party that hates me or that specifically wants to discriminate against me in some type of effort to atone for a history of racism or something like that.
So Tali, I completely agree with you, and I know exactly what you're getting at. But I still want to know why the right then? Like, why not vote at all? Why not vote independent? Why not write in? Why not just why vote for Trump specifically?
Sure. So even since the election, I'm absorbing new information and my thinking, changes. Saipil, you are literally so aggravating. It's incredible.
Welcome to the club.
Because I had moved to the right. That's how I viewed myself. I viewed myself not just as
Kyle's
the
gonna
left
calm me
left
down,
me
okay?
and the left has gone too
Kyle's gonna
crazy,
say something
but
really
also I
smart and calm
viewed
me down.
myself as actually moving to the right. And again, I think part of this is because I was sort of looking at the left and the right in the way that Tim Pool does. I brought this up before, but I think Tim Pool is
Well, that
correct
explains
when
it.
he says. I think Tim
okay,
Pool
well,
is
okay,
correct.
see, this is all right. So just
Let
quick to be
her-
clear,
hold on, let her finish.
self-admitted, I'm as fucking retarded as Tim Pool, and now listen to me. Go the fuck away. Who gives a shit what you have to think? Jesus Christ.
Okay. So hold on. I do just here. I do have one. I do have one question. One last
I
question.
didn't get to finish my thought though, so I
Oh,
don't
okay,
know.
go
Your
ahead.
thoughts
Go ahead.
are 20 minutes long and irrelevant, as we have pointed out.
Hold on. Let Tali fucking
Question,
finish
I
her
don't know what to
point,
fucking
and then
tell
people can
you.
respond. I want to hear what.
Holy shit.
You shouldn't tell me
has to say
anything. You
here.
should disappear. You should hang up now and stop giving any opinions because they're
You should
fucking
hang
useless.
up if you're triggered. You should hang up.
Jesus,
No, I'm trying to
Literally,
actually win the election. I'm trying to get people like you out of the conversation because you're useless.
Okay, I have a really important question for everyone.
I am losing the election for Democrats. This is correct.
Do we all believe in democracy here? Do we value democracy or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Radically.
Yeah.
Okay. If we value democracy, and sorry, I don't. My camera. I think it's working. Maybe it's not. Whatever.
We can see you.
If we value democracy, then if we disregard what 50% of the population says, how do we do democracy?
Kyla, I spoke so
Good
highly
question.
of you, and then you came in with that silly question. We're not saying disregard what they say. No one's saying that. No one is saying that. For the
You
record.
said
How
literally
are you
shut up
going-
and go away.
You said
No,
shut up
you
and
get
go
off
away.
this panel. Let's not figure out why 50% of the people
How
are voting for
going
Trump.
to
There's a very
address
different.
how are you going to
Sure.
address the
Tali has
large
already told us why
amount
she
of
voted for Trump, because the left was
Hey,
too
I'm not
woke.
talking
Okay,
about
that's
Tali.
the extent of which we need to
I'm not
listen to
talking about
her,
Tali.
and now
I
we
have a
can
question.
focus on messaging. But like
How-
that's
Well,
how are
hold
you
on.
going-
What's
How are
important?
you going to address the large amount of people that, whether you like it or not, do vote based on vibes? And I'm not saying either about who was mean to me right before I went into the voting booth, but people vote based on vibes. We have
I'm
to
aware.
acknowledge that and address it.
Yes, I'm very aware,
Okay.
but we don't have to have them on the
Who
panels
said
constantly
anything?
saying the
My-
same things over and over and
You're
over.
just
That's
trying to
completely
be
useless dribble.
Yeah, but then your criticism is just for Wick. It's not really for Tali. Like Tali's going to come on because Wick right? Be telling Wick stop having MAGA voters.
My
on.
criticism
Okay,
is
the
also for
next
Wick for
question-
platforming people I don't think should be
The-
talking at all.
The next question
No.
is: does the system
No,
still
you're
work, and do we still believe in the system? Do we believe in the system as it exists, or do we think it's broken beyond repair, and we have to engage in different types of tactics to win?
We obviously have to engage in different kinds of tactics to win because we lost in the last election.
Okay, when I ask different kind of tactics, I explicitly mean, should we engage in anti-democratic tactics in the way that the right is doing?
Like example, like what would be an example of
Stacking,
that?
stacking the court,
Is that
lying.
anti-democratic?
I would say to some degree, yeah. If you're like partisanly trying to stack the court in your favor, and then the court is ruling based on partisan politics instead of based on what the court is supposed to do, yeah, I would say that that's like.
Well, I didn't say any of that. I did say that we should probably pack the court because the Republicans have stolen 2 court seats from
Sure.
us.
Okay, so we
They're
want the same
actively
return.
giving God
Sure.
powers to the
Yeah.
president.
I get it. So we should engage in stacking the court. Should we do misinformation and lie? Because that seems to be really effective for the Republicans.
No, I think that is
Why not?
coming to roost for them.
You say that, but
I mean,
how many times
they're
did Trump
now
lie
having
in
to
his
deal.
first?
They're still having to deal with the. Right now, they're having to deal with the Epstein stuff. Maybe I'll change my opinion on the lying stuff in the future. Right now, I don't think that we have to lie. I don't think that that's going to have to happen at any point.
Gotcha.
I would like to not go towards lying because I think already we live in a very post-truth space, and I think we need to move away from that.
Sure. Okay.
Well,
So
not just that, but also history has shown that when you have just a regime of liars, it might take some time, it might take decades, but eventually reality snaps back, and the longer it takes, the worse the snapback. It's going to be fucking terrible, and it will inevitably happen. So I don't think we should go down that road.
No, I mean, I
Gotcha.
don't think that we should lie.
Okay, so then the next question would be, do you guys think that shaming and bullying is an effective way to move people away from their position or towards your position?
I think I'm 60-40 on that being effective. I think that we obviously have that as a function in society. We don't, people feel shame when they walk outside and they're naked, right? So that is something that we have.
Do we?
So
Yeah, that's true.
that's a good question, Meg. I've been waiting for someone to fucking donate.
So the question would be, should we shame fat people? Is that effective for getting them to change their lifestyle and lose weight? What's the data show?
I don't know the data on that.
The data shows it's not very effective, right? Like, we've been bullying fat people forever. Nobody likes fat people. People always treat fat people terribly. Nobody likes to look at them. It's not very effective at getting people to lose weight. Why is that?
Are you telling me that I have a question for you? Are you telling me that I should not treat Trump supporters badly?
I'm asking you, what is the difference between getting people to move their position on different things, right? So shame, as you said, works really well for getting people to go inside and not be naked by and large. But it doesn't work very well for getting people to lose weight. So the question that's, I think, really important
it used to be really helpful
when is
for
shame
getting
useful?
people. It used to be really helpful for people staying in the closet on being racist, because if you were outwardly racist, people would not vote for you again, and people would, fire you from your job, like the Don Imus guy.
Yeah,
Like,
it made
that
everyone
was
more
something that
polite.
would
That's
happen.
true. It made everyone more polite, and I'm sure Black people
Yeah,
are
so
super happy that we made everyone more polite, not made them less racist. Yeah, I'm sure Black
Do you
people.
think
And
that
now there's
people-
a
do you
segment.
think
Now
that-
there's a segment of
Do
the
you think
left
that
that's
people would
proudly
prefer
racist,
it? Do you think
so
that people
look
would
where we've
prefer
gotten.
it if it was, more
Yes,
you know,
Black
in
people
society
say all the
shameful to
time
be
that they would
racist?
absolutely prefer the racism to be explicit,
So
so it's a
what you're
lot less
saying to me
fucking
right now is
gaslighting
that you.
and for it to
So
be
what
Wait,
you're
wait,
telling
wait,
me,
wait.
what you're telling me right now is that
This
it
is
would be a better
absolutely
world.
true.
No, hold on, Erudite. What you're telling me right now
Okay.
is that it would be a better world if we didn't shame people for being racist and that everyone just says the N-word because
At least
Is that
they're
what I
open
said?
about it. That's kind
No,
of
no,
what you're alluding
well,
to.
that's
Here, that, like,
literally the
Here's
argument that you
Sonsol.
were making at.
Sonsol,
Yeah.
that's not the argument that I was making. If you want to add
Okay,
new
so
things to
repeat
your delusion,
if you
don't
want to-
interrupt me
well,
right
if you
now.
want to
I only
hold
have a
on,
little
hold
bit
on,
of time.
hold
You
on,
guys
repeat
just
the-
talk over me. I'm
if-
just going to talk over you,
if you want to
Sonsol. I'm
repeat
just
the
going to talk
point-
over you. I've done that a million times before. If you want to
If you
add
wanna
on
repeat the
new
point.
things to if you want to add on new things to what I said, sure, you can fight that ghost, but I'm over here. If you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. Obviously,
repeat the point.
what I'm not saying here is that we should just whatever fan fiction you just wrote. The actual thing that's important here is the data on the efficacy of shame. That's what matters here. So, for example, is the world a better place when people are open about their racism versus inward about their racism? Well, it depends on what we mean by outward. But if you want to target racism, it's going to be a lot more effective to actually change hearts than to just make people polite, right? That's one thing that we could talk about. That's probably more important work than just making them polite. Although I agree, making them polite is nice, right? And so the question is, what is shame effective as? And the data shows us shame is really effective at getting people to change simple behaviors that don't cost too much. And it's extremely ineffective at making people do lifestyle and monumental shifts in perspective. This is why it's really not effective with overweight people, because it's a lifestyle change. It's not just like one thing. And it's also ineffective at making people not racist. Yeah, it makes them more polite, but it doesn't actually make them more racist. And so what we need to do on the left is have a nuanced attack where we go, how do we do multiple things at once, right? At what point in time should we shame people? Like, for example, when MAGA keeps losing to AI over and over and over again, I think that's a totally reasonable time to shame them, right? When they're just like spewing misinformation like Tucker Carlson was found to do, I think that's a completely reasonable time to shame them. However, when they're saying things like, I feel gross and disgusting when I'm around left people, they make me feel like I'm not worth being like a good human being, and I like kind of hate them for their hypocrisy, we need to look at that and not go, you're right, I should stop being mean. We need to go, how do we change that perspective? Because shaming them to make them
Nobody
like us
here is
more isn't going to
arguing
fucking
against
work.
that. I don't think anyone here is
Really?
arguing against that. I'm certainly not arguing against that.
Have you not been here? Hold on. Have we not heard?
I don't know
any
what
of
I don't know what
Soy
soy
There
pill.
you go,
I don't know if I
guys.
heard soy pill say that we should just be
I don't
shaming people
understand.
for
Are
the
you
fun of
deaf?
shaming people because that's what it sounds like you're
That's not what
saying.
I'm saying. But
Okay, thank you. I feel like
in
I'm
fact,
taking
yeah,
fucking
just to
crazy
clarify,
pills.
and I'll clarify again. I
It
don't know if
did
you heard
sound
this,
like
Tyra.
Erudite was accurately describing soy pills demeanor.
Okay, well,
in
here,
this
well, let me
conversation,
clarify
yes.
then.
His
Let me
demeanor
clarify
maybe,
then.
but his points no.
Okay, his
Why
demeanor
don't I-
matters.
I gotta go. Peace and love. Thanks for letting me
Kyla,
bombard.
nice to see you.
Kyla,
Always,
Drop
always,
the
you're always
fucking
very
retarded
good.
point.
But
and
no, hold on.
fucking
Demeanor matters. That's the whole
Fucking
point here. Demeanor matters.
Okay, real quick. Were you?
No, well, first of all,
no,
it
demeanor
doesn't,
does
Wick.
not fucking matter.
No, it
Yes,
fucking
it
doesn't.
does. Oh my god.
Then why does Trump win? If
Quick
demeanor
question.
matters, Wick.
Quick question.
If
quick
demeanor
question.
matters, why do any fucking conservative commentators have any fucking careers? If demeanor matters, if any of the shit that you're telling me that I fucking need to care about matters, then why the fuck do any of the people on the other side
You were
have
pointing
careers,
to-
have fucking political jobs, have fucking appointed
Well, if I
positions
won the
in
lottery
government?
one time, why isn't it? Why are you telling me not
Hold
to
on.
play the
Let me-
lottery ever
sorry,
again?
sorry, let
Right?
me
I
say
won the
something.
lottery
Hold on,
once.
hold
It
on.
happens.
What is that?
What is going on? Because you're pointing to a single win. A single win. Once. One election
Wait,
cycle.
it's not just
Two
that.
elections,
It's not
actually,
just
Wick.
that.
One.
There are different
Okay.
types of people voting for different reasons. So it was the same thing like your question, like how many people do you think voted because they were bullied into voted for Trump? Well, I think very, very few. I don't count myself in that group, but
Well,
sure,
yeah, that's the
I'm sure there were
entire
some
reason I
people
wanted
who
to be in
did.
here, because it felt like there was an outsized amount of the conversation added on or
I don't think I ever said
ascribed to
that.
that.
That's the conversation, but that is the conversation that we are having, right? And so, yeah, how should
Well,
the,
it feels
the
like there's an
left
easy
appeal?
answer. You
Hold
say no
on,
and then you move
hold
on.
Hold
Can
on.
I ask?
Sorry,
Hold-
yeah,
no,
I'm
please,
triggered.
I'm sorry.
I'm letting you
sorry,
talk.
I did not
Yeah,
mean
I'm
to
wrong.
yell that at you.
I'm
Okay.
in the wrong. Go ahead.
Okay. You can make
They're
these
gonna vote
compare-
for
oh,
the
Trump
left
is
now?
so evil and he's a bully and stuff, and there are right-wing commentators who are so aggressive and cruel and all this. That doesn't mean that all of the people who voted for Trump are watching those people, are listening to those people, are attracted to that type of politicking or that personality. Okay. So there are,
Right.
again, there are people who voted for Trump who listen to centrists, who listen to heterodox people, who don't listen to Jack Posobiec, who think those people are fucking crazy freaks as well. Okay. So again,
Well,
you're
yeah,
trying
then
to
I'll talk
group
to
everyone
those
in.
people.
And frankly, you shouldn't be, Dems shouldn't be fighting to win over lifelong conservatives or conspiracy theorists,
Tucker
populist
Carlson's,
right
etc.
wingers.
Yeah.
They should be
Okay,
trying
I'm
to
gonna
win
drink
over
bleach.
the centrists and the disaffected liberals and the people who were formerly their allies and the people who still share values with them.
No one
And that
disagrees
is
with
where
this,
this
Tali, by the way, just
conversation
to be
and
clear.
that is where this conversation is most relevant. So comparing it to the
Okay.
extremes on the right
It didn't
when
feel
that's
like that
not
was
what
the conversation
attracted
we're
the
having.
Wait. Can I just say, okay, I just want to say something really quick, and then I want to ask a question. Okay. So, first off, the whole thing about these conservative commentators who are performatively cruel, their main purpose is not swaying the electorates. Their main purpose is to entertain. Like, of course they're going to
Yes.
be performatively cruel. That, like, people are paying to see that shit. They love that. It's entertainment.
Star, the
It's
point
not
is that
actually
clearly those people aren't causing these swaths of people to vote for the left. So why is this somehow a problem when the left does it?
Okay, here's
I know.
here's a
Hold on,
like
just real quick. I know a
no,
ton of
wait a
people
minute,
who will never vote Republican because of how
the
Tucker
commentators
Carlson
are
and
not
et
relevant to
cetera.
who's voting for who. Commentators are entertainment. They're not like the average people next to you.
Oh,
If,
so
if
can I be mean then, Star? Am I allowed to be mean since I'm a commentator?
yes, you can. You can be mean,
Okay,
but
cool.
we're
It
talking
also
about
did work. It also did work. Like there's an entire industry of never Trump Republicans.
there's a
The
okay, the average
bulwark. I
person.
mean, like
I'm
You
still
say it
talking.
did work. We
I'm
lost.
still
Like
talking.
I.
I'm still talking.
there are
I'm
people.
still talking. I want to finish what I'm saying. Okay. Sorry to be obnoxious, but like unless I start doing it, like people,
mic
everybody's
kind
just
of
talking over me.
Your mic is kind of bad, to be honest. But
Really?
It's really hard
so
to hear
it's
you.
like
I'm
you never
sorry.
win whenever you're talking at the same time as someone else, you lose every time because your mic is lower than the other person's. Just
Okay,
so
I
you
had
know.
no idea. I'm turning up my gain. So okay, like I'm sorry, but like the purpose of we're not talking about what commentators should be doing, what entertainers should be doing. We're talking about like average people talking to other people. And secondly, like this claim that we're not doing, like we're not talking about shaming people here. That's absolutely not true. Like what was like Soy Pill doing as soon as he came in here, right? Like that was
Yeah, but did you hear me clarify that obviously you can reach out to these people, find out why they voted for Trump, and try to talk them out of it. But also, we shouldn't be listening to them as to what the
Yes, you should
Democratic
only-
strategy moving forward is, because
Okay,
clearly
right.
they
You should
vote based on
only-
fucking
this is the
retarded
problem. This is
policies,
the
and they
problem.
don't
This
have
is
good
the problem.
advice.
That's not what I'm
This
talking
is the
about.
problem. Soy Pill thinks you should only be talking people out of their vote. You shouldn't be curious about why they changed or
I'm
what pushed
I'm
them
not
away.
saying that
I
at
am-
all.
that is
Obviously, when
exactly
you
what
talk
you
them
just
out of their
said.
vote, you
That
have
is
to
exactly
understand
what
Okay,
why they
okay,
did it.
enough. Stardust has to finish her thought. Let
I'm gonna drink
Stardust
bleach
finish her
right
thought.
now on camera. Okay, so that is not what I'm talking about, Soy Pill. Like what you're saying, fine, that's fine. You talk to people of all these different like leanings, but the point is, you did still come on here, and your first thing to do was to take Tali to task and shame her for like basically
Right, because she's
everything.
going on a media tour about, well, how do you win me over? I'm so important. Look,
media-
everybody.
People invite her on.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, and I'm mad at you too,
including
Wick.
including Sonsol, who I
I'm
was
aware.
supposed to
Yeah,
go
I'm
on
part
his
of the
channel
problem.
yesterday. Had
You
to
are part of the
reschedule.
problem.
I mean,
Including
Yeah,
Erudite,
it's horrible.
including
It's
Pisco,
horrible.
including
Kylo
Live
is
and
part of the-
Learn,
yes,
including
yes, you're all
like.
part of the problem.
Okay,
Listen,
okay.
this
Is
is where
there
I'm coming
something
from.
that I don't know
wanna-
what's going on here.
I do want to.
I just wanna-
hold on. I
I'm
do
so
want to
excited
read some
and
super
everybody, I
chats.
had no idea.
I do want to read some super chats, and I want to get Stardust. Stardust has to finish her thought, and then I'm gonna read some super chats.
I finished
and
my
then we'll
thought.
get
I'm just asking, am I still quieter than everybody?
a little bit.
No, but you sound like Haas.
You sound
it's just
completely
like a little,
blown
it's a little
out.
blown out.
Here.
Yeah.
So turn down your gain and turn up your
Yeah.
level.
Up my level.
Yeah, turn
that
up your
sounds better.
level, Star.
Do
Jesus
more
fucking
ASMR.
Keep
Christ.
talking. Keep talking.
Stardust.
I don't know what my level is. Oh, how do I
That's
turn
whatever
it
you're doing
up?
now. Keep doing that. That's perfect.
It's better.
Yeah, you
already.
sound pretty good now. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't do anything. I just turned my gain down.
That,
Well,
that's
it works.
doing
Okay.
something.
Well, you're at the perfect
Oh.
level now.
I want to read some of these super chats and
Maybe
make a little more money.
Far away from my mic or
Yeah,
something. I don't
I
know.
want to read
So-
some of these super chats, make a little more money, and then we're gonna give it to Dev, then Sonsol, then yeah. $5 from Sneaky Skeleton. to say, I voted for Kamala in 2024 and Biden in 2020 because Trump and the right made fun of them. This is a very valid viewpoint, and you should trust me. Thank you for $5. $5 from Greg Gill.
Bring him on.
To say,
I want to hear what his strategy is.
At Dev, I agree about going after Trump, but Biden did that because he was trying to unify and appeal to the center and right. It got him nothing. $2
Didn't work out.
$2 from Alexander Rin to say test. It worked. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say we are smarter. Also, we lost to literally Hitler, who wants to mass deport all brown people and wants to become king. Imagine holding these two positions simultaneously. $5 from AKA Batozai to say soy pill. What's the most corrupt Democrat president you would still vote for? And is there any position on the right you support?
I support I don't support the completely let's not regulate guns at all. I think Democratic gun policy is ass backwards. Corrupt politician. I mean, I think Joe Biden did some corrupt stuff. I would still vote for him. So
Okay.
I don't know who the most corrupt Democrat is.
Sure. $10 from I'm the most corrupt Democrat. Okay. $10 from Audacity to say, if I go to Double Eagle, I expect the finest quality. If I go to the Dusty Dive Bar in West PA, I expect nothing. Dems are promising the finest quality and failing. That is why you introspect. $2 from Smokey D Bandit to say, Sonsol, we say fuck you too. $20 from Alexander Rin. Soy, you are not only bad faith idiot. His spelling, not mine. Says, you know nothing about people. Nobody cares that you're mean. They care if you act like you're better than them and spend your time shaming them for opinions you don't like.
I'm better than him because I didn't spend money to have to say my dumb fucking opinion. I just had to ask Wick.
$10 from DJ. No, everyone who spends money on Wick is the smartest, the best looking, just the best people. DJ Monotonous for $10 says, Tali, you're unironically worse than a Trump voter. If you knew how bad Trump was and would be and still voted for him, you don't deserve a platform. Just vote for what's better for the country, not you. Thank you for the $10.
She left. You got to repeat it.
I will.
You got to say that one when she's back.
I'll read it when she's back. I'll say that for when she's back. I didn't notice she left till just now. $5 for
she's back.
Read it again.
I keep my headphone in. Of course, I heard everything. I
Okay,
didn't miss a beat.
$10.
Don't worry.
Okay,
don't worry.
$10 from Artemis Fowl to say, Dev, these are your intellectual peers. $5 from Smokey.
I am a centrist, Artemis. Come on, you know that I'm not on the left.
Disparaging to us or elevating to Dev?
It is
I don't
absolutely
think Artemis has
disparaging.
any room to speak, by the way. I don't think Artemis has any room to speak when he literally acts like he's better than everybody. You think that helps? You think that helps you, Artemis? Nobody likes being around you, okay? Because you're insufferable.
Look,
So-
everyone who spends money on Wick TV
Stardust.
is special and loved.
Sorry.
Okay.
Wait, Stardust, does this mean just wait a second, Stardust, does this mean we're not playing any more Project Zomboid with Artemis? Is that done?
No, I'm a little bit joking, but it's true. He does act like I'm a little bit joking. I'm not serious about like nobody wanting to be around him, but I'm not joking about him acting like he's better than everybody. Okay, like you have no place to speak, Artemis. I'm sorry, you act like you're better than everybody, and it's so fucking annoying.
Okay, $5 from Smokey D Bandit to say, Soy, you don't realize we want you to keep being mean, keep being edgy, keep thinking you're superior. You guarantee our win, and it's funny, little man. Thank you for the $5.
I'll do it.
$10 from Audacity to say, if anyone here doesn't think they are as Tim Pool, I wonder what it's like to live in a house with no mirrors. $5 from Artemis Fowl.
I never even got to finish my sentence about Tim Pool.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Let me get through these.
Yeah.
People keep giving me money. Tali, from Artemis Fowl, $5. Say, Tali, the answer is simple. They tried to unalive Trump. You survive an attempt, you get the White House. Fair is fair. $2 from Hunter Rung. Is this for Collins? Kind of. We opened it up once, the thin end of the wedge. And
we got a lot of people backstage, huh?
We're not.
I don't like smug people in general. I just think it's fucking irritating. Okay. And so when you guys come in here acting smug, aka soy pill over here, okay, nobody fucking likes it. I don't like it from right wingers and I don't like it from left wingers. So yeah.
Are you gonna vote for Trump now?
Who, me?
$50.
Yeah, 'cause I'm smug.
No, fuck no.
Okay,
Are you
cool.
kidding me?
Just checking.
$50 from Alexander Rin to say the Democrats weren't running a candidate that people wanted to vote for. They ran one assuming Trump would lose. With the lawsuits and January 6th insurrection, they didn't care to do anything, just run with the status quo as usual. They never learn. $5 from Audacity. Say Sonsol proving in real time he doesn't know any black people. $5 from Artemis Fowl to say, remember all the KKK members Daryl Davis shamed publicly and made them less racist and leave the Klan? $5 from Jake and Bake to say
That's
Wick's
true. That's
both
true.
right and wrong. Demeanor matters, but only when you're Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Mitch McConnell. Again, this idea. No, I got to read my super chats. But this idea that the Republicans aren't affected by this at all is silly. It's just it's not true. $5 from Anonymous Foul. I can answer why conservatives are popular, even though you hate them, but I want you people not to change anything, so you continue to lose. $50 from Audacity
Get it.
to say you have served penance to the Death Watch primaris. Okay, I get to put my shirt back on. Hell yeah. Okay, $5 from Dijnach to
Oh
say
my
everyone
God.
else is part of the problem except me. $5 from Non-Fawn to say Tali, have you heard of the Shrimp
was
Welfare
me.
Project? $5 from
I heard
Louis
of what?
to say the
Did you
combo
donate to it, Tali? You should. I'm with
I
non-fun
didn't
on this
hear it.
one.
I didn't hear
the
it.
Shrimp Welfare
So,
Project.
do you know what it is?
I still can't hear what welfare project?
The Shrimp Welfare Project is when you donate money to a project that will anesthesize shrimp before they kill them so they don't feel pain, maximizing utility of suffering. So you should donate.
Okay.
Probably
$5
not, but
from
interesting.
Louis
Fuck.
to say the combos that Dems
typical
should be having
right-winger.
among each other are not and should not be the same as combos they should have with right-wing or undecided voters. Yes and no. I don't necessarily disagree with that. $10 from Landon Stewart to say, why reach across the aisle? Joe tried and they hate him. Why not just appeal to your base like conservatives? Because our base is smaller. Who's the last conservative to try to reach across the aisle and they win most elections? Look again. Our base is smaller, and if we only go by our base, we will lose every
What?
time. Our base is smaller than the Republicans. It just is.
In what capacity? We
Numbers,
lost the
in
popular
numbers.
vote once, and like that's the one that you keep pointing to as like, oh, this
The
is a
two
lottery, this is
times
a
we've
fluke.
lost the popular vote.
Okay.
Like, yeah, Ronald Reagan and that, like, right? So the base is bigger. Wick.
$2 from Glitterbell to say what's
Are you not going to address that?
What,
Hold
yeah,
on.
what the fuck?
If we
I'm
lived
sorry,
in
like
a-
Democrats
hold
have
on,
more
if we
voters.
lived in a
What are you
system
talking
without the
about?
electoral college, you might be correct, but we do live in a system with the electoral college, and it doesn't matter if you have.
Well, then don't talk
200
about
billion
expanding the
people
base
in
and then like
California.
act it.
It does not
Don't
matter.
hold on. Don't fucking talk about
Yeah, that
expanding
was
the base
so much
and
wrong.
then fucking talk down to us, explaining it away with the electoral college. Okay,
I'm not explaining. I'm explaining. Hold on. You're just so
if
dumb.
you're expanding the
Okay,
base,
so you
it's
understand
more people
that
voting for you.
Even if you get 200 bazillion people in California to vote for the president of the United
it's
States,
not worth fighting over.
they
Never mind,
only
it's fine.
get what 54 electoral votes.
Yes.
I think Sands knows
Okay.
how the electoral college works. Wick.
Certainly. So it doesn't matter how many people in California care or want to vote.
Wait, hold on.
as long as we get a
Actually,
majority.
everybody else.
Hold on,
Am I
Wick,
having a
Wick.
stroke? Am I wrong for like that?
No, so the issue ultimately, Wick, is that when you say base, that implies raw numbers.
It does, but raw numbers as included in each state.
I don't think that when I hear the word base.
Yeah.
Republicans have more registered voters than Democrats.
That's true too. $2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we
they don't
still
vote.
win
They
the
don't matter.
popular vote
Like
every time.
all the people who are
Yeah,
saying,
because of
"Oh,
all the
I'm a Democrat,"
illegals.
but then never have seen the inside of a voting booth. Who fucking cares? $2 from Glitterbell to say, "What's Tali's take on trans
We get
rights?"
more votes. What are you talking about?
We had a
Don't dismiss that as if we don't get more votes in almost every single fucking election, -2. From
But
what
are
was
those
it, Bush
voters?
and then
Are
Trump
those voters
4,
all
24,
Democrats, or are
42?
they independents who side with Democrats?
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
For the
because
question,
independents
not for
are
the
not
question that
part
you
of-
was
are not
asked.
part of our base. They are undecided voters that we appeal to beyond our base, that we reach above our base, right, to pull them in. And if we don't get
Do
them,
you think that
we
we're
lose.
on average appealing to it? Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Let's just keep going.
$5, yeah, because you're wrong. $5 from Bill Maher.
Okay.
Phil Maher, sorry, to say Soy Pill has bigger muscles than you. I bet you're jealous. It's true. I am jealous of Soy Pill's muscles. That is correct.
I told him he doesn't. I don't have to ask. I know Wick compliments me. He's very nice about it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Wick.
$2 from Phil Maher to say, can you ask Soy to do a peck pop? Not for $2. You're gonna have to give
He's
him more
been
money.
by the way, the reason I keep muting is because he's been spamming me $2, $5 donations to like flex and shit for him,
Oh,
and I'm
shit,
like, dude,
okay.
I'm not performing for you on this. I want to have a conversation. But
$5
now he's doing it in your chat, so you have to say it out loud.
Well,
So here's
I
a
will
little-
look if
little
it's a
peck pop.
problem, I can say, hey, Phil Maher, look, if you want me to talk, Phil Maher, you got a $10 minimum, okay? AKA Batozai says Democrats are responsible for Mitch McConnell. Mantis for $5 New Zealand dollars. I don't know how much money that actually
Plenty
is.
money. Ugh.
Soy Pill makes me want to vomit. I hope Dems kick people like him out of the discussion.
I'm going to vote even harder for Dem. I'm canvassing for 10 new homes because of that comment.
$5 from Audacity to say, talking about the popular vote when base is mentioned is hilarious. Thank you for the $5. Okay, that said, Dev, then Sansel. Go ahead.
Was it my turn?
I don't know.
I don't know if I had anything.
Fuck. I don't know. There's a lot of...
Okay.
Sansel, go ahead. Sansel, go ahead.
Listen, this is all I was going to say. Like, I'll open the kimono here a little bit. My strategy coming in here is I was going to ask that one question. Yes, that's a saying, soy pill. All right. Maybe I'm old and I just am saying some
I got to
old
Google
ass
it.
shit
I've never
here.
heard that. Is that like flashing someone?
It's revealing. Listen, so this is where I'm coming from. Okay. 2016 happened. It fucking was a massive shock to all liberals, right? From 2016 to the 2024 election, basically the underlying thought process for me was, why the fuck did people vote for him? Let me understand conservatives. I'm from the deep fucking South. I have family that voted for Trump who are Trump voters. I don't actually want to kill all of them, right? So that's like where I'm coming from. Also, where I'm coming from is I've seen Democrats try to reach out across the aisle, who have made overtures, who have made, every effort in the world, not perfectly, because, they still want to pass bills that they want to pass, but they have made overtures to the right, and then the right makes no overtures to the left. The right is fucking going full demon mode right now, to a point that has made me like completely change my
Stardust,
view
answer your
of
DM
humanity.
real quick, please.
It's unfucking real. They've lost their fucking minds. And I'm super anti-lefty. I used to fight with them all the time, but it's not worth fighting with them right now because the right has lost their fucking mind. And that's where I'm coming from. And that's why I wanted to have that conversation. I admit I did not watch the conversation, the Live and Learn one, because I didn't want to get too poisoned one way or another. I watched like the first 10, 15 minutes of it to get an idea. So yeah, I didn't want to get poisoned against the idea of talking with you or anything. Oh, fuck.
And I didn't watch because I heard they weren't very mean to you. So I don't think they probably said anything
They
good.
weren't mean to her, but they should have been.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I recall what I was going to say before.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I remember my point. Okay, so, Sansel, I think this is where you might be wrong, okay?
Okay, tell me.
So this is something I mentioned earlier, but I think it went over everyone's head. The title of the stream is not, are the Democrats too mean to centrists or other Democrats, or is the left too mean to people and it drives them rightward? Because like I said before, that happened a bit in 2016. It's happening less now, I think. The title is, are the Democrats responsible for the rise of MAGA? And they can be responsible in multiple ways. Being mean is one way. Now, I think the way that they're responsible for it is
Really
they did
quick,
not destroy. I want to finish this. They failed to destroy MAGA in 2021. That's how the Democrats are actually responsible for MAGA's current rise, because they did not fucking destroy them, and they should have. And we can hold them accountable for that, because I guess maybe Biden thought, oh, I'm going to be this great reconciliator, and it just didn't fucking happen. So perhaps the Democrats next time around need to be a little bit more, be a little bit less handshaking, a little bit more with a sword, basically.
Can I ask something?
I say
really
that,
quick?
and then Wick starts screaming at me and saying that I'm too mean.
You are.
Can I ask something really quick?
Sure. What's up?
So, I just have a question. Soy Pill had a lot of issues with just even Tali being on this panel. So Soy Pill, are you one of these people who's like very much for like you shouldn't platform so and so people, like that? Are you like very like?
No. Here, let me clarify one more time, okay? I don't think that talking to people like Tali is useless. I don't think that Tali's opinions are useless. I think understanding why Tali voted is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. However, this is what Tali has to offer us. Here's my dumb fucking reason I voted in 2020. Here's how you can win me back. Cool. Now go away forever, because I need to actually appeal to voters who vote based on principle and policy, and not people who are going to look at all the horrible things that have been happening for the 8 years and say, well, I don't know, I'm still on the fence about this, because I honestly think you're fucking retarded. So let's get those sentences out and then disappear.
Okay, hold on. Soy Pill. I want to actually directly address this, okay? So I'm a voter. I am a voter who has absolutely zero principles, okay? No principles whatsoever.
I actually don't know. Like, are you
no, here. You know what? whichever side gives me the most blowjobs, I'll vote for you. So, listen, you give me a blowjob right now, I'll vote Democrat. Will you do it?
No, because then some Trump voter will give you 2 blowjobs, and then I'm fucked, right? It's not worth the time.
Okay, fine. You know what?
Then
Fair
I'm
enough.
voting Republican.
First person to suck me off gets the vote.
Oh, then I'm on my knees already, buddy.
Okay, base, let's do it.
This is canvassing, right? Like, I'm going to go around. I'm going to suck so many dicks for the Democratic Party. I would lay
glad
down
you're
my
willing to do it.
life. I would guzzle buckets of cum, as they say. It would
Okay,
happen.
I'm just really curious.
You look
Lav,
like the
why are
type.
you here?
I
Is
saw.
that like a haha, you're gay? Like, good one, Lav.
Nothing gets past you. Nothing gets past you.
No, it's just a very
I
lame
saw
comment, like-
the title and I was like, I think that I have a good opinion.
What's your opinion?
Sure.
Can I just ask before you say your opinion? Is this like the crazy Destiny lady, or this is a different Lav?
Yeah.
Same.
Well, I'm actually completely vindicated, as you might have learned recently. But
I would rather not call her the crazy Destiny lady. She is her own person with her
Well,
own
that's the only
thoughts.
reason I
right?
know her. But anyway, go on. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm
To be
I'm
honest,
also
Sam,
I'm
I
not
don't
just the
like
crazy
that
Destiny lady. I'm the crazy dog fucking girl. I'm the crazy Jewish
Wow.
Mexican girl. I'm the Kiwi Farms girl.
That's
Yeah,
quite the
I'm the
career.
crazy turd.
It's
I'm the
okay,
crazy
Lav. I'm
turd.
like the designated punching bag for everybody. So we have, that in common. So
Yeah. But just so you know, yeah, I was vindicated. Anyway, which actually goes along with what I was going to say, is that I think that Democrats have caused it only because they made the world such a awful, dangerous place recently, and everything is topsy-turvy and upside down. And people are saying, oh, I think actually you guys are fucking nuts. And I am actually seeking safety. I think one of the big I think that women are leaving the Democratic Party in hordes because of Democratic men. I think something that was really blackpilling for like a ton of women was just how see-through men are becoming. These liberal men who are actually predators are becoming in the media. I think that was like huge. I think that it's easy to see now that
Are we doing
These
the
Democrats-
like sit
wait.
here just like
Yeah, these predator
how
men.
many,
that
how
you
many
don't-
rage bait statements
wait.
are we
Can I
gonna go through
strongman
before
her
we give her
point?
the
Hold on,
attention
hold
she
on.
Can I
wants?
strongman her
All right,
point?
she wants attention. She's given us every rage
wait,
bait fucking thing that she could say. Are
wait.
we going to give her the
Wait.
attention, or
Real
are we
opinion?
going to have the conversation we were doing?
these
Can
are
I
real
can I
opinions.
strongman
No,
her
she's
point for a
genuinely that
second? Yeah.
retarded.
I can I strongman the point. Okay, from a feminist perspective, right? The one thing I would say is that this whole thing of not being tough on crime, I think doesn't serve females very well, right? Now I don't know.
She
I
just
don't know.
said that people were leaving the left because of predatory men, and then say, "Oh yeah," and they went and voted for Trump, the guy who bragged about groping women's fucking pussies. Like, yeah, if
Okay.
you
I
do
didn't
that,
say for
I'm not-
Trump.
yeah, that's fucking retarded.
That's not what
sure,
the panel's
sure.
about. It's not
Sure,
specifically
but
for Trump.
It
If I
actually is
can,
about the
if I
MAGA
can.
movement and Democrats playing into
Okay.
it. So that is
Sure,
what
but
the
it's
panel's
not
about.
specifically
I don't know what
for
her.
Trump.
I don't know what her specific point is,
Okay,
and
but you're
there
coming
are
in and probably giving
plenty-
a much better point, Star, to your credit, because you're not a stupid person. But that's not what she's saying. She's saying
You
something much
you
stupider.
you actually didn't
She's
even
not
realize what I was
saying
saying. You
anything.
couldn't
She's
even
just-
you couldn't
You
even
just
repeat it back
said-
to me.
Lav, you just said people are leaving the Democratic Party in droves because
And
of
what
these
reasons?
predatory feminist liberal
That's one of them.
men,
What were
What
the
she
right?
wants
what were
right
the other
now.
thing?
And
What was
that's
the
a
other thing I
stupid-
said?
Well, hold on. I
What's
got
the other
triggered
thing I
on that
said?
point because that's a stupid fucking retarded
Of course you did,
point,
because
just
you're
to say.
emotional and you're
because you
feminine.
said a dumb stupid
But what was
point.
the first thing I
You're
said?
calling me feminine. It's like, oh, this is
Yes.
why the people are leaving the left. Anyway, I criticize people by saying
What was the
feminine
first
as a
thing I said?
derogatory
Sorry,
term.
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
let
You say a lot of retarded
finish
shit,
out.
but you can repeat
The
it.
first
if
thing
you'd
I
like.
said.
That's kind of true.
Okay, I said that the Democratic Party has made the world an unsafe place.
Yeah, that's
The
specifically
Democratic Party
speaking
are
with the
making the
crime,
world an
right?
unsafe
People
place.
are
With the
seeking
crime,
safety,
right?
and yes,
Policies
people are
and
seeking
crime.
safety, normalcy, even even if the identity politics are making people scared for their children. I think that
Yes,
we have
I'm
entered
aware of all this.
a very a free world. Thank God for freedom and thank God for liberty, but I think it's a bit too much and people are scared. And yes, I think that also liberal men are causing women specifically to leave the party in droves. There's a huge trad wife movement happening, and it's not just because like
White,
blue dresses.
educated women and women in general vote Democrat far more than any other fucking demographic. So you don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
you're talking
and I'm
about.
sorry,
And
the
I don't know
trad-
why
the
anyone here is taking you
what did that
seriously.
have-
I disagree with
what
the
did that have to
trad
do
You
wife
said
thing.
women are
Just that.
leaving in droves. This like actually just isn't
They
fucking
are.
true. No, it's not. It's
Okay,
actually
I'll give
young
you some
men
stats.
who are in most. Yeah.
Okay, I'll give
what
you some
percentage
stats.
of women are switching?
I said
now?
I'm speaking to the women. I'm speaking to the women who
You
are leaving
said
in droves. I know that
droves.
men. Yes,
I'm sure
I know.
some
I
women
said
left. A lot of people
specifically.
left in the 2024 election.
This
They're
is
not
why-
leaving in droves.
This is why it's so hard to talk to liberals is because you just get so emotional.
Because when you say something fucking retarded, I'm like, oh, thank God we dropped another retard
Can I
into
engage
this
with
thing.
this, please?
Dead.
Can I engage with this, please? Okay. There are plenty of things that Lav and I will probably disagree on, but the one thing I will say, right, especially like with the trad wife thing, I just disagree with you on that. I mean, it may be true that people are leaving to become trad wives or whatever, but that's actually like that's more vibes based, right? That's again vibes based voting. But what I would say, the one valid point that I think she made is that people feel unsafe with certain democratic policies, right? Being lax on crime is not going to win women over, right? The great equalizer for men and women is going to be being tough on crime. I'm sorry, men commit crime way more than women do, and even though men are the victims of crime, it is still something that women think about, right? If men are the victims of crime more than women are, it's still something that women overwhelmingly think about, and it loses moderate Democrat voters when we are not tough on crime. So
I agree with that completely, Star. And like I said,
Yeah.
you're going to have a very good point. That is not what Lav is saying.
But specifically on the trad wife thing, that's just
Because
vibes
I
based.
said
I'm
it.
sorry. No,
because you said a
that's
bunch of stupid shit, and then also kind of alluded to a smart point, which then Star elaborated on.
Yeah. And wait, so the trad wife thing is not that's just vibes based. If you look at like all the stats, like when it comes to stay at home moms are generally much more economically vulnerable. They're more unhappy. And I'm sorry, like being reliant on anybody. Being reliant on anybody for an income, you are putting yourself in a like. It's fine if you want to choose that life, but if you it's fine if you want to choose that life, but in general, like being reliant on somebody else for an income does put you in a more vulnerable position. And I do think that as women, you should advocate when all women have education and have the skills necessary to provide for themselves if they need to.
I want to hear what Tali has to say.
So-
Go ahead, Tali, please.
Well, I was just
Yeah,
gonna
let the
say,
women
like,
speak, Wick.
I think I find personally a lot of the trad wife messaging very cringe and hollow, but I think there is a reaction that some segment of women are having, and it's a culture. I would call it again a sort of a culture war or a cultural issue, and not just a vibe. But it's there is a portion of women who feel like they were essentially lied to, basically, that they were sold a bag of goods that is not working out for them in their lives. And the problem is that there is truth to this, right? It's not a prescriptive thing. And that's where I really resent where the right, especially people on the far right, the extreme right, whatever you want to call it, the alt-right, they take this to a prescriptive level and say, well, women should have to stay home. Women shouldn't be able to vote. Women should only do X, Y, or Z. That is obviously overcompensation in the wrong direction. But there are actual differences between men and women on average. We should recognize these things. We shouldn't shame women for wanting some of these things. And we shouldn't set women up with unrealistic expectations of how their life is going to go when they actually exist on a real biological clock. So there are women who are resentful about the society that they find themselves in that doesn't make them alt-right or even want to be trad wives.
What percentage difference in women vote from 2020 to 2024 do you guys think it was? It droves, by the way.
You're per
Well, I've
capita?
actually got it right here. I
No,
looked it
not
up.
per
So,
capita. No.
Okay,
just
so-
what
So let
percentage?
me.
well, hold on. Here.
Well,
Right,
hold
but
on.
No, it's a
more
very simple
people
question,
are
not like
voting.
that.
More people are voting than ever before.
Well,
So
I
I
looked
also
it
wanna
up.
Has
say
nothing to
Trump
do
is
with what
Hold
I'm
on, I want to
saying.
hear the
such a-
actual stat,
Trump is
Dev,
such-
please.
okay,
It's
Trump is
3%.
hold
okay,
on.
but
It's 3%
Trump-
more people,
Trump
and
is
you can
such-
attribute that
hold
to a
on,
million
hold on.
things that are liberal
Oh my
men.
God,
first
nobody
of all.
listens
So
to me on
it's
my
not-
own
Okay,
goddamn
I
panel,
agree,
and
you don't
it's
need
The
to
liberal
attribute
men
it.
thing was
infuriating.
You
liberal
brought
men
Wick,
thing
don't
was
need to
not
you brought
attribute it.
Lav on here. Did you really think that you were
Hold
going
on,
to
you
take
don't
control
need
of the
to
fucking
attribute it to
Lav
liberal
isn't
men.
the one that's
However-
speaking over me
however,
right now, to
I
be
would
frank.
also argue.
I'm being
Okay.
respectful.
Okay.
I would argue-
Well, for
I would
now,
argue-
we got our.
Please,
Okay. I'm good. Hold on.
Please. I would argue. Hold
Yeah,
on.
sorry.
Please let me just get this out. I would argue that Trump is such an odious figure that there are lots of women who are of the mindset that I just described who did not vote for Trump, refused to vote for Trump because they find him such a horrible sexist, whatever else,
Yep.
but they are disaffected in the way that I just described. And with a less odious figure, they may go over and vote for the right or stop voting for the left in order to prevent Donald Trump. So this population exists even if they didn't show up to vote for Donald Trump in 2024.
Okay, I want to
I'm one
hear.
of them,
Dev had
absolutely.
an
How do
actual
we
stat.
know
Hold
that
on,
they
just real
exist?
quick.
Like,
Hold on.
how
Dev
do
had
you
an
know that
actual
that
stat that I
number
want to hear.
exists?
They do exist because I live in the world. They literally exist.
Okay, Dev.
Do you have any
Dev,
idea
Dev,
how
Dev,
to
Dev, go
arrive
ahead,
at the
please.
number where that comes from?
Oh my God.
I've got the stat. Okay, I've got the
Yeah,
stat.
get
So
the
I looked
stat,
it up.
please.
So in 2016, women broke for Trump at a rate of plus 15. In 2020, it was plus 11, and in 2024, it's plus 7. So in all three elections, they are proportionally voting more for Trump, but that proportion's narrowing each time.
So it's the opposite, actually. Fewer people, because that's
Well,
not the stat I
no,
read.
so
But
what
that, if
so what
anything, would
Tali
I-
what Tali actually just said is that especially now with as time has gone on, it would make sense that women would turn their backs on Trump. I'm someone who is a Republican now. I would never in a million years vote for Trump. Never in a billion million years would I vote for someone who has like a credible rape allegation in my fucking life. And there are so many women like me who feel that exact same way. And what that stat actually suggests is that she's right. So
Well, just to be clear, women still vote for Trump, or sorry, voted for Harris more than Trump, but the margin is getting smaller.
That's
what's
I mean, if
Um,
that's the stat, that's the stat. What say
Dev,
ye?
can you send me the stat?
that's
Because I
we
wasn't
already
understanding
said.
what you were
No,
saying.
I didn't even disagree. I said there was a 3% increase in women voting for Trump from 2020 to 2024, which I was using to demonstrate that droves of people aren't abandoning the Democrats
at
because of
3%,
Democratic Party policy on women. Do I know
well,
what
I have to
3% was?
ask
it
That
would
it's
be
not
interesting to
nothing.
see
Yes,
who
it
switched.
fucking matters.
What are the stats on
Yes.
switching?
Do you mean like did they cite why? Well, if you look at the top like 3 things that people were worried about, it was like the economy, like wars, and not wars. Fucking what was the other one? I don't remember. It doesn't matter anymore. The point is, it's not fucking like liberal men or policies about like how
Doesn't
the
sound like
left
you're
is
too sure
treating
the
women.
reason either.
Well, first of all, I'll just give you the number one reason, which was the economy. You have no fucking idea. You're just like, oh,
Show
it's
me.
because of this bullshit. Okay, I
Show
will.
me. 'Cause it sounds
This
like
is
you're
very easily.
spitballing
Yeah,
too, bud.
I said one thing, you completely disregarded it. It's the number one thing everyone voted on. It's the economy, and it has nothing to do with gender politics. But let's see what the other reasons are. I don't remember off
Right.
the top of my head.
Well, everything's
well, the
about gender
economy still
politics when you
affects
think
women
about
in a
it.
gendered way, right? So
Yes,
Because of all
exactly.
the pink tax. True.
Right.
yeah, more than that, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You know, Andrea Dworkin has a fabulous quote about this specifically, and I can read it if anyone's interested, but
Go ahead, read your quote.
I have to ask a question because my chat is going to riot if I don't. They want me to specifically ask Tali what her thoughts are on trans rights. So
Oh God.
they asked that in Wix chat too. Can I read the quote really quickly and then you can say?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, right-wing women. This is very true. This is what's happening right now culturally on Twitter, on social media. This is what they're trying to get women on TikTok with the trad wife shit. Right-wing women have surveyed the world. They find it a dangerous place. They see that work subjects them to more danger from more men. It increases the risk of sexual exploitation. They see that creativity and originality in their kind are ridiculed. They see women thrown out of the circle of male civilization for having ideas, plans, visions, ambitions. They see that traditional marriage means selling to one man, not hundreds. That's the better deal. They see that the streets are cold and that the women on them are tired, sick, and bruised. They see that the money they can earn will not make them independent of men and that they will have to play the sex game of their kind at home and work too. They see no way to make their bodies authentically their own and to survive in the world around men. They know too that the left has nothing better to offer. Leftist men also want wives and whores. Leftist men value whores too much and wives too little. Right-wing women are not wrong. They fear that the left, in stressing impersonal sex and promiscuity as values, will make them more vulnerable to male sexual aggression, and that they will be despised for not liking it. They are not wrong. Right-wing women see that within the system in which they live, they cannot make their bodies their own, but they can agree to privatized male ownership. Keep it
What
one-on-one,
year
as
was
it
this
were.
written?
can I interject here? Can I interject
Well,
here? So I will say.
Tali
Honestly.
needs
Oh,
to
the
go.
it was written in the
I wanna say
80s?
something.
Okay.
I want to say something. So I understand the perspective of this quote, right? But when you actually look at like how these things bear out, I think that it actually ends up being that a lot of women are in more danger in their own home than they are when they're going to work, right? Like what is the rate of domestic violence, right? What, like, I'm sorry, how many women are killed by their partners, right? So and that poses a, they say that like you can look at all these things, and obviously safety is a huge issue for women in general, right? That's why we can't be lax on punishing crime. But at the same time, this idea that being stay at home or staying in your home is going to be safer is not necessarily true, because a lot of women engage, a lot of women encounter their first instance of domestic violence when they get pregnant. right? A lot of women just end up dying from it. So it's not
But
true,
that's
right?
necessarily the lesson. I think that the lesson
Hold on, just
that
Lav, stop. We gotta let Tali
Yeah.
go, right? We do. She was asked a
Right.
question, and everyone keeps like, we will never get to the question unless we give Mike to Tali. Tali, you were asked about trans rights. We did a whole show on this, by the
What?
way. There's a whole show
Yeah, we did.
that you can go and look, but I guess people want the TLDR right now. So go ahead.
I think trans people should have rights. I abhor the bullying and cruelty that a lot of people target against trans people, especially on the basis of their appearance. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to
Do
pivot off of
anyone have a
Tali
more
saying that,
specific
just to be
question?
clear, because I've been really hard on you, Tali. I think you're ultimately probably a good person, and I don't hate you. It is this specific
Wow.
topic of which I am triggered, just so you know. And I wish the best
So
for you and your
kind.
wife. I hope that Obergefell does not get overturned. And I will have Gavin Newsom illegally marry you at the San Francisco courthouse if it is.
Very kind. Thank you.
Okay. Well, gang, I don't know where we're going from here. Lav, finish up your thought, and then we might just kind of.
I was just saying
end
I
this
don't
shit.
necessarily think that that was the lesson in that is that like to stay home, but I do believe that there is a passion of men of the right wing where they feel more protected, and I feel like in a post sexually open society, post birth control pill, post free sex, free love of the 2000s, women are getting tired and they're getting weathered, and they see men who are ready to take care of them with very pretty words. It doesn't even necessarily need to be true, and I think that women ultimately prefer that because we are just animals after all.
I think
But yeah, that was just
cynicism is
speaking to women.
sure.
But I think overall,
Sure.
there's more democratic issues that are turning people to MAGA. And I also would like to clarify: I don't think that MAGA. I think that MAGA has become bigger than just Donald Trump at this point. It's a movement
Yeah,
on its
sure.
own.
I think the best
There's
policy for women is to be cynical when it comes to any man talking. I'm sorry to say, but you have to be cynical
Even
when it
George
comes
Floyd?
to any man talking, whether they're right wing or left wing.
Even George Floyd.
Because
Even George Floyd?
I'm sorry?
Even George
Even
Floyd?
George Floyd, because you know, men generally are the same, like across the political spectrum. I'm sorry, they commit more crime. Every man, every
Okay,
man
no
is
Stardust.
like
We're gonna have an
horny as
issue.
fuck.
We keep going.
At
but go ahead.
every stage of life, men are their libido is higher than women, even when at the point where women are at their highest in libido, men still have a much higher libido at every stage in their life than women. And men are not, I guess, not taught to have any self-control. So, you know, I mean, yeah,
Jesus
that's
Christ.
just
So one of my
ahead.
frustrations, general cultural observation and frustration, is that it does seem like in some ways the left only acknowledges, and I'm not saying you Stardust in particular, I don't know your views on these things, but you seem pretty based from what I can gather, but the left seems to only acknowledge these sex differences in these cases, in a case where they can make a case for sexism against women. So if they're trying to prove that women are earning less, right, in the market, or if they're trying to show how women are literally vulnerable in comparison to men in a physical way, they then pretend that men and women are completely equal in their desires and their abilities and in their preferences and all of these things. And that's a frustration that a lot of people, again, there's a lot of people who just who resent the hypocrisy, and it doesn't make them
One of the concerns
enthusiastic
I have,
Republicans
Sure.
necessarily.
One of the concerns
Just to,
I'm having.
can I real quick clarify just the
can
top
I
5
give my
things? Because I
thought?
did look this up and we're going to move on from this week. But the economy, democracy in the US, terrorism and national security, Supreme Court picks, and then 5th is immigration, which is like the only one you might be able to spin into maybe it's crime, and then kind of turn that into do I feel safe as a woman? So no, it was none of the things that Lab brought up. Just to
Okay.
be 100%
Fair
clear.
enough, but
No, I
Not
heard
to-
that women are actually
I
terrified
also think
of
that you're
walking
being
around
like
cities.
extremely autistic about this. I think that there are plenty of ways that people vote for things and don't necessarily like track it. What's on the ticket? Are they writing in the reason why they've switched parties? Are they writing in the reason why
Right.
they're
You
voting?
would have to even know what
I'm
what
sorry,
they're
are we now
asking.
just
You don't
questions
even
are like,
you don't even
all polling isn't valid because we haven't asked every single person about
It's
their
not
opinions.
polling.
Statistics,
No,
we can just
you're
throw it out the
you
the
are
fucking
acting
window.
like you know. That's the problem. You are acting like you know more than I do, and you don't. You are
So
guessing
I'm
just
going
as I
on
am.
80s.
polling data, and you're going on, well, we can't
Then
know
ask
because we
asking
didn't
you
ask
about the
everyone on their
data.
fucking. What do
Listen,
you
I'm
want to do? Do you
asking
want me
you
to send you
about
more
the
links?
data.
What are you
No, I
talking
want to
about?
know. I want to know how they're asking these questions. This is
Actually,
we gotta
not.
Soy
dive
Pill, send it to me.
into
They
the
rate,
fucking.
Soy Pill,
rate,
DM
We
it to
gotta
me.
they
dive
rate
deep
things
into the
based
fucking
on
methodology, my
extremely
guy.
important, very important, somewhat important, not important. This is how most polls are done. You can rank topics. You can pick which are your top
Sure.
5. This
So
is a thing.
what topics are on the questionnaire?
Oh my god.
Can you write it in?
Do you want me to
does it
explain
look
to
like?
you how
Is there any
Yes, I want you
question
to
that hold on
explain
really
to me how
quick?
they're
Is there
getting
any
this.
question that
Yes, I
you're
want you to
looking for
explain to me how
specifically?
you're getting this
Is there
data.
one
Do you want?
specifically one specific question that you're looking for to be on there that will satisfy you, or will you hear the list of questions and then after that, like ask for the next thing until you can
Okay, so
find
the
one
problem.
specific thing to get really fucking mad about and then dismiss the entire thing instead of presenting, I don't know, counter,
So the problem.
counter data or something.
Right. Right. I have a feeling that you're just going to repeat that 3 more times if I don't stop you.
I
So
actually
what I
finished
was
and
saying.
let you speak, you dumb bitch.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Okay. So the
I'll
problem
allow it.
that I'm speaking
Thank
to,
you,
the
Vic.
problem that I'm speaking to with this polling is that I don't think that it's impossible. First of all, polling at all for opinion-based thing is social sciences. You can't really trust it, right? We all know that. We all know that there are
All right,
hidden
so now that
motivations.
we know
Wick,
that
I
you have the
love you.
mental
I'm gonna
fortitude
catch
of
you
a
later, okay?
5-year-old, can we just disregard like this fucking stupid fucking retard? Like this is so
Mental
dumb. Wick.
fortitude of
Why
a
is this person
5-year-old.
here? Oh god.
Look,
What are
Damn,
you
you're
talking?
doing
I
it
have
again, dude.
I have a social sciences
Yeah,
degree.
literally, just
Everyone
doing
knows
it again.
this.
That's embarrassing that you're like, well, we can't use any polling because it's all
No,
you know, just kind of vibes.
the
based
same
on
Well,
we're
she's
answer.
really sure if
highlighting.
it
No,
works.
she's
I'm gonna give the
highlighting.
same
so you
answer.
shouldn't
I'm
have
gonna give
to
the same answer. I'm gonna give the
ask
same
You're a
answer. I'm gonna
mess.
give the
ask
same
me
answer. I'm
the
gonna give the
fucking
same
You're
answer. I'm gonna give the
question.
same answer. I'm
No,
gonna
you
This
give
is
the
shouldn't
why
same
have to
people
ask
answer.
me.
don't vote for
This is
liberal parties.
Okay,
Is
okay.
because
This is why
you
I'll
cannot
wait
this is why the
even
right one.
handle a
Retarded people like you
question.
is why the right's going to lose next round. The retarded people. This is
No.
why I'm going to vote left because
No,
you're being
it's
retarded.
because and this is why you'll keep losing. Is because if you can't
No, this
ask
is why
questions
this is
or
why
hold
the right's going to lose. Is because you're
Okay.
fucking
the
stupid. This is
right's
why the
not
right's
Here's
gonna
what we're
lose.
gonna do.
right's
This is why the
winning
right's going to lose. This is why the
overwhelmingly.
right's going to lose.
Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Because wow. I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone because I think
What?
you're
Really?
well. I don't look. Do we
Oh, you
have
like making
other
money,
places to
Wick.
go from here? Because I'm frustrated.
Not
right
if you have
now.
lab
I
on, Wick.
No, I
I'm
think that we
frustrated.
can.
I'm frustrated. I'm
I think we're
frustrated.
probably-
Hold on, let me finish my fucking thought. I'm frustrated because we were having a great conversation, and then Soy Pill came on to attack Tali. Okay, to attack Tali. It became better content, mind you,
My
but it was a
white
worse
knight
conversation.
in shining
And
armor.
now it's I did Lav came on to save Tali. I think I'm not sure why Lav's here, but
It just seems that we're sort of in the same boat. I didn't even really watch it. I just saw the title.
oh God, okay. And I think that we there are things to discuss, but it's hard to discuss them when I'm having to like keep you guys from being autistic the whole time. I don't know. Like we have stats on this. We have stats on women when it comes to voting for Democrats and voting for Republicans. There was a 7-point shift towards Republicans from 2020 to 2024. We have to
It was
deal
5.
with that. Well, the stats that I'm looking at says
Yeah, it definitely has to
57.
do a lot
Let me
with
just
that
get these true.
climate stuff,
57% of women backed Joe Biden in 2020. And in 2024, meaning that 43% of women didn't vote Democrat in 2020. And in 2024, 53% of women voted for Harris, while 45% voted for Donald Trump, a loss of 4% decrease to the Dems and a increase of 3%, or 2%, I should say, to the Republicans. So 6%
Wick,
instead of 7.
droves.
I think the
people.
biggest thing, I think the biggest thing is going to be our policies on crime. We cannot, we have to be
2% of a
tough on
vote is an election. Soy Pill. That's an election.
No, Lav, it's smaller than the swing of the entire fucking swing to the
No, it's
Republican
not.
Party.
That's
Younger.
not
Yes, it is.
true.
Yes, it is. The swing of all the fucking party
In
from the right to the
Pennsylvania,
left is bigger
in
than the swing
Pennsylvania,
of
we
just
lost
women.
by
Women was the
1.5%.
No, women
Like-
women swinging was the smallest demographic swinging. This is what I'm saying.
That's true. But
This is
I
the
just
least
don't
important
really-
fucking thing we're talking about right now.
That's not because
I don't think it's unimportant though, because I
I'm
think
not
that
saying it's oh my god.
I think that the well-being of 50% of our society is really important, whether or not they're
Wow.
swing or not,
Yes,
right?
I
obviously.
think just to bring this all back, and especially to what Wick said, is I think that also a big reason is because when you cannot hold up a point to scrutiny, you lose people. Soypilled, if you are the type of person who a young person on the fence is being met with and they're asking questions, you are not
No one
going
in
to
here is asking
they are
questions,
not
guys.
going
I'm
to
confronting people
choose
giving bad advice
they're
like
not
you and
going
Tali.
to they're not going to what advice have I given?
Okay, what advice do you have for how do we save the Democratic Party from the MAGA swath that you don't want to
Well,
win because you're anti-Trump?
I think that there's a lot of "Make America Great Again" points that are positive. I just wouldn't
Great. So
personally vote
why are
for
we
a
listening to this person
rapist.
again, Wick? Why are we fucking having this person on? Like, who
Okay,
the fuck
this
cares
is
what this person has to say? Like, Jesus Christ.
I'm having a really hard time having a conversation with you, Soypilled, and it's not
You
because of
should,
me.
because I'm dealing with, again, an intellectual 5-year-old, and I don't like that I'm having to speak to you. It's
I
fucking
don't think
frustrating.
anyone with any sort of brain capacity is seeing this conversation and thinking that, like, you're, like, open and mature.
I'm not being mature. I'm being very triggered right now. I'm very
Okay, so
upset
why
right
are
now.
you saying calling
You
me
don't
the
want to
5-year-old?
accept. This
All right,
goes back.
let's
This
do it.
goes
All
back
right,
to the
guys. No,
beginning
you're right.
of-
All right, I'm calming down. Let's have an intellectual conversation. Lav, what are your points for the Democratic Party? I will listen.
I think
with an
that
open heart.
people see someone like you in the media specifically, and they're like, There's no tenable way to enter this party as someone who is complicated, has a ticket that is sort of all over the place because most people do, right? Most people, there will be a lot of people who just vote tick 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 down Democrat, but things are changing now, right? Because we're having a cultural reset. We're spreading the parties in a way that hasn't happened at least since the 70s, right? At least since Vietnam. Like this is the most emotional politics have been for 20, 30 plus years. And then they see people like you in the media and they're thinking, "Oh, well, I don't align with him. I don't align with this person who's compassionate, has compassionate values, wants women to have choice." How could women see someone like that and be like, "Oh, I'm going to vote Republican?" And it's because it's not even measured. It's because they're scared. It's because your energy is dangerous to women.
Sorry, do you have a stat
It's
on
because
that?
your
Or is
energy
this just
your
your vibe?
energy is dangerous to a new
Wait,
voter.
no, I understand your point. Now, can you tell me why you think that is at all, like, tenable as a position? Do you have any evidence to support that, or is it just vibes? Because you're not feeling my vibes right now.
Well, it's not about me not feeling your vibes. I know that this is the case when we see people on social
You just made a
media or when we
claim
see people
about why women aren't voting for the Democrats based on seeing people like me and then not reporting it on polls. And I'd like you to
I am
elaborate how
spitballing
you
just
know
as
this.
you are. So
No,
I
I had a poll. You have I think this
no,
is happening. I have no reason for this to be
couldn't tell me
true.
about the details of your poll.
I can if you want to go read it. I'm not going to explain the methodology of every
Is it
poll I bring up.
was it
somebody
a
who's
poll?
met
Was it a
this-
poll of
Right.
women who flipped their vote? Was that what it was? Was it a poll of women who flipped from
It was a
Democrat to
poll
Republican
on the
voter?
top issues, and
Can
if
I
we
just
look at
say,
the
I
way
think
that
that
women flipped, it was the smallest demographic of all the
Right, so
demographics
it
that
may
flipped.
not be getting at the cohort that Lav and I are talking about.
Right, which is
The
apparently
cohort
so
that I'm
incredibly small. This imaginary cohort that you have no evidence whatsoever, just
Yes, so
vibes,
tiny.
might exist, and
I
you don't
don't-
have any reason to bring it
And
up. You have any
again,
evidence to
there is
support
a
it.
large part of this cohort,
don't
Lav
know.
included, who has gone farther than me and calls herself a Republican. I voted for Trump. She didn't vote for Trump because I'm telling you, there is a large contingent of women, heterodox women, anti-woke women who refused to vote for Trump, and they voted against him because they saw him as the penultimate evil. But they have moved ideologically, culturally, and that will reflect in their voting moving forward, even
I
if it's
don't
not
know
a
what.
Okay, I
huge
do
part
gotta
of the
make a little
collective.
money. People keep giving me money. We're making so much money.
Can I say
Okay.
something really quick?
Really
have to
quick, and then
go
I
soon.
have to get to these
Okay,
super
okay.
chats. Yes.
I just have to say, I don't know what it means when Lav is saying that like Soypill's vibe is dangerous to women. I don't think so. I think he's just passionate. I met him in person. I don't think his vibe is dangerous at all. So I just want to say that. Yeah.
I don't think it's dangerous to women and that I think he's like a rapist or going to kill me. I think that it's dangerous to anyone who I think that a lot of people vote because they feel good about it, right? It makes them feel good for themselves. It makes them feel like they're making a difference, right?
Well, I think
When you feel like
I
you're- when
disagree.
you
I
feel
think
like
most
you're
people vote
entering-
because they hate the other guy, right? They vote to
That's
punish
certainly
the
true.
enemy.
Also, I think that's also certainly
Yeah.
true. But I think
Finish
that
your thought. I gotta
when
get
people
mine.
are joining a political party, it becomes somewhat part of their identity, even in like a very small facet, right? That means it's very important to them. That means it becomes like all encompassing. Have you seen the way that liberals react when they've done something wrong, and our Protestant way of reacting to us doing something wrong when we're found out that we said a slur 10 years ago on social media? They're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm an unfinished person. I will leave the Democratic Party. I won't talk about politics anymore online. This is something that happens every day. We see this every fucking day. If you enter, why would anyone want to enter a party where they think that they can't make mistakes or have the right opinion?
$2.
Or ask questions.
Sure.
Why would anyone enter that party?
$2 from Artemis Fowl to say this was very entertaining, Wick. Love you too, SD. Thank you for the $2. $2 from DJ Monotonous to say, make her respond to my message. Don't wuss out. Tali's message there when he was yelling at you. $10 from Sarcastic Warlock to say, Wick, your side doesn't understand the basics of politics. They're to blame for MAGA. You're a few push-ups away from the far right and joining the good guys. Down with the left. Down with MAGA. Thank you for $10. MAGA is... Oh, look. Okay.
MAGA is disproportionately obese, so that's not true.
Yeah, $2 months from membership. 2 months from Remy LeBeau to say, stop running from Reservoir, Wick. I am not running from Reservoir. He's welcome anytime on my show. He doesn't reach out to me. He doesn't DM me. He doesn't ask for anything. I'm not running. $5 from Groter Bell to say, Wick, dude, everyone talked through my questions both times. You half read it. Please ask Tali her position on trans rights. We did.
Wait, we definitely let her.
We had a whole gang. If you want to
it.
see a whole show, a whole debate on trans rights with Tali, we hosted one. I think Soy Pill was actually on that one. You can go and look at it.
And Tali was great.
Yeah,
that was my favorite debate opponent ever. I will say, because she was so kind and good faith, and everyone heard each other out. It was amazing.
Okay.
That's why when she brought that up, it reminded me.
Faith.
I'm only mad at her for this specific topic right now, not in general.
Okay.
It's interesting you value that in a person.
Okay. $5.
Good faith? I do. Yeah, I really do.
No, I think
I'm not done with my money.
I'll see you guys soon.
$5 from Sarcastic
Bye.
Warlock to say there's bye Stardust.
No. Okay, bye.
Okay, you can find Stardust. I got a link to her channel in my YouTube description, Small Talk Me. You can check her out. I wish she'd let me know if she needed to go. I would have given her a proper outro. I'm sorry.
She did. You didn't hear.
Oh, did I not? Fuck. I'm sorry. $5 from Sarcastic Warlock to say there is no worse political system than democracy, the slow decline into oblivion and the weakening of men and women, and only fools will defend it. I disagree with you, sir. $13.99 Canadian dollars from K to say Soy Pill is so fragile. LOL.
J-Mac, bro.
For $10 to say I was radicalized when I went back to California to visit friends, and the Albertsons made me pay for grocery bags. Also, sugared soy pill feeds my soul. And then $10 more from J-Mac. Thank you for the $10 to say men also stop the most crime, sister. Also, it's not your fault. You guys can't keep up with our crime stats. Get those numbers up. $2 from Metalworks to say all I want to say is Wick, stop killing games. And there we go. Okay, that's done. I'm sorry, Stardust. Stardust, if you want to come on real quick and give your... She should have DM'd me, man. Damn, I feel really bad for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to hear lots more from Stardust too, so that's unfortunate. But
Well,
we
she
can
had
do
to
this
go.
again.
She had
There's
to
always
go.
next
I
time.
understand it.
There's always next time.
We are gonna.
Yeah.
I do have to go as well soon. Here, but I
Are you sure, Wick? You don't want to go for 8 hours like with the the Maglocks debate?
Oh, bro, look, I made more money tonight than I did that night. Which is saying something. But
Wait, really?
I did.
My God, because that was like a wild mimetic night.
It was great. It was great. And gang, if you want, hold on, wait a minute. What am I doing? You guys want me to still go? $100. $100 and I'll go another hour. What am I doing? Like, why is it? This is the most simple thing in the world. Do you guys like this content? Pay it. Pay for it. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a communist. I'm not gonna do it for free. You gotta pay me. Yeah, $100. In the next 10 minutes, if we can get $100 in the next 10 minutes, I'll keep going, and we'll go until at least 10:30. Okay.
Until I kill
Yeah.
Soy Pill.
do it, guys, please. There are a lot of cool people backstage.
Yeah, we can
that
bring
would be very
on.
fun
We
to
can
join the
really open. We can
conversation.
open up the pit,
Oh God,
as
who's
they say.
waiting?
But I guess I'm just concerned, Soy Pill. Like, you seem to have walked back a lot of your criticisms.
No, I just clarified. You guys
just
said things that
clarifying?
I was not saying, but I'll keep saying them again if you need more clarification.
No, we don't. We don't need more clarification. I just don't get the utility of this worldview. I really don't, and I'm being very honest with you. I'm not trying to, like,
okay. I will just say it one more time.
Can I finish my point, and then you can
Sure.
respond to it? Right. I do not get the utility of acting. Right. Like, a lot of people say it's soy to tell people to be nice, but it is it's effective.
Is it?
I think it is. I think
it depends on the context. Kyla actually said this really well. It depends on the context. So, like I said, when you're reaching out to individual voters, right? That 1000%. Like, you need to be kind to these people. You need to have empathy, understand why they voted this way.
Thank you for the $100, J-Mac. We're still going, and I'll bring on a couple.
Awesome. Thank you, J-Mac. There's to an extent, right? Like a very important like line that you have to cross where it's like, hey, as soon as they're like, as soon as they're like completely unreachable, they're like, hey, gas the Jews or some fucking crazy shit. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna have empathy for you. There's no point in convincing you. You're too far gone, right? But my frustration is that we'll have people on who clearly have no principles that I think are like worth listening to, giving advice on how to shift the vibes longer than 10 seconds. And I think this is incredibly big waste of time. I think these people should be shamed for doing what they did. They should feel sorry about it. And then they should go on an apology tour and fucking like, do some sort of like comeuppance and say like, well, now I'm going to like, because I see all the damage my vote has caused, I'll go and try to do nice things for the country. Because right now, not nice things are coming. Now, if they see what's happening now and they're like, I'm okay with this, that's not the case. That's like, oh, you got this. You got what you voted for. Great. Okay. Well, now we can maybe listen to how we pull them over, but we absolutely should not be taking advice from them as to like how we do things. Now, don't get me wrong. The Democrats are fucking stupid, right? Like they're doing this, like pay $20 million to like some Dean Withers idiot who's going to like, turn everyone off. Like not just the Republicans, but also the Democrats, because he's a little shit. But like this idea that like, oh, like let's really be nice to them and ask them what they want. Meanwhile, they're spewing all the fucking worst jokes in the world. They're like, rounding up my friend's parents. They're like, demonizing trans people. They're spewing the most racist bullshit about killing 65 million Latinos. And it's like, well, it should cause them to lose. And I'm not saying we should be as bad as that, but the idea that it's like, well, we need to really be taking cues from the people who like, no offense, Tali. Well, actually, offense needed. The fact that someone who can vote from Antifa to voting for Trump is like anyone we should be taking seriously as like an opinion.
It was never Antifa. So you shouldn't listen to people who change their mind over years.
You clearly haven't. You're literally like, well, I don't even know if I'm going to vote for Democrat again. Like you're on the fence. One thing can push you. One thing.
Yes, because I changed my mind and my worldview.
Yeah, wait. Think about what you just said.
Maybe have bad research on you.
Sully, think about what you just said. You just said you seem like someone who can be effectively moved. So why the fuck would I try to move you? Like that doesn't
because any substantive thing that's going to move them will be immediately overturned by something to move them back.
I use the restroom. You guys continue and
that's
be good.
Politics,
yeah, that's the electorate, right? The best way to determine whether or not a Republican is going to win the next election is if a Democrat just served 2 terms. The electorate moves back and forth.
Yeah, people vote reactionary based on how bad things are in the previous term. 100%. And the idea of, well, clearly this person is not going to vote based on any policy that I reach out to them for. I just have to be nice to them last, or they have to be happy about it last. Okay, so why are we listening to them? Like their opinions on it don't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's not about not caring about policy ever. Tali, you're talking to someone who's said basically that they voted on policy their entire life but one time. And because of the but one time, you're saying they're not ever going to vote on policy again. What they're saying is at a certain point, you can't only have policy and completely lose the individual through abstraction and expect them to stay. Like at a certain point, you still need to be able to zoom in and talk to individuals and like meet them where they're at on an emotional and intellectual level.
I already said that. I said this already. That's literally like the crux of half the fucking video.
But you're behaving
how old are you?
On this panel. It's a very different
How old is Soypill?
How old do you think I am?
I don't know.
Say something nice. Say I'm like 20 or something. I'm 29.
Interesting.
Don't look a day.
Why would we believe?
I have a psychology degree.
Hold on.
Okay.
So
why would we believe that? Why would we believe that that Tali voted on policy all the other times instead of vibes also for just for the Democrats' favor?
I mean, because everything Tali mentioned about voting him was policy driven. I mean, it's just like literally just listen to the person is like all I'm.
I mean, like you can technically say that voting on like anti-woke shit is on policy too, right? And that she would probably say that right before she voted for Trump. She would probably say that was a policy-based decision. Like,
but look at what you're doing. Like that's all this stuff.
Well, hold on.
We're not talking about dehumanizing.
Arguably, a lot of people voted for Kamala and against Trump based on vibes. They really hated things about him that aren't necessarily policy prescriptions. They hate what they perceive as sexism and racism and discrimination and all these different things. And so they're voting to protect against those things. And I think that's the same reason. So, yeah, listen, if you go back and ask me specific policy questions, I can answer you based on how I feel now and how I felt when I voted at different points in the past. But I was voting on cultural things then too, things that I've changed my mind about, feeling like we actually were in
Why didn't you care about him trying to
incessantly
overturn the
sexist
election?
and racist hellhole before.
Why didn't you
Sorry?
care in October 2024 about him trying to overturn the election in 2020? Why was that not a priority for you? And is it
Sure.
now?
So to be honest, a couple of things. There are things that I probably took for granted that I shouldn't have, or I shouldn't have taken. I should have been more critical of, perhaps. But I believed that basically our institutions would hold in the same way that they did hold after January 6th, in ways that I've always shown to be incorrect about. I believe that the courts would be able to prevent certain actions in ways that they haven't necessarily been able to do. But that was one thing. Number two, I honestly felt like I was desensitized to a lot of the anti-Trump rhetoric, because it was really so one-dimensional. And frankly, again, it felt like a lot of the messaging from the Democrats was, "We are not Trump. Don't vote for Trump. Trump is
About the facts? Did you know about the facts of January 6th before voting, or did you learn about them after you voted in 2024?
I knew about the facts before, yeah.
So why did you think it was? Why are you desensitized? If you knew exactly what happened and how it happened and how horrible it was, how could you be desensitized to that?
Why was I desensitized? Well, desensitization is a process, right? It's a literal process of exposure. And so, yes, I was aware of the facts, and
Okay.
I was
But did you
exposed to
care
so much what I
right
felt
after you
was
learned about the
hyperbolic.
facts? Right after you learned the facts. So were you desensitized and then you actually learned the facts? So once you learned them, you didn't care anymore, or did you learn about it? You're like, oh my god, that's horrible, and then over time you got desensitized, where you no longer thought it was horrible.
Well, just wait real quick. I want you to clarify something. When you say the facts, you mean like the false elector plot, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I
yes.
assume that's what. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And we're taking for granted the fact that both of those scenarios aren't what happened, because she hasn't said she didn't care. She has just said other things outweighed it in the moment. Not that it wasn't a priority.
Correct.
Yeah, but that it was not
Okay.
the top one.
Sure. My claim would be anything, especially woke shit, but anything that is more higher priority than that, you're like pretty morally bad if you know.
Sure.
All of
So
the
more than
facts.
half the
That's fair
country
to
is
say. Hold
morally
on, but hold
bad.
on.
We're doing the meme.
Right.
Whatever. Who
Hey,
cares?
Jeb Tan.
hold
Hey,
on.
no, Tali, stop. Tali, stop.
Stop.
Hey, retard, Jeb Tan. This
Can
is
you
why I'm
stop for 1
clarifying
second?
that she knows the facts of the situation, because almost nobody in the country actually does.
Sure. So
Okay?
put the
That's why
50%
I
of the
clarified that.
country. Put the 50%
Are you
of the
gonna
country
ignore what I
aside.
just said?
Who?
Okay.
Me
Do you
or
want? Did you didn't ask for a response? You just said a
Okay,
thing. Do you want me to
sorry.
respond to it?
Tali, go ahead. Why was that not the most important thing to you? January 6th.
Okay, so I was saying something else. So again, so there are arguably people who voted for Kamala who that was not the most important thing to them, that they were voting against Trump for other things that they saw as more important than the
It was the number 2 issue,
plot
though,
to
to be clear.
overturn. Sure. Okay. According to the exit
The
polling that
polls,
you've looked
yeah.
at. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which we can't trust.
Sure. No, we should always take them with a grain of salt.
What grain of salt, though? I mean,
They're
yeah,
obviously
sure, but like,
we should take them with a grain of salt, but my personal experience should never be taken with a grain of salt, because I've talked to people who voted on woke stuff. So obviously that's the most
it
important
should
thing.
all be taken.
Or liberal men.
See, again, this is just
obviously.
like a complete.
no, you
straw
can't
man.
equate
Complete
these
straw
things. They're
man.
not the same. Like,
Okay. That's
I don't.
Okay,
This is.
so
You
Sorry,
agree
go
with that,
ahead,
Tali, right?
Robbie.
That like that but you agree. She agrees with that, though. Like, I just to make sure that like academic polling is more important and useful
right
to
back.
know people's opinions than like what you are experiencing in your day-to-day life, as like a anecdotal example. You agree with that, correct?
Yes, obviously. You get more
Okay,
information from a bunch of anecdotes than you do from any one. Yes, I agree.
Okay, just making sure. Okay.
wait, so, and also to be
Okay.
clear, polling is not the plural of anecdote. Just to be clear, that's not what
Yeah,
polling
it's-
is. There's a methodology, and there's hard empirical results from that. It's not a bunch of anecdotes.
Randomized
Sure.
sampling that then represents the population.
The issue is,
poll.
hold on. So polling still, though, only ever at its best reaches the level of scientific rigor that justifies looking into something further. The idea that people make such strong claims that like hard scientists with way better evidence won't make on other things that have way better evidence is the problem, and is the reason why you guys are like, I just don't fucking get how it happened the day that it happened. Like, because polling is not good quality evidence.
That would be true if there were one poll one time on the election. Turns out there were hundreds of polls that asked people what was the main priority of the thing you voted for, and consistently it's like the economy, democracy, immigration, over and over and over again.
And Jeb, to be clear, no one in 2016 who was seriously like, how could this happen, looked at any of those polls and understood 3 to 37% as zero, because they're just fucking dumb if they didn't expect that it was possible, right?
What I'm saying is
that is what happened. Is what I'm saying is that those polls were all pretty close within margin of errors, but everyone just vibe based thought, well, he can't be president. There's no way, because that's what everyone was saying. But these polls were pretty dang accurate.
I'm not talking about 2016.
They were vibe based as if that's not how people vote. Like, how many voters do you think have all the information? Very few.
Well, and you're deriving the substance from the vibes, whereas like you guys are using vibes as a stand-in of without substance, whereas there's
Tali
significant
has said
substance
that she knew the information.
Vibes.
Tali has said she knew. We are.
I'm not talking about January 6th. I'm not, dude. I get that you're obsessed with the January 6th meme. What we're talking about a broader conversation.
I love it so much. Tali, you knew the facts. Why was that not more important to you than anti-woke stuff?
It just wasn't. Again, I didn't feel that he would be in a position for this to happen again, because this would be his second term, where running for a third term is not an option. And so I felt like even if he wanted to do that,
he's going to break the law to steal an election, but he wouldn't break the law to run for a third term. That's like that's
she didn't think he could because he didn't steal the election.
I thought again, and I thought the institutions would hold and will hold.
Tali,
she's answered this 5 times.
If someone killed someone, got released from prison, and then ran for president, but you thought there was such a low chance they would ever be able to kill someone again, do you still think that person is a bad person?
What was the context of them killing someone? that obviously
they straight up
yeah,
cold blood murder. They straight up walked up to someone with a gun, shot him in the head.
Murdered those puppies.
They just hated them.
I
think didn't deserve it.
I do in fact think that first degree murder is bad. Yes.
Okay, so why are you not making a moral judgment on the person doing the action in the first place, even if there's not a chance of them doing it again, even just granting that? Why is there no moral judgment there for that person?
I have lots of moral judgments against Trump. I was never a Trump supporter. I held my nose in voting for him this time. I wasn't even voting for Trump.
That doesn't answer the question of why that's
actually, Jonah, can I ask you a question? Jonah, just really quick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Say the Democrats, because they're stupid or whatever, they nominated a murderer, a first-degree murderer that just got out of prison to run against J.D. Vance in 2028. Are you gonna? They agree with all your policies, right? They will implement every policy you want, but you know that they killed 20 different people, right?
You're asking the wrong person, Wake, because I am a super partisan, and I would obviously vote for that person because the policy platforms just always going to be better.
Okay, so given that, why are you asking?
Tali's not a super partisan. Tali's not a super partisan, though. Okay. She doesn't care about the actual like policy outcomes that come when someone is elected. Obviously, because if she cared super closely about policy outcomes, she wouldn't sway so incredibly far between two polar opposite parties within 4 years. So clearly, it's a vibes-based. It's a vibes-based thing that is not actually based on policy outcomes.
That's not necessarily true. So if you want one group
Soy
of
Pill,
people,
would you vote for the murderer?
I would vote for 1,000 murderers. I would vote for someone who raped my family. 100%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Based. Holy shit.
Okay. So anyway, that's not necessarily true. This is the thing: is like you bake in these absolutes. You can absolutely do a protest vote in order to sort of be a wake-up call. In fact, doing that in a coalition could be extremely effective in moving a party toward better policy objectives. So it may not be that you're interested in the next 3 years of policy over everything else, but you could be focused on policy objectives that you think are going to be long shots that have to be worked toward. And the only way to work toward them is to snap your fingers in front of the face of the party and be like, hey, you're not fucking listening. So me and my coalition are going to do a protest vote to get you to turn the ship toward us.
Well, Jeb, to be clear, first of all, Wick, you brought up an example of, hey, if this guy was a murderer, and Jonah was using murder as a stand-in for overturning the election, not this person's a bad person. It's, hey, this person might just... I understand, but I'm trying to just explain to you why these things are disanalogous, right? Because one of them is, hey, I'm going to subvert democracy so that your votes will never matter in the future because there's probably an indication that I'm going to keep doing this. So, Jeb, yeah, if you're a protest voting because you're like, well, maybe people will wake up and do XYZ policy prioritized because they'll realize that that whatever platform we ran on isn't going to work. Sure, but this being the policy of, hey, this person might never let a democratic election happen again because he's going to try to steal it every single time.
Because there was a response to that.
Well, he didn't get away with it the first time, which is a fucking stupid response.
And it likely would not. He wouldn't get away with it another time.
Yeah, and that's
There's also demonstrated intent to want to do that.
Why is that dumb? Show any proof that she's wrong. You don't just get to say that's dumb. No,
because one of these candidates, Jeb, because one of these candidates is, hey, I'm going to probably try to do it again. In fact, I will never admit wrongdoing. And the other saying, hey, we shouldn't let him do it again.
Is the evidence to be able to do it?
Hold on, just a super personal. Hold on. Just a super. It's my goddamn show, and I want to say something that's unrelated to this conversation, so I'm going to say it because this is really cool. I got like 52,000 likes on my little tweet. It was really nice. I'm going.
Oh, wait.
It's crazy, Wick.
Thank you.
Which one was it? Was it something disparaging?
No, it was a quote tweet towards Ted Cruz who were saying now's not the time for finger pointing, and I was saying the rules when it's a red state, now's not the time for finger pointing, and when it's a blue state, obviously we can criticize and finger point at any time we want. It was just a
that was a
calling out
banger.
of hypocrisy.
Jeb, the point is that okay, go ahead.
Let me answer this, and then I gotta go. So there's a lot of reasons why demonstrated intent for authoritarian behavior can affect things that aren't just the next election. For example, doing mass layoffs at like bureaucrats, doing like mass executive orders far beyond what anyone thought would actually be legal, and then having your court picks uphold your executive orders. Demonstrated authoritarianism and strongman behavior by trying to overturn the last election, which is like one of the most authoritarian things you could possibly do, demonstrates that you're going to keep doing that to a much larger extent the next time you win, especially if you're not punished by the electorate by losing next election because of what you just did.
So let me just clarify my question.
Hold on, you're not
answering. You're not answering. She did not ignore it. She came to the conclusion that there is no evidence that he would be successful even if he tried to do it again. I am asking, and you are refusing to answer because you don't have one. What is the evidence that he will successfully be able to?
What if Tali could answer?
That's not what Jonah said.
I just answered your question. You said if they can't overturn the election, what else could it be? Like what would the problem be? I'm saying
not what else. Not what else. No, I'm not saying what else. You are moving to what else.
Yes, that's the point. Yes, exactly. That is the point. Hey, Jeb, what I'm saying is that it's morally important to know all of the information about January 6th and still vote for Trump, even understanding, even fully accepting, giving her the entirety of the point that could not happen again, because that demonstrates behavior of how the rest of the administration is going to go. And shocker, that's how it has gone. And so Tali should have had any clue at all of understanding of how the last administration went, January 6th, and then this one. She should have known that it would be an authoritarian like attempt at ruling the government.
Before you leave, Jonah, this is to you. $50 and no, Tali, that doesn't mean I take my shirt off. They have to specifically request it, so this doesn't count for that. Sorry, Tali. The shirt stays on. You can pay $50 yourself if you want it off. JMac for $50 to say, so Jonah is just the atheist guy who uses a handpicked Bible verse that he doesn't believe in to dunk on Christians he's deemed wrong. Also, if he would honestly vote for the murderer, then he can be written off. Partisans can't be trusted. Thank you for the $50. Anyway.
Not aware of the lore here.
I don't. Yeah, that was a very.
No, he's making a comparison. He's making a comparison, saying that you are challenging Tali's belief, even though you don't hold that belief, right? You don't. You're a policy person. You don't believe in voting based on morality and things like that. And he's saying that he's comparing you to someone who's not Christian, who's using a Bible verse to dunk on Christians.
Jonah, would you vote for Joe Biden if he did what Trump did in 2020?
No.
Okay, there. Okay. That's the answer. Obviously, he's holding himself to the same standard.
Sorry, I didn't hear him say that because he said he would vote for a murderer. So
yes, a murderer.
Just now, actually.
Yes,
okay. So
sorry.
So your line,
as was explained, a murder and trying to overturn an election, trying to destroy the entire government is worse than killing 1 or even 1,000 people. I would say, yeah.
1,000 people. Okay.
Anything else? Any other confusion?
What if they raped 1,000 people?
Why does
I have more faith in our institutions?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't have.
Well, you
have, because you would have voted for it again.
Okay. I want to hear. I can't believe I'm saying this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to hear what Lav has to say. Go ahead.
You can't believe you're saying. I love that you have to preface everything you say
I don't
about me.
have
I can't
to.
believe we're
I
2
choose
years
to.
after the Destiny drama and you still have to do that.
I don't have to. I choose to, but go ahead.
Sure. I just think that there are. I mean, I personally, that was like not the reason I cared about whatsoever. I think honestly, as a vibes-based voter, like most people, even though that's disparaging, even like like how most people vote in the world, based off of vibes. I think that if I was a liberal and I really felt strongly about something, I would want obviously an institution in place to protect democracy, but if I really, really believed that the other party was ruining the US, why would I not try to overthrow, like, why would I not try to get control over the government if I thought that was going to be
There are
extremely
ways to put
dangerous?
yourself in the shoes of the idiots who did January 6th and say, "Oh, well, it makes sense why they did that." Thank you. That was a very good point. And thank you for
Well, no,
admitting that
that's
you
not
have no
that's not
principles. You're a vibes-based voter, and that's stupid, and we shouldn't
every
take your advice. I
you are
appreciate it.
also a
Thank you.
I
vibes-based
gotta go.
voter.
No, I
Bye-bye.
promise I'm not actually.
Oh,
I
bye-bye.
actually have
Okay.
fucking policies that I care about.
Bye,
There are
Jonah.
people in my friends and family that are being materially affected by the Trump
Yeah,
administration
what do you think
right now, and
vibes
it's
are?
fucking. That's not vibes. That's my friends
that
and
is a
family are
vibe.
Then
getting
what does vibes even
fired.
mean
That's
to you? Then what does vibes
monetary
mean to
damage.
you? The
That's people
people.
getting evicted from their houses. That's my friend's family being fucking
Yes,
so
deported.
vibes
That's
are
not
not
mine,
the
but
same
my
as
vibes,
substance.
yeah, my vibes are just like, I don't know, that's how I'm feeling today.
So
Like,
you have
that's-
policy positions because that's not vibes, idiot.
yeah, I obviously have positions based off of also
Then
my
you're not a
personal
vibes-based voter,
experiences.
Lav.
No,
Then why did you say that?
This is the
You-
thing, is you're not listening to what anyone says to you. I've told you, your guys' problem is you are using vibes as a stand-in for no other substance when vibes have inherent substance.
Why don't you have your
They
camera
come from
on,
personal
Jeb Tan?
experience. I am not currently decent right now.
Yeah,
Explain vibes to me,
Can you-
Jeb.
$5
Jeb,
from
you're
Adam.
an
Hold
attractive
on, let me make a
man,
little
and
money.
I promise you're decent.
$5
No,
from
like
Adam
Yeah,
I'm
but
in
make
my-
it more
I'm in
money
my
if
underwear,
you're
not
Yeah,
innocent.
$5 from Adam Cadblaw to say maybe you shouldn't subvert democracy in your own primary twice, and people might listen to you when you point the finger.
Well, okay,
Twice.
but again,
Interesting.
that's
20.
the meme.
$20 from Megalag to say the issue here is that Jonah and Soy like to hear themselves speak, but in reality are massive jerks. You can be
So
correct,
true.
but lose a debate by having a negative personality. They should, I don't know, grow up. And then $20 more from JMac, thank you, base JMac, to say, why would anyone let themselves be criticized for being morally abhorrent by someone like this guy? Absolute clown. Love this content, Wick. Well, I love your money, so thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is something that I
Jeb,
wanted
can you
to say
explain
while he
vibes
was.
to me? Yeah.
Yeah, I will. And I did. Again, this is probably where, like, you shouldn't come in so vehemently against Tali when we literally went all over all of this in the exact conversation you were complaining about that you didn't listen to. But first thing, I wanted to say this while Jonah was here because I don't want it to sound like I was talking shit on him. But he did,
He'll see this.
like,
I'll talk to him.
the same way that, like, Soy jumped in and was the exact thing you guys were all worried about and talking about before he came in. Jonah did that right after I told Jonah. I said, you are talking at this person, going through your spiel, and you're not listening to the human being that is speaking back to you. And then he immediately just did that, where he was like, why do you
Well, to be
not care
clear,
about January
you misinterpreted
6th?
his point.
I didn't. He
Well, you
moved
did,
off
because
of his point.
no, he
Let me,
said
bro,
he
I was
said
about
that
to
these are
explain it.
indicators
I'm
of
just
other
gonna go.
things, and you didn't regard it. So
Because he wasn't listening. He didn't ask her, don't you think that was an indicator of other things? He
because
asked
he
her,
knows
why didn't
that she doesn't think that.
Stop! He asked her, why didn't you care about January 6th? And she said, I did care about January 6th. I just think the guardrails will hold. And then he went on a spiel about, well, yeah, that's stupid because you didn't think of this and this and this. About like what it could mean for other things, and she's like, he didn't even give her a chance to ask her how she felt about those things, and now she prioritized those things. He didn't give a fuck
because he already knows based on her answer to that, and now it's not time to explore why she was stupid. It's just, oh, I understand why you're stupid now, and there's no extra question that's
you guys
needed.
keep getting people wrong and wondering why.
What did we get
stop
wrong?
The questioning
What did we get
halfway
wrong, Jeb?
through.
What did we get wrong?
I don't think Tali believes that there was no sign that Trump would do anything crazy in his presidential term. She just didn't think it would rise to the level of overthrowing the government because the guardrails.
What did
would
Jonah
hold.
say that contradicted that? Because he said, clearly you don't think that the authoritarian press that Trump is going to do in the second term is not as important as woke shit or whatever the fuck she voted for Trump.
That's what I just
right,
said.
Right.
She does not believe that. She does not
she
believe
doesn't
that.
understand the very clear indications of authoritarian power grabs, which is stupid. And we don't have to ask any more questions.
You just said the opposite of what she's
So
told
yeah,
you she
writing
believes.
people off. Writing people off is part of the problem. And again, you don't have to like that. You don't have to listen to it. You might not be interested in winning any of these people back or having.
You
them as
have
part of
nothing
your
else to
coalition
offer me, There's
flamethrower.
nothing about what you're saying is going to explain,
This
oh,
type
I
of
get why you're being stupid.
condescension and holier than thou, this is the turnoff. Again, you don't have to like it, but you are showing the people
I
what people
understand
already
on debate
perceive to be
panels that some
wrong
people might
with the
see
left.
this and be like, oh, that guy's
No,
being
it's not
smug
about
and mean and
debate panels. This
condescending,
is
and I'm
about
not going to
people's
vote for the
everyday
liberal
life.
cause.
They are
Because this is not
looking
what
at
I do in
this
everyday life. I
one
have
and
Republican
saying,
friends and family, and I reach out to them very empathetically. But when I'm on a debate panel where someone's talking with thousands of people about their stupid fucking
Actually,
reasons for
literally not a
voting, I'm going to
debate
call you
panel.
stupid.
I wish
Whatever
it was
this is, I
thousands
don't
of
know.
people. It's not.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
that's
it's
great
Yeah, I
that
know,
you're
right?
really nice to the Republicans in California whose presidential votes
No,
will
they're
never
in,
matter. But
they're in
when you're
Pennsylvania, which is a very important swing state, Jeb, actually.
sure, but when you're on the platform where the most people will see you, you do the worst job of advocating for your beliefs. That sounds really effective.
Most people
and really
see me when I
well
record it
thought out.
and do it on my YouTube channel, where then hundreds of thousands of people see it. Sorry, no
And your
offense.
attitude is this. Your attitude
it's
is
okay.
similar.
No,
I
it's actually
understand.
not
I'm
even
a
close.
small
You can go
fish.
watch it yourself.
It's this,
I'm a
but
small
the
fish.
issue is this overall vibe, right? To explain vibes.
Sounds like
Vibes
you're
are
not listening
always
to my
derived.
vibes, Jeb.
I am.
No, because
I'm
you think this
listening
is
to
how
your
I am
vibes.
when I'm talking to people and have a bigger audience. Actually,
I
which
really,
is not true.
I do wish that thousands of people would watch me. I think if thousands of people watched,
They
Wit
watched your
TV,
tweet.
Thousands of
we
people
would-
will watch you on me, which means that I am to some
Are
degree
those
being
people?
harmful. My audience is all gay, so depending on how you feel about them.
Fair enough. I mean,
But
fair
yeah, no,
enough.
to
My audience
explain
is
the
pretty
vibes-
stupid.
It's pretty
so, yeah.
irresponsible of you to platform me like that, Soypill.
True.
Well,
And me, and
point is,
worse,
I'm
me.
platforming and I'm calling
Yeah,
you fucking
true.
retarded because that's what needs to happen for these kind of conversations. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's
that is
super effective.
both helpful, productive, and accurate.
No, this is my
That's the
cathartic
problem,
therapy
too.
because I
That's
had a
the
very
problem, too,
stressful
is,
day,
like,
actually.
I'm not Einstein by any stretch of the imagination.
Mhm.
Even to pretend that I'm like literally retarded and completely low information, like I don't have the same priorities and values that everyone on this panel has, but I'm literally not stupid and I'm literally not uninformed. You might think that makes it even worse. Oh, okay, she's evil and calculated and doesn't care. But this
No.
this
I
cope
don't think
of,
you're even
oh, you're just
calculated. I
dumb
think
and
you're
shouldn't be
uninformed
listened
and
to.
bad at priorities and stupid. That's to be clear.
But you've
That's
done
why I
none
don't
of the
think you're a bad
work to
person.
get. But you've done none of the work to get there.
Because the work doesn't what? Wait, to get her to be less that?
No.
You
To
saying?
get
This
to
is
that
what turns me off from
conclusion.
the
You came-
Democratic Party.
Like this is the
sorry,
thing.
well,
is
but
not
Lab,
only
you saying that turns me off from the right wing, and I'm going to vote left now.
you're not willing to
You're
you're
not-
not willing to do the work
Fine.
to empathize, but you're also not willing to do the work to
No, the
justify
problem is
why
Jeb,
you
that
won't
I do it
empathize.
99% of the time. Is I do empathize with these people, no matter how stupid, because I
These
have the
people?
patience. Yes,
guys
Most
hear
of the
that?
time,
people.
most
Yeah,
of the time
I'm talking
I've
about
seen you
Jews
is-
specifically.
That's not
Lav.
the case.
Yeah.
That's because you're on these debate panels, which is not what I do for a living. I fucking make YouTube videos where I go out and talk to people and empathize with them. But
This
when I'm
is
talking
the
to people
problem.
with a
Men don't do
platform-
blue collar work anymore. This
I
is the
go out
problem.
and work with
It's
my
hold
hands
on. It's
like a
hosting
real
the
man.
panel.
Okay,
debate
hold
panel
on,
blue
hold on
collar
one
work?
second. I wanted to
don't know
hear-
about that.
Hit the field, soy pilled. Put some hair on your chest.
Yeah, I
Jeb,
shave my chest.
what were you gonna say about vibes? Where were you going with that?
Yeah, no, vibes are always derived from substance. They're derived from personal like experience. They're derived from the experiences of those around you. Vibes are usually a way to sort of put action to things that are hard to put words to, right? So you can't put everything on a poll, you can't put everything on a bill, but there are a lot of things, there's a lot of a communal experience, and that's some of the most important, especially when you're in an election. It's like 90% state and local. There's a lot that you can't put words to, that you can't put on a bill, and vibes help you sort of derive your political principle on those things that you can't totally put words to. The woke stuff is really easy to write off because it either looks really silly on a bill or you can't really put it on a bill. And yet you're actually interacting with that culture war shit far more than you're interacting directly with any of the stuff that you can
Yeah.
put on a bill. Most of
Okay.
your life happens interpersonally. And
Hard
when
to-
your
Well,
in-group
well,
wants
well,
to
hold on.
yeet you for whatever predilections you have, that's going to affect you more than if something gets put on a bill.
Can I just say?
Federally.
Can I just say one thing real quick, just as a housekeeping thing, gang? We are almost at $1,000 chat revenue, and I would love to get $1,000 in single
Wow.
stream again. I've done that once.
Wait, Stardust is
before,
back.
right? I would like to. Yeah, Stardust, welcome back. But
Hi, Stardust.
I
Welcome back.
just if
I-
you
I
if
wanted
you
to
have
finish my-
ever wanted
my
to
thing,
hold on,
but-
just let me finish. If you have ever wanted to donate to Wick TV, if you think this is good content, if you want to reward me, you want more of this to happen, give me money, right?
you
make
have
this
to
the
read them?
Let's make it the biggest, most lucrative Wick stream ever. And to do that, I need about 300 more bucks. Okay. That said,
Okay.
And if you
So
want
I can donate anything.
If you want Wick to reward me for being a retard, send that money, and that'll really piss off the soy pill.
That will
If
trigger
Tali
you.
gets
If you
the
if
cut
you
through.
if you donate to support Tali's opinions, I will get triggered. That's true.
If I
Jeb,
donate, you have to read the comment, right, Wick?
no,
Like out
I don't.
loud.
I reserve the
you
right to not.
always
Yeah.
do it. Wait, Jeb, so real
so
quick,
Jeb-
the difference,
Yeah.
we understand completely what you're saying about vibes. No one's saying vibes are nothing. The difference is, let's say someone votes to cut people off of EBT, which is a thing, a policy that is happening now. Now, a vibe might be, hey, my life is harder because I can't use my food stamps anymore. But the policy is, I'm going to cut food stamps. So when you say, well, I'm voting on, I think too many poor people have food stamps, and that's just because you go to the store and you
That's
see them
not-
use it, that's a stupid fucking reason
That's
to vote.
not the
And-
reason why that would be a very stupid reason to vote, but you're also not understanding that that's
People
not
vote
the
for that.
Republican.
People absolutely vote for reasons
That's-
like that.
that's-
Literally, they'll
no,
say, "I don't
it
like that poor
doesn't
people
look
have food
like that.
stamps." It literally
No,
is that.
It's
I've literally
way
talked
more
to people who
nuanced
say
like
this
that. How
stuff.
how
I'm sorry, excuse me.
There's
I've read
no
a poll.
way.
Well,
That's
no,
not
I've
the vast
talked to a bunch of
majority
people.
of
Whichever one you'll
Republicans.
believe.
I
you're
know it's not
creating
right
a
now. It's
straw
not-
man of
I'm
any
trying to explain
every
the difference
good,
between
every
vibes
good
and policy.
opinion. Every good opinion that I have is based on fact, and every bad opinion I'm straw manning and also like is just vibes. Like
I'm
it's
literally.
so
this is-
stupid.
first of all,
It's
it's
I
a
actually
real
can't even
opinion.
believe I'm talking to an adult man right now.
So
Like
this
that's
is a
how
real
ridiculous
opinion.
it is.
So this is a real opinion, but it's not a majority of the Republican Party right now. I'm saying that the difference between voting based on the policy of my family's been kicked off food stamps and voting based on the policy of I want free shit, but I don't know what policy is going to do that are completely different things. Yes, I acknowledge that vibes aren't just like some ethereal thing that we can't grasp. Obviously, they're derived from real life experience. I'm saying they're fucking stupid.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's again, if their vibes are informed by the fabric of their community becoming just ultimately combative all the time, and one side moving so hard away that they're trying to get people fired, that they know, right? Get people fired for their political views, get people root out and find them under the floorboards about conservatives. Like, that is a reasonable vibe to push against and simply say, listen, you're right. I can't put the thing I hate about you the most on a bill. And so it's not going to totally make sense why I'm voting for bill writers based on that vibe. But and I used this metaphor before.
You're
where
using this to explain to me why people vote because of anti-woke policy. I totally understand why they do. I'm just saying it's dumb because there's no way that voting for that is going to change your life materially. And in fact, well, as we've seen, as we're now going to
It's what
cut.
they do. It's what they do. Like this idea that
I
yes,
know.
I
I'm not
agree.
saying they don't. Jesus fucking
So,
Christ, guys.
given
I
that-
understand
but
vibe-based
given that you
voting. I know
agree-
that's most
Hold
people.
on, but Soypill, given that you agree, okay, we've established
Yes.
it's dumb. Everyone agrees it's dumb.
Yes,
Cool.
Lots of people
We're good.
dumb
We're good.
vibe-based posts. Yes.
We need to act as reality is rather than what we want it to be. So given
I'm not
that
saying
is
that we
true,
don't need better vibes. Wick.
Why is it so one-sided though?
what do you mean one-sided?
Why do Dems have to act as reality is?
I think that
I think Republicans
Only if
do
they want to
too.
win more voters.
Yeah, they want to win more
Republicans
voters.
Republicans should do that also if they want to win more centrist voters.
Why?
Or
They don't need to. They
disaffected
clearly
right
just
wing.
won.
Bro, I would not speak so soon. It looks like we're about to get our shit pounded because of all of the lies that are coming to roost. Exactly like Sonsol said when he was
Literally
on. Like,
anybody that
it's a
anybody can
problem.
identify as a centrist votes for Trump anyways. That's why it's such a meme when people say they're a centrist or an independent.
There's
It's
plenty.
because they're a fucking
Hold on.
conservative
That's
or
not
a
true.
MAGA supporter
There's
in
plenty of
disguise. That's the
centrists
whole
that
meme
we've had
about
on
it.
my show that have
Centrists, they're
voted
called-
Democrat because they don't like Trump. I'll give you one specific example, Tracing Woodgrains. He is a avowed centrist. He's a furry ex-Mormon gay dude who is heterodox, right?
Is he in this Discord?
He's
Look
in
how
this
niche
Discord.
you have to go to identify
Oh,
somebody that
he's not
agrees with you,
niche. He's
though.
got thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of followers,
But
right?
look how
Like, he's much
Democrats
bigger than
treat
me.
centrists. They say if there's even a conversation between the two for you, you're fucking disgusting and retarded. It's like that's
No,
why,
it's not about
dude.
the conversation. It's about a conversation that's happening about democratic political strategy that's being
Yeah,
Honestly,
spearheaded by like the
I
most
call myself a
weak-willed,
Republican
by
because of how
by the
people
most
react to me calling
weak-willed,
myself
cucked
centrist.
Democrats on this entire panel, and then someone who
You're
says they were a
literally
former
calling
Democrat.
people who are kind of centrist, weak-willed, and cucked. Why do you think the centrists
Yes, I
vote for
am,
the other
because
side,
on here,
retard?
Short Fat
What are
Otaku
you
says that
doing?
the Democrats are 2/3 responsible for why MAGA is where it is now. Stardust
Yes.
says that Democrats are also the reason for MAGA's uprising. Wick says we need to be nice to the people who are never nice to anybody
that's not
else.
what I said at all.
That is what you said.
Excuse me.
Go to the beginning of the VOD. You can.
I stand by my part, though. I'm
That's
completely
exactly what you
I
said.
specifically talked about what movements literally led to the rise of MAGA. We talked about anti-establishment. We talked about anti-intellectualism. We talked about anti-science. We
You
talked
can talk
about
whatever you want, but ultimately you said that the
isolationism.
Democrats are responsible for the rise of MAGA.
No, I fucking didn't. You fucking idiot.
Okay,
you
okay.
fucking
Listen,
retard.
listen, dipshit. Listen, dipshit.
Listen,
I'll get the clip for you.
listen,
I'll
you
get the clip for
stupid
you. I'll
fucking
send it over to
asshole.
you.
You don't
They
know what
all
you're talking
said
about.
they are responsible in part. If you
I
don't
said they were.
believe that,
No,
I said they were
that
a
is not-
small
no.
part,
Right,
a
that's
very small
Republican.
part of a larger issue.
Yeah, Gather,
You're
do
not
you think
saying
it
that.
would be? Do you think it's silly when historians
Don't
say that it is?
don't fucking do it.
Hold on,
Do
hold
that
on.
with me. That's some bullshit.
Okay, someone else
Do
is
you
talking.
think?
Let
Do
him
you
talk.
think it would be? Don't do that. Do you think it would be silly? It's silly when historians say that in large part Hitler's rise was due to the way the Allies behaved towards the Germans after World War I. Do you think that's a silly thing to say?
I didn't even say in large part.
Because
Vibe
it's
based. It's vibe based for one.
It's-
Because how
it's
do you really know that?
historian
Is there a poll?
Exactly. It's historian consensus, but it seems kind of vibes based. And how could you blame the good guys in World War II for the bad guys in World War II? But most historians concede that if the Allies weren't so aggressive in their deals with Germany after World War I and not letting them have a standing military and treating them essentially like a bad boys state.
Jeb. That's the Treaty of Versailles and the World War I, like post World War I policies that you can directly point to causing economic
every
impact.
Vibes. No, every vibe you can point to something like that though.
Then it's
Tali's
not. Then you're
just
using
talking
the
about
word
vibes.
wrong.
Tali's
Then
talking
you're
about
using
people-
the word
Hold
wrong,
on.
Jeb, because that's
No,
not what vibes means.
bro,
if vibes
Tali's
means everything
vibes-
that's downstream of a
Okay,
policy,
I'll
then
wait.
it's a useless fucking term, and
No,
stop using it.
vibes
Who's this
are
Gather
what
or old guy?
happens.
What a fucking cocksucker. You're a cocksucker. You know that?
So Stardust, why'd you come back? Is it just to get into the fight with this guy?
No, I wouldn't even come back to get into a fight with him, but now I am fighting with him. You're a cocksucker. You want to acknowledge that you're a cocksucker? You suck cock all day?
What's wrong with sucking
Yes.
cock?
Based. Yes.
Okay, all right. You're a cocksucker,
Okay.
massive cocksucker.
So in the
This
same
is
material way,
this is the hold on. This is the policy-based discussion we need.
Yeah.
Where
in the same
It's
way,
not good cock
okay,
either. It's just like disheveled, like STD-ridden cocks. Okay.
Okay,
So
okay.
My favorite.
Shout out Destiny. Sorry.
I'm not.
Oh no.
We
I'm
are
not-
not.
I
We
like
are
to
not.
use the
We're
word
not doing
culture.
that today. That's
like
just
to use
not
the
what we're
culture
here to talk
with
about
vibes.
whatsoever, right?
Jesus
I do
Christ.
want to kind of like this idea again. Simply looking at a situation that has happened and saying, why did this situation happen? In part because of X, in part because of Y, in part because of Z, in part because of A, because of B, whatever, right? Does not mean that there is some moral loading going on necessarily. Personally, my take is yes. I think that there are far too many on the left who would rather get their rocks off being mean and getting revenge and engaging in this kind of grievance politics because they do not like MAGA for what I would consider very good reason, right? And they prioritize that over actually winning the election, and I think that's selfish, and I think that's going to bite us in the ass. Now again, how it's going down now, I don't know. Like MAGA is just so off the reservation that I think that they're just going to lose just straight out. They're going to get, as Jeb Tan, their ass pounded.
If you
in
say, well, then why do we
2026.
need to be nice? Why not
Because
just not be nice?
in 2026 isn't the only election that's going to happen, right? And we're going to have more elections going forward. And my
Can we
advocacy
be mean
is
for
that
like
by
2
being
years? Can we just
by
have
being
that?
hold on, my advocacy, and I'm going to lay out really clear here, is that if you treat others with respect and dignity and kindness, consistently you will win more elections than if you engage in other types of behavior.
What?
Well, and
When
MAGA
have
losing-
we ever gotten that?
What do you mean? When John McCain was on stage telling his own supporters not to call Obama an immigrant, not to spread conspiracy theories about him, and then Obama
Whoa, you
repaid the
should have
GOP.
picked-
Wait,
the
how
very-
long?
You
How
should have
long ago
picked
was
a
that?
better
Obama
example,
repaid,
Jeb.
Obama
Because you
repaid
know
the
what he
GOP.
said? Oh, Jeb, do
Obama
you know what he
repaid
said in
the
that
GOP
example,
the
Jeb?
very next election by letting his vice president nominee say that Mitt Romney wanted to put black people back in chains.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that?
Wait.
We're talking about the lead up to MAGA. It is literally
I need to respond to Jeb's
about.
example.
That is the lead up to MAGA. That is the most recent lead up to MAGA.
Jeb, your example of McCain being kind was him saying, someone says Obama's a Muslim, and he says, actually, no, he's a good person, implying what about Muslims?
It wasn't that he was a Muslim. It was that he wasn't
people.
from the United States. He said
Which
he
is
is from
true.
the United States, aka he's not lying to you. He's a good person who I disagree
I know
with.
he was trying to be nice, but he was also being incredibly. This is the like bomb Iran guy. Like this guy was like using that also as a pivot to like be mean to brown people. Just to be clear.
So
No, he
based.
wasn't. Bro, no one can watch that video with a brain and fucking derive that from that clip.
Not the
Wick,
worst
I would
part of
love
it.
for you to run that clip.
Run it.
And because
I don't
this is
have
going to
that
show
clip
how
on
bad
my
faith
fingertips,
soy pill
sorry.
is when it comes to
No.
Republicans.
I will
I
watch
recall
it.
the clip,
No,
and I
John
think
McCain
McCain was pretty reasonable in that clip.
I think he was reasonable, except for the fact that his response was, because I think this is still like, as backhanded as a 2008, nice thing to say Obama is no, he's not a Muslim, he's a good person, is what he said, or something along those lines.
It
Like,
wasn't
no, he's
about
not
him
an
being
Arab.
Muslim. It was about them saying he was lying about where he was
I know.
born.
I know.
And he was saying he's not lying to you. He just
I
disagrees
know.
with
I'm just
you.
saying it's like 90% good, 10% like, all right, John McCain, just to be clear. But also, that's not a good example of like.
But he is right. Muslims are also
and
bad
also,
people.
and also, John McCain didn't win that election. So.
That's not nice.
It's also just really funny that you're pointing to a pre-MAGA era of politics. Whenever the person who insulted John
We are
McCain and
discussing
called him
the
a
rise of
loser for
MAGA.
being captured.
That's a topic.
Yes, but I was saying, when do we ever get rewarded for being nice to these people?
Okay, we don't get.
That was my question to you.
When
and
do we
then he
get
brings up the
rewarded
John
for
McCain
being mean?
example.
What
Here's
elections?
What we
did
won in
you point to that
2020?
You
we
win
won
elections,
because we
dog.
mean?
What do you mean? When do you win?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry
wait,
to take
and-
this convo hostage, but I feel like that a huge part of my point in the beginning of this was that there are certain movements that we have given credence to. I'm not even talking about us being nice, right? But we've all engaged in some form of like thinking that intervention is wrong. We've all engaged in some form of like anti-intellectualism and anti-establishment. And so I'm probably not going to move on until this guy here admits that he got it wrong. So
Do you want me to get you the clip of you saying that Dems are responsible for the uprising of MAGA?
I said they're partly, but I didn't say
You
it
said
was
they
like
were.
majority or anything.
Also,
I didn't say you said it was majority. I was quoting you.
My
She'd be right
main
if she
thing.
said that anyway. I mean, you still haven't refuted the main point that it is often
He was more
the
tentative
case.
than Dev. Dev said
Yeah.
2/3, and she was more
Yeah.
tentative than Dev.
I said
mean,
2/3,
there's
and I
no-
stand by
There's no
2/3.
need to misrepresent her. Yeah.
Yeah,
My
there's
point in
no
bringing this up
reason.
was because I was pointing to how weak-willed Democrats are.
I wonder why she said that.
But
Hold
here's
on.
the
I wonder
issue.
why
You're
she said
fucking
that. It's
lying
almost
then
like he
about the
curated
amount of the heaviness I
panel.
put on the Dems for it. I said, yes, the Dems in some ways can be responsible, but I said a huge part of it is these
He invited
movements,
you onto a curated panel where that was the fucking topic. That was literally the topic
it was
of
the
discussion.
topic, and
Your
I have
answer had
to
be
engage with the
somewhere
topic.
between
Can I
0%
just
and
say?
100%.
Can I just say real quick
Like,
that
so stupid.
I do find it funny in an ironic sort of way that Tali and Stardust both are getting way more crap for this panel than I am, who I literally put it together. Like, I'm the one who decided the topic.
They're the ones that are choosing to respond to it.
I mean, I got all the.
Said everybody on the
if
panel.
you're gonna come at someone,
we're engaging in ways.
I'm a
that
feminist, so
Dems
I will
is-
let you go off on Stardust and Tali all you want. This is funny.
Yeah, and I
Sure,
said
yeah,
all four
I
of you.
believe-
I didn't
Okay,
just say
so
them; they were responding to me. I said all four of you, to be clear.
Well, I
Okay,
did
so-
respond to you.
so
I
you're
just said,
kind
yeah,
of-
I'm right.
You're kind of misconstruing my entire thing, right? Because yes, while I said that the Dems are that are responsible in their own small way, like I don't think they're fully responsible for the rise of MAGA. Absolutely not. No, I think they're only a small part of it. I think a much larger part of it are those movements of anti-establishment thinking and this whole this collective amnesia that we have as American people. I feel like I made those my points several times throughout this thing. So I don't know why you have to engage in dishonesty.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to make this whole thing about you whenever I didn't say that you were seeing the disproportionate
You
reason for
literally-
MAGA
you
uprising is because of the
literally-
Democrats. I'm saying that you said that.
You brought it up. You brought it up, and I am addressing it. And we're going to address this now until we come to an understanding.
Yeah, you can come to the understanding of exactly what I said when I was exactly quoting you, and then we can be done there.
Exactly quoting me. I'm saying that I'm that they're fully responsible. Okay.
No, did I say that?
You said the reason.
Yes.
You're saying-
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask,
Did I say they were fully responsible?
Hold on, I want to hear.
Which is exactly what you said. I'm quoting you.
Hold on.
I didn't say the reason.
Someone first. Hold on. We can. All someone needs to do is find her opening statement.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to.
That's all we can do.
I'm
not
so
petty.
Going to, like. I'm sorry. I'm not going to let people just like misconstrue my intentions here. Yeah. I think that I have the right to address it when I think somebody's wrong. And I think construing it as the reason in whole, that implies that you're saying that I said that the Dems are the reason for the rise of MAGA, then when that's not what I said.
$100 from $100 from Alexander Rin to say
this guy.
So yeah, thank you. Soy Pill has opined on so many things that he never bothered watching and spent the entire conversation saying things that are untrue while dismissing anyone with a contrary opinion. Honestly, I don't think he's capable of actually listening to women. Is he sexist?
That's true. I do hate women, but it's not because of this conversation. It's because of many past conversations. I have a question, Wick. So like through this whole conversation, it's, the left is being too mean. We have to have better vibes. This is why we're going to lose elections or past 2026. Lav is over here saying all Muslims are bad. No one really pushed back on that whatsoever. No one really seems to care.
I wanted to.
Is that ever going to do anything? Is that going to lose them election?
I wanted to, but everybody...
Is the Islamophobia for 8 years going to do something? Well, the point is that, like, this is what we're up against, is these fucking moron bigot and, like, just fucking retards, right? And it's like, oh, well, if you're not completely perfect...
That's wait, first of all,
if you're not completely perfect, if you're not completely perfect, then you're going to lose all the elections and turn all these people away.
But Lav, you think that Muslims are good just based on vibes? I
don't think Muslims are good. I
have statistics on what they do to women.
And I like some of them, and I don't like some of them. And you hate all Muslims because you're fucking retarded and don't understand how to have interpersonal connections.
I think Islam is very evil.
Do you think Star is evil? She's from a Muslim family. Star's
I think Islam is evil. Yeah, I think it's evil.
Okay, $10 for my desk. Hold on, I gotta make a little money. Hold on, I gotta make some money, so I'm gonna make a little money, and then we'll give it back to you guys. $10 from Audacity to say the idiots who did January 6th are back in the White House. LMAO, get wrecked. 19-month membership from Firechild. Oh, at tier 2. Wow. Thank you for the 19-month membership. Saying people feel angry and afraid, and they will vote to see that reflected in their elected officials' words and actions. That is precisely why Trump won. $10 to say nothing from Bubs, which I love when they just give me money and say nothing.
I hate that. I feel like I'm cheating them. Don't you?
I love it. $5 from Landon Stewart to say conservative vibes before. Facts don't care about your feelings. Gays, blacks, trans, conservatives now. My feelings don't care about your facts. $10 from Audacity. Soy Pill's mindset is how you end up with only white landowners of good standing can vote in the Constitution. $10 from Malik to say vibes-based voting can absolutely impact your life. Most Trump voters are vibes voters. $5 from Puddle Sucker to say, can we ask Stardust how she managed to give Aiden underground ringworm at VidCon? I don't know anything about that. I don't know. $5 from Landon Stewart. Dems are there are just two more and then we're done. $5 from Landon Stewart to say Dems are 100% responsible, but the cons are responsible for how woke got to where it got. It's always been a cycle. Only gays, probably more just. $5 from Jake and Bake to say this whole debate is asinine. Joe Biden won by saying, will you shut up, man? Do you think that's why he won? And there we go.
Honestly, probably moved the needle more than you would think. In fact, I think you can literally trace it to that debate.
I just want to ask this person, like, do you acknowledge by saying I said it's the reason that you were implying that I'm saying it's the sole reason?
Yeah, I don't want to have this conversation. This is a fucking retarded subversion of the actual conversation.
I don't care if it's a subversion of the actual conversation.
It's ironic how you can hijack the entire panel to talk about this dumb petty shit, but you can't speak up about the Muslim attack or whatever that Lav was talking about. You supposedly wanted to talk about. It's kind of ironic.
Please. Stardust.
Speak up, use your platform.
Everybody else was talking, so it's not like I could have gotten in to say I did want to push back on that.
So you can talk over everybody else now, so you can hijack the entire panel to make sure I'm clarifying something that you...
I'm sorry, I'm not going to stand when people are disrespectful of me. So yeah, I am going to say something.
Saying I hate all Muslims. You should now's your chance. Here's your platform.
I didn't say I hate
That's disrespectful of you and your family.
I said they were all evil.
Okay, I don't agree with you, Lav. I think if you know
that I don't actually think it that way. You know that
I would like to give the enlightened centrist. Yeah. I would like to give the enlightened centrist position on that.
I just think it's. I just think that I think it would be disrespecting myself to not acknowledge this and hijack the panel. So I'm sorry for hijacking the panel, but I'm not going to tolerate that. I think you're a bitch ass, spineless bitch. I know that was redundant, but I think you're a spineless bitch, and I think if you were honest in any way, you would acknowledge that the implication of saying the reason is that it's the sole reason, and that was a dishonest statement.
It sounds like you should say it with yourself because that's exactly what you said.
If you want her to move
but,
on,
no, wait,
misrepresent her and then make the
hold
point.
on. So, is your name Gatherer? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I left the stream for a few minutes. I went back and I watched Stardust's opening statement. And here's what she said with regards to the Democratic Party. She said, there are multiple things at play. There is some blame in the Democrats. Obama brought in a populist rhetoric, and it's a mix of things. She never once said this is the reason.
I trust Dev on this. Honestly, he's got a good track record.
He found
his
this guy's not going to take it back because he has he is too prideful. And I get it.
Well,
you don't have any respect.
Gather, do you think that blatantly lying and then not taking it back is a good reflection on your points and stance?
I think he muted so he can go find it himself. Honestly.
Okay. But I mean that in general, right? That's a problem, right? When people
that's something that I've reiterated
blatantly misrepresent someone and then don't.
And I'm not saying that I
well,
didn't.
Maybe
he
will right now. Maybe he just checked it himself. Maybe he will right now. So there's your chance.
Wait, what happened?
Okay.
So he's just ignoring it.
Basically went back.
No. I'm gonna be real with you. My internet has been shit lately. But before I cut out, I heard Dev saying it could be like one of the reasons or whatever, but that's such a meaningless statement. Everyone here has said the exact same thing. Like I don't.
No, but I gave very specific things. I gave
so
very
meaningless, then why misrepresent it?
Yeah, why would you misrepresent it?
Sorry, I can't come in here. I'm trying to paraphrase everyone's like what everybody in the panel has actually said from the beginning.
Admit when you get it wrong.
Admit when you get it wrong. It's clear that
let's move on. It's so fucking petty. Like.
It is petty, but I'm not going to stand for people being dishonest about my words.
Well, I think we've.
I think
you're the one being petty, just not correcting yourself and moving on. You could have just said, okay, fine. You said it's one of the reasons.
Listen, I'll rewatch the VOD. I'll get the quote. If there's not the quote in there, I'll acknowledge it. Okay,
great.
Good. Happy.
Do that. Go do it.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you get back,
now, on the topic of Muslims, I will say, I wanted to say something, but everybody was talking at the same time, and it's not like it's a very conducive environment to do that. True. But I do disagree with Lav, and I'm sure she knows that I disagree with that. I think in general, most religions have very misogynistic things in them, if that's what it's about. If you're talking about what Muslims do in other parts of the world, I would just still disagree. I think the Muslims in America are very integrated with with our society. I come from a Muslim family that's very female focused and very education focused and all of that. So yeah.
So obviously, Soy Pill, you're new here. I speak that way because it's funny. I don't actually think all Muslims are evil. I have a more nuanced take than that. But it's funny to say they're all evil.
As someone who's very open to edgy jokes, you should try being funnier. That's not very good.
I think people thought it was funny.
Usually there's a setup and a punchline, not just haha, guys, I was just pretending to be a retarded bigot, but nice try.
The Muslims are voting for Harris next time.
I do want to clarify because people keep throwing around the word nice, and I don't think anybody on kind of our side of things has said the word nice. It's not about being nice. There's a negotiation. I guess you have, maybe. There's a negotiation strategy that's really important called the Golden Bridge. And it's basically you can be firm and you can be trying to get something from somebody or get a concession from somebody or even get them to admit that you were right in some way, but you give them what's called a golden bridge to escape through so that they don't have to feel defeated in order to concede. So instead of approaching Tali with, oh, I actually think you're fucking retarded, why am I listening to you? You could just say, Tali, you strike me as someone who has a lot of the same opinions and principles as me. And when I see someone who votes for Trump, he represents all these evil things because of this, and this policy that I don't like. And I don't see how you could be supportive of that. Is that what you did you mean you were supportive of that, or is again what
Jeb,
would it take to get you to vote for
I'm aware of
Democrats
how to
next
have
time?
a
would require
empathetic
emotional
conversation,
intelligence.
an empathetic conversation with someone who I think is doing things that are conducive to harming people like me. However, that's not what I'm doing here. Not because I'm incapable of doing it, because I'm unfortunately.
What do you think Republicans
with
think?
Hey,
you are so, it's impossible that you cannot self-actualize. I cannot believe this is real.
Quiet, Cody. So what I'm doing here is I'm confronting the fact that Tali is being spoken to as a person of what can the Democrats do? Because when you say, hey, this person might be able to tell us advice, but they're clearly unable to prioritize policies that demonstrably are these like hierarchical things that should be game changers for voting, then why should we listen to their advice? That is what's frustrating.
Again,
I don't know how to reach out to these
Represent unable instead of just unwilling in that one election. Demonstrate unable. What? You just said she is unable to prioritize policy over those things just because she didn't
she has
once.
She has poor prioritization of her policies. She's being asked as not an expert, Tali. I'm not like claiming like you're claiming to be an expert, but she's being asked as a panelist.
You did say that.
I know, but like unironically, like I don't think that you think you're an expert. I don't think you're up here on some high horse of like, well, I'm this person. However, you are going on all these panels. Everyone's like, well, how do we reach out? How do we reach out? And it's like, well, clearly this person doesn't have very strong principles
no
that
one
can
is
be
coming
reached
to me
because
asking how
they're back and forth.
It's literally
Tali,
not what is happening at all.
So,
it's
whatever way you want to phrase it. The point is that I don't think you have anything substantive to say about how to change Democrats'
except for
votes
the fact
and support.
that I represent real people out there.
The thing is, Tali, nothing you're saying about whatever dumb reason you voted for Trump is new to me. We know this already, and we can reach out to these people. This is like a whole thing that I do.
And you're just
but you saying it here is not helpful.
There's something you're missing here.
Go ahead, Def.
So if your criticism is that Tali is going on to all these shows and she has no new opinions and you don't think they're worth listening to, I understand your point of view, but you do know that this is Tali's show, right?
Is this Tali's show? I thought
it's a Wick and Tali show. We do it every week. She's my official co-host, has been for the last month or so.
I mean, and I said that 100 times in response to you in this conversation. So you
can't
even pretend.
This is literally like you own the show.
He doesn't believe that women can hold positions of power.
Well, no,
I don't think
the point is like, okay, so if your criticism is she's going on to all these shows and I don't want to hear this opinion, fine, but like this is literally her show. Like this is where she's going to be here. Because like she's the host. She's the co-host.
Let's just give you kind of a look behind the scenes. Me and Tali every week says, what are we going to talk about next week? Sometimes her ideas went out. Like she's the one that wanted the trans debate, right? That we did, right? And so we set it up because she suggested that.
So you were the host of that one too?
We had,
to be clear,
let me finish.
No, that was a debate. That was not a.
That wasn't the Wick and Tali show, right? But she helps me get like different ideas for shows. She booked what was her name? The two people you booked. Artemis Hunter.
I booked Diane Yap. I booked Hunter Ash. I booked Taftash.
Yes. So she books for me sometimes on these things, and again, she decides the topics. Like, I think it'd be interesting to talk about this. I'm like, I agree. Let's do it. Right. So this one, we couldn't think of one, and someone suggested that I won't say who in case they don't want me to say, right? But someone DM'd me and says, hey, I think you should have a topic on this. I was like, you know what? That's a good idea. And so I brought, and I reached out to Dev, and I reached out to Stardust, and I was like, you guys want to talk about this? And they did. And so here we are, right? And this is our weekly show, the Wick and Tali show, right?
You begged me to come on. You literally begged
Lav, I don't know. I didn't ask you to come on at all, Lav. You just showed up.
Anything. It's inconvenient for me personally that this is the topic of conversation this week because it's coming off the heels of me doing that very one conversation on Live and Learn, which was supposed to be a Wick TV Tali and Wick show, but Econoboy recommended we do on their show instead. It was supposed to be the trial of Tali. It was supposed to be them coming after me of why I voted Trump, not them saying, oh, please, why defected liberal? Tell us how we can win you back. That was not the energy of a single person there. And then, yes, a few people after listening to me asked to talk to me more about things after. Because I'm not going on some world tour
and I will
about
defend my co-host here.
Hold on, actually,
Tali's an interesting person. You should listen to her.
Thank you. But I literally one of the very first things I say on the Live and Learn episode is, I struggled coming into this because if I'm honest, I don't think that the left should be trying to win me over. If anything, what I offer up is an experience of a disaffected liberal, is an experience of someone who used to vote like this, who used to think this way, and has changed her mind on several things and now feels disaffected in this way. And people can choose to hear that or not. But I literally preempted the entire conversation with, I don't think that it's necessarily a good strategic move for the Democrats right now to be finding after my vote in particular.
Okay, you know what? That's totally fair.
All the heat feels really unnecessary.
Well, no, to be clear, the heat is not unnecessary because I do think people shouldn't take you seriously. Now, knowing that this is your show, I'm not mad at Wick for platforming you because it's your platform. Okay. So my reach out to all the Wick viewers is go watch the Soy Pill channel because I have better opinions. And with that, I'll say, Tali, I'd love to talk to you about anything that isn't this because this is going to trigger the fuck out of me. Jeb, as much as you've said things that I don't necessarily agree, and I think you're not listening to me, that's fine. I really like you. You're a good guy. You're a handsome fella. Dev, I don't hate you. Thank you. Star, thanks for being here. Please, I hope you didn't give me ringworm 2 weeks ago when you shook hands with me or whatever. And Lav, holy shit, please disappear. You're a stupid fucking retarded asshole. Gathro, bye. Wick, I love you. Bye.
See ya.
Wow.
That guy needs to go work on a farm. That guy needs to go work on a farm, I think.
I did, by the way, I did find our previous interaction. He got mad at me because I thought that immigrants should speak English. It's like, well, I think that's a pretty reasonable opinion. You should be able to talk to people who come to the country. I think that's pretty normal.
My thing is, even if his characterization was correct and there were like a few shows in a row of just trying to get Tali on, like he's literally like, no, I understand like the Golden Bridge and having empathetic conversations, but anytime I see someone trying to have that conversation, I'm gonna fucking blow it up. I'm a Golden Bridge terrorist. I'm gonna blow that shit sky high. Like, what is I don't get what the point of that is. Like, it's not even cathartic in my opinion. It's just like.
Do you want the real answer?
Sure.
The real answer is it makes money. Right? If you preach to the choir, if you go, that's the real answer. It's because
the chats of all the people that I talk to light up with hatred.
Yeah, you gain a huge audience, and people will pour money into your coffers. Like, I'm making a lot of money tonight. I would make significantly more if I was a preacher. Right? If I was an ideological preacher, if I picked a side, whether that be MAGA, whether it be Dems, and I simply held to that side no matter what and spun everything that happened to be positive for my side and negative for the other side, I would double the money I make from this stream, right? And from these streams, I would double. It just would happen. Like, there's every incentive in the world to do that. So that's the real answer of why people do things like that. They come in.
Why are you saying Soy is doing that?
I think that to an extent, he is incentivized to do it. Yes, I don't know if that's why he's doing it, but that is part. Like, we're all incentivized to behave in certain ways because of the world we live in, right? We are incentivized to behave certain ways because we know people are watching and we know our audience will give us
the
money.
The social incentive could even be stronger for a lot of these people than the financial incentive.
Yeah.
And and I think incentives can have a bigger influence than motivation and intention too, right? That's why we need to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty leftist idea, right? The idea of incentive structures guiding behaviors and nudging people to different behaving in different ways. That's absolutely.
I think Soy Pill is
funny.
I
view that as a conservative.
Oh.
I do too.
I think it's just an observation. It's like a capitalist observation.
Sure,
I
maybe.
would say is like just personal interest.
I just feel like he has genuine convictions
liberal.
and probably feels very frustrated with
that is also probably true, right? These things can be both true. Yes.
Yeah.
He strikes me as someone who is in the party that he's in because it makes him feel better than others. Is what he strikes me as.
I don't think that's true. I think he genuinely believes in the values that he talks about.
I think he thinks he does. I think he thinks he does. But so did it's the same values as most. I mean, most people think that they have, right? Most people think they're compassionate. Most people think that they're like. I don't think that means anything.
Well, part of what he's doing is for entertainment, right? Like, we're all entertainers. So part of what he was doing was to like be an entertainer. But yeah, I think he does genuinely believe in the values that he talks about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time making all the videos he's made, right?
Or are you going to be a part of a party that makes you feel like a shit person?
No, which is why you shouldn't be mean to people like Tali, right? Like, what?
Are you saying people like Tali as in her individually, or just like a group of people like her?
Well,
okay, no. Be as mean as you want. That's base.
Women who wear glasses.
One of the problems I have with people in this space,
what about
in general, is that they continue to make assumptions that they shouldn't make. That's one of them. And also, you're a Trump voter, you're scum. You're scum. Or if you disagree with them, like, one of the go-to insults of leftists especially is, oh, you're secretly conservative. Oh, you're secretly MAGA. Oh, you're secretly this. Oh, you're crypto. They use the word crypto fascist and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
hiding your power.
Wait, but they're also just nasty. They also will just call you ugly and a slut and a whore and a bitch.
Well,
and
that as
just,
well. But again, people don't want to
compassion. And
again, it's the most human thing in the world to not want to be around or be identified with people who act like that. It's just true.
Do you ask if that's exclusive to the left?
No, it's not.
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
was
what
that
I
your
asked.
question? No, obviously not.
Have to go do a full moon ritual. Thank you for having me,
Go.
Wickless. It's been great.
What?
See you guys later.
Sorry.
Full moon
Didn't mean to
See you
roll my
later.
eyes when I heard full moon ritual,
I
but I
did.
did.
That's weird. Okay. It's a problem, right? It's a very big problem that we think that, again, individual content creators are rewarded for a behavior that hurts us nationally. That's my whole advocacy. Individual content creators, individual influencers, individual journalists even, right, in a lot of cases, are rewarded for a specific set of behaviors that hurt the party, hurt the cause. And so people have these competing incentives. And if they want to help the cause, they are often going to have to take a hit, right, to their personal money machine. And that's the trap. We're rocking a hard place with the Democrats, and it's a really big problem for us. But, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like I said, I criticize Republicans for the same thing because it seems to be just like a party and power thing. Like the Democrats, I think they won big for a little bit right after the first Trump election. Like they started kind of winning big and they caught a hot streak, and then they immediately stopped doing the things that helped them catch that hot streak. And the Republicans are doing it now. But the issue is, I think the reason why I would say it is strategically beneficial for Democrats to do more to reach out to people like Tali is because when MAGA does fall, which I think will be soon, you're going to have a lot of gettable voters that are going to be presented a golden road or a golden bridge from whoever the next Republican sort of ruling people are. And if the Democrats aren't also offering one, then those people have the easiest decision of their lives. Just keep voting Republican. This guy's different, you know? They don't have to move at all. Whereas the Democrats, it's your job to present an even more attractive bridge than the next GOP because you're asking someone to move a little bit. And you're trying to undo the damage of people like Soypill who have been shouting them down for voting for Trump for a long time. And like, he may not think it's very impactful because he's just one voice, but it's all those types of people together, of which there are many, and there are very big ones, are doing a lot of damage that Democrats that are willing to reach across are going to have to undo. And that really sucks for those Democrats.
Makes my job harder. Gang, before I forget, right, and we still got about 10 more minutes left of the clock, so we're not, if you guys want to keep the clock going, you got to keep giving me money, but you stopped. So we got some great stuff coming up. You thought this panel was great? We got more great stuff coming up, and I want to get that out before we continue the conversation. Thank you for the $50. I'll get there in a second. Sunday, I'm going to be having on History Speaks. Okay, this guy talks a lot of shit about me and Lonerbox, right? And he thinks that the center left has gotten so much wrong on Gaza. And you know what? We're a free speech platform here, and even though he does not like me, I have decided, you know what? We're going to have him on, and we're going to hear him out and hear what he has to say. And we'll talk to him, and that should be a fun conversation on Sunday. It's going to be a little earlier than usual. Next week, probably Thursday, or Monday, I should say. Monday, I'm going on The Raging Tomato with Charlie. We're going to argue about IAI against I don't know who else. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be talking Counterpoints, Soypill, and maybe others are going to be coming on my show to talk about edgy jokes and their efficacy. So we're going to really have a debate there as well. But yeah. Okay. With that, what else do you guys... $50 from JMac. Say the reason people like Wick, Sitch, Adam, and Dev attract a spectrum of politically diverse viewers is mostly due to their civility and attempt to understand their opposition. I've had spats with Wick, but I know he's a good dude, so I keep coming back. Yeah, and $50. And JMac, if you ever want to have that debate on the misuse of Bible verses or whatever, I would gladly have you on to have that. But with that said, I'm going to use the restroom. You guys can talk for a while and just say what you guys want to say, and we'll keep going, and we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the panel, when do you see the most invigorated crowd of Democrats that are backing mainstream Dems or pundits?
Well,
When do they feel most
Invigorated,
energized?
Energized, I would say in states like Pennsylvania, behind like Josh Shapiro, is probably the crowds that I saw most enthusiastic in this last election.
Well, I'm not talking about the election. I'm talking about in the actual events that are occurring, like since the election of Trump.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the riots, if they're just rioting and not voting, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, energized is tough because, like, do you mean like positively energized or like angry?
I think people
both could
discounted the
apply.
wine moms too much.
I think those two things
you know?
mobilize differently. I don't think anger mobilizes nearly as well as people who are like enthusiastic to go and get some shit done, you know?
Well, you can like positively like you can be positive and
There were a
angry at
lot
the
of
same
people.
time. Like
Sure.
Pisco, I think is
I'm
a good
saying-
example of somebody who cohabitates in
Yeah.
both of those
I'm saying-
experiences.
Yeah, I would
think
say
you're
that's a
leaning
good
toward the
assessment,
LA
yeah.
riots. I don't think the LA riots had very much positive energy. Even
I would
the
say maybe the
enclaves
No
that had it.
Kings. What about the No Kings protests?
No
'Cause that
Kings was a
seemed
good
like-
one, yeah. That seemed like
Yeah.
energized Dems.
Yeah, that seemed like a bunch of energized Dems, but I think also like
It's pretty cringe too, but I do think it was the biggest showing.
But that's what protesting is. It's always going to be cringe. It's just like it's like yes, you're showing up to like be cringe, but you're also showing up to hang out with a bunch of people, you know? So,
Yes.
yeah.
That is
So,
that is an
yeah.
underrated motivation. Yes.
Yeah, I think a lot of the motivation goes behind that. But I mean, also people are showing up to like to show that they support specific things. And the No Kings protests, like yeah, when you're hanging out with a bunch of people who are your friends, you're gonna be cringe with them, right? So yeah.
Mom
What's
was there
cringe
with her
about it?
friends.
Well, I mean, I'm just addressing what Tali is saying, right? Like she
Yeah, I'm
said,
asking,
like
like,
it's kind of cringe, but
asking
like
her, yeah.
everything's cringe, right? Like caring about things is cringe, apparently. So you know, yeah.
Is being nice cringe?
I think it's more like the cheesy T-shirt slogans and shit like that.
I don't
are
think
pretty
I
cringe. and a lot of the
personally.
signs
I
are.
mean, I think everybody's definition of.
Oh my god.
I just
That
think
would be
everybody
really
has a
cool.
You
subjective.
shill, you fucking grifter.
Yeah, that'd be fire.
I wonder how much this came from my
I
audience.
honestly don't know. Everybody's
Wait,
like
Charlie
definition
didn't
of cringe
vote?
is different.
I was muted. I was muted. Sorry. Gang, we are $30 away from breaking my record. If I can get $30 more dollars,
you were
I
not
break my
muted.
record of single stream revenue.
No, you
Anyway,
weren't muted. We
carry on.
heard
You were
you.
not muted. Yeah.
I was on my stream.
He was muted to his stream.
Oh,
Yes.
gotcha.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay,
Sorry,
so I was just gonna say that like yeah, I can't tell what is cringe and what isn't anymore. I everybody has their own definition of cringe, but like yeah, I mean like since everybody has their own definition of cringe, like yeah, everything's gonna be cringe. Caring about things apparently is cringe, you know. So
And cringe isn't
but
all bad. Like feminism is really cringe, but I've become more feminist over the past like 4 years than I think I've ever been.
I'm
because of all the red pill
I'm
shit.
like a super feminist, okay, and I don't care how
Yeah.
cringe it is. So
Exactly. Feminism isn't, or cringe isn't always bad.
yeah.
We can own it.
Would you say that
Embrace
the vibes of it are cringe, or like the perception of it is cringe, and that would be more negative or positive to the voter outcome?
It depends.
I think.
Actually,
Hold on, here.
feminism is a
I've
great
got it.
vibes
I've got it.
argument.
I think the reason that protesting feels cringe is because you're standing outside and maybe it's bad weather, maybe it's not, and you're holding a sign and it feels like you're just standing there doing nothing because nothing productive is being done in the moment. So you're just like, I hope someone sees this sign that I'm holding. I hope someone hears me marching around and saying stuff. And it's just like, you're just like casting these political wishes out into the wind and hoping that they take root somewhere. So it does definitely feel cringe.
It's also just caring about something, right? I think we're really just in a space right now where like indicating that you care about anything is seen as cringe. So
I think that's true.
yeah, like if you're passionate about something, then yeah, you're cringe basically. Not that I agree with it, but that's what it is.
The feminism
so.
thing is a good argument for the vibes thing, though, because like my feminism turn is almost entirely based on vibes, and I think it's still totally correct. Where I like was super annoyed and just done with the feminist shit from 2016 on because they had reached such a peak and they were getting really aggressive, and a lot of the pundits were getting way too fucking willy-nilly with the shit they'd say. But then as the red pill started taking hold, simply because I saw the vibes on the internet change so much to where women became the butt of the men jokes, they became the butt of the LGBTQ community because they were like, shut up white women and vote for us because we helped you kind of shit like narratives. And like, it's literally because the internet vibes shifted that I became more feminist, because feminism is largely now, because a lot of the policy stuff is done. It's largely now about just improving the vibes for women and getting people to listen to women's issues more, because they've been booted out of everything at this point.
$50.
Yeah, but you're improving them
$50 from Audacity to break my record. Thank you. Break my record by $20. Look at me. A Trump
Everybody
voter
in
fulfilling
Wick's
people's
chat
closing
is saying,
dreams, 'cause
"Oh,
I am
Star, you
just
think this is cringe? You think caring is cringe?" I personally don't think caring is cringe. I care about a lot of things, but yeah, I'm just telling what the reality is of like the current culture, right? So yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people are listening to the words you guys are saying and they're just autistic. Because, like, how I don't get how someone could listen to what you just said and not understand that that's what you were saying, that you don't think it's cringe, but it seems like everybody wants to tell you that caring about things is cringe.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
just
pancakes
they
and
can't
waffles,
read
man.
between it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay,
It's
I had a question earlier about the vibes point that you guys were bringing up. What happens whenever those vibes are artificially, like, what if they're just manufactured? Like there's no real reason to have those vibes. It's just you're being told to have those vibes by the administration or the party or whatever else.
I think that happens
Does
a
that make
lot.
sense?
Yeah, no, it happens a lot for sure.
yeah.
If you look at things, you can definitely see like a whole bunch of partisan Twitter accounts that will push the exact same content at the exact same time. They definitely manufacture a vibe, and if you live online like content creators do, you get sucked into it very easily.
I think that's where individualization becomes so important, and I think the more individualized vibe will become the more relatable one, and I think that's why it's so annoying to hear people bring up this poll and this and try to like turn politics and people's beliefs into like a math game. Is because if you can individualize the vibes and say you are feeling dejected because they want you out of your workplace because you believe the wrong thing one time, and your job is going to get taken or your money's being taken so that some welfare queen can have EBT, like, individualizing is so powerful. And that's why I didn't like the nice term being thrown around, because they have a good point. They're like, well, Trump didn't win by being nice. And it's like, but that doesn't mean Trump didn't have the better vibes. Trump was being mean, but he was being mean in the way that like your big brother is mean to your bully. He's like, no, nobody gets to fuck with you but me. Anybody else comes after you, I'm gonna fucking give them 10 times anything I've ever given you. That kind of shit. Like, where it doesn't have to be nice. It just has to feel individual. It has to feel relatable, and it has to feel like you're being listened to. That's like the number one thing. People miss that the core decision, everybody's core decision making is 100% emotional. And so you have to tap into the emotion when you're
Okay, gang.
narrativizing this stuff.
I am I'm starving, gang, and I need to do other things tonight, but this has been a wonderful content stream. We had an actual good discussion for the first hour, and then we had some great content for the last 3. I won't say it's a good discussion, but it was a great content. I appreciate all of you guys coming on today, and I want to give each of you a shout out and let people know where you'll be. And again, if you like the content, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit that follow button if you're watching on Twitter. We do this stuff all the time. Check us out. It's the Wick and Tali show. It's the best show on the internet right now. God damn, right? Like we are giving you literally the best content. Dev, closing thoughts. Where can people find you? Go ahead.
I don't really have much in terms of closing thoughts. I think we went over everything. But you know what? Stardust and I are going to go debate immigration right now.
Okay, tune in.
I don't know.
I'm kidding. I'm joking around.
Oh, I was about to say
we can do it at some point if you want. I know you disagreed with me on that earlier, so yeah.
I'm fine with doing it at some point in the future. Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so you're not streaming after this, Stardust? If so, I'll write someone.
I will be streaming.
I'll
Be covering drama stuff though.
Okay, that's fine.
I haven't been streaming. I think like everyone else has been streaming, but I've just been hanging out.
Well, I'm glad you hang out with us. Thanks for coming, gang. Check out his channel, Short Fat Talk.
The chat says doesn't stream. Listen, I've been making this new video for like 2 months. It'll be out very soon. I'm like 95% done it, guys. You're gonna see it really soon, and then I'll come back. Okay.
And after 277 votes, by the way, who is winning? Sawyer Tali in my poll. Tali's winning by 51% to 49%, so it was very close. Tali edged the lead. Okay.
That is too close for comfort.
Yeah, it's a margin of error away, but okay. Jebtan, thoughts?
Just Jebtan RIP on Twitter. But yeah, basically, dude, the most politically effective thing you can do is just be the one person that's someone on the other side. would like to come to your side through. Like I don't agree with anybody's politics here, more probably overwhelmingly so, but I feel like if they were to want to become Republican tomorrow, I'd be their representative. They'd be in my little MLM chain, my downline.
Check him out, gang. Thank you for being here. Thank you for calling in. $5 from Mr. Wise Guy Plays to say it's funny how when soy leaves, everything starts becoming more productive again. Really makes you think. Stardust, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, you guys may know me as Stardust. I used to debate and do politics content. I do more of like drama and political drama now, but I'm still working on other video essays. I was up till like 9 a.m. this morning working on a video essay. I have a new channel. It's Small Talk with Star, SMOL, like how people spell it online. So Small Talk with Star. You can come check me out. I stream twice a week, and I have other content on the way.
Yeah, we're actually going to rate out her on the YouTube side after this, so check her out. $10 from JMac to say Dev also streamed on Sitch and Adam's media channel playing D&D. He played a cis straight white male, so he was the bad guy, obviously. Well, thank you for
That's
being
right. We had it was me, Reg, Sitch and Adam, and JMac playing D&D. We did like 3 sessions of it.
Yo,
It's a fun
JMac,
time.
invite me to these things next time, okay? I would love to play D&D with you guys. Okay, Gather Old, go.
Yeah, I same name for my YouTube stuff. I don't really stream too often. My closing thoughts, I guess, is that like I don't think we necessarily have to placate the feelings of people who are like vibes based and have no policy based discussions, because the amount of time they have to dedicate to trying to convince them is just way too overwhelming. And I think that in a very, very roundabout way, a small percentage of Democrats do contribute to the rise of MAGA, but it's usually because they're too busy playing like defense and running cover for people that might be a little too mean. But yeah, that's all.
Okay, thanks for being here. Thanks for calling in. Last but certainly not least, the person who apparently we shouldn't listen to at all, Tali, go ahead.
Well, thank you everyone for coming to chat. This was great. I honestly I can't say I'm so glad the way that the panel started when we opened it up, the call-ins. But Star and Dev, I really appreciate you guys coming on, and I would love to talk to you guys at length about probably lots of other topics too. So thank you. I hope we get to do this again. Deb Tan, I'm your #1 fan. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you everyone for paying Wix so much money. So exciting. We love to break records around here. I'm happy to be the punching bag if it means that Wick makes money.
True.
And yeah, I look forward to the next Wick and Tali show. And Stardust, if you do have any name ideas, we are desperate.
Yeah, let's do a group chat. I would love to like talk
Okay.
to you guys over stuff. So
That'd be good. Okay,
Yeah, beautiful.
with that, we're gonna raid out into Small Talk stream, and I'll see you guys Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. I will be struggle sessioned, and so it'll be fun. Check us out. We love you. Goodbye.